Negative utilitarianism. Most people have heard of utilitarianism, the idea that the best action is the one that produces the greatest happiness for the greatest number. It sounds simple, comforting, even, but a quiet branch of this philosophy asks a different question. What if the goal isn't to increase happiness, but to reduce suffering? This is negative utilitarianism, a lesser-known, more somber sibling of classical utilitarian thought. Instead of chasing pleasure, it says the true moral priority is to prevent pain, because while happiness is valuable, suffering is urgent. It cuts deeper, it screams louder, and when someone is suffering, everything else fades away. Negative utilitarians argue that while joy is sweet, pain is pressing. You can survive without joy, but suffering can destroy the will to live. So in ethical decisions, our focus should shift, not toward maximizing delight, but toward alleviating harm. This might seem like a subtle shift, but it changes everything. Imagine two worlds. One is filled with mild pleasure and mild pain. The other is dull, but no one suffers. Which is better? A classical utilitarian might choose the one with more overall pleasure. A negative utilitarian would choose the one without suffering, because no one is hurting. But there are difficult implications. Some critics argue this view can lead to extreme conclusions. If eliminating all suffering is the highest goal, then in theory, eliminating all life could be seen as a solution. No life, no pain. That sounds horrifying, but most negative utilitarians don't go that far. They simply urge us to recalibrate, to take suffering more seriously than we often do, to recognize that pain demands our compassion first, and that before chasing more joy, we must soften the world's sharpest edges. You lie still now, thinking of your own joys and sorrows, the laughs that warmed you, the wounds that shaped you, and in this stillness, maybe the deepest kindness isn't to promise joy, but to promise presence, to sit with pain, to listen to it, and to ease it where you can. Not because it will make everyone happy, but because it might help someone sleep a little better. The anthropocentric bias. For most of human history, we've placed ourselves at the center of the story. In ancient cosmologies, the stars circled the earth. In sacred texts, the world was created for us. Even now, when we gaze out into the cosmos or look down at the creatures we share the planet with, there's a quiet assumption whispering in the background: humans matter most. This assumption is called anthropocentrism, a worldview that places human beings at the core of value, importance, and perspective. And though it's tempting, comforting even, this idea is increasingly being challenged. Because when we step back, when we really step back, we start to see how small we are. We are one species, on one planet, orbiting one star, in one galaxy, among hundreds of billions, in a universe that may be infinite, and yet, we treat our desires as the measure of all things. We test animals in labs, pave forests, poison oceans, and pollute skies, not always with malice, but with indifference, because we assume our story matters more than theirs. Philosophers and environmental ethicists have asked, is that assumption justified? Why should human interests always come first? Is a dolphin's joy less valuable than ours? Does a forest not have its own right to exist, even without an audience? Even in moral philosophy, we've often focused on human pain, human freedom, human justice. But new voices are rising, demanding we widen the circle, to include non-human animals, ecosystems, the unborn, the unknown. Some even ask, what would ethics look like from a non-human perspective? The anthropocentric bias isn't evil, it's human. It helped us survive, build, and thrive. But now, it may be holding us back. Because the truth is, we are not the center, not cosmically, not biologically, not morally, and that realization doesn't diminish us. It deepens us. You lie still now, part of the world, not above it, not the master of nature, but a thread in its vast, unfolding tapestry. And in this stillness, humility becomes a kind of reverence, a quiet bow before a universe that does not revolve around you, but still, somehow, includes you. The Fat Man Trolley Problem. Imagine this: a runaway trolley is speeding down a track. Ahead, 5 people are tied to the rails. You're standing on a bridge above, watching it all unfold in an instant. Beside you stands a large man. If you push him off the bridge, his body will stop the trolley, saving the 5 lives below, but he will die. You don't know him. He did nothing wrong. Would you do it? This variation of the classic trolley problem is known as the Fat Man scenario, and it cuts to the heart of moral philosophy. It forces us to ask, does the end justify the means? If sacrificing 1 person can save 5, is it moral, or does actively causing harm, even for a good result, cross a moral line? In the original trolley problem, you pull a lever to divert the trolley, killing 1 to save 5. Many people are willing to do that, but pushing someone, that feels different. Why? Some say it's about action versus inaction. Pulling a lever feels indirect, but laying hands on someone, choosing their death, that feels personal. Others argue it's about intention. In the lever case, the death is a side effect. In the Fat Man case, the death is the tool. You're not saving 5 in spite of his death. You're saving 5 because of it. That distinction matters. Philosophers use this scenario to explore utilitarianism versus deontology. A utilitarian might say, push him. Save 5. A deontologist might say, never use someone as a means to an end, even if the result is better. And what do you say? You lie still now, visualizing the bridge, the trolley, the silence before a decision. No sirens, no screaming, just the weight of a choice that reveals who you are when no one else is watching. The Fat Man problem isn't about what you'd actually do. It's about what kind of moral world you believe in. One where outcomes matter most, or one where rules can't be broken. And maybe, just maybe, there's no perfect answer, only questions worth losing sleep over. Solipsism. What if nothing exists except you? Not just the room, the objects, the voices you hear, but the people you love, the world outside, even this very moment. What if it's all a projection, a dream in your own mind? This unsettling possibility is known as solipsism, the philosophical idea that only your own consciousness is certain to exist. Everything else, this conversation, the sky, your memories, could be illusions, shadows, echoes in your mind. You cannot step outside your own awareness. You only know the world through your senses, your thoughts, your perspective, and those things can deceive. When you dream, the world feels real. You touch, hear, fear, believe. But then you wake up. What if waking life is just another layer, one you've never escaped? Philosopher René Descartes asked a similar question. He doubted everything, the world, the body, even mathematics. But one truth remained. Cogito, ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. The self was undeniable, but everything else? Suspect. That's the heart of solipsism. A truth so small it fits inside a single mind, and yet so large it consumes the universe. Some dismiss solipsism as impractical. We must live as if others exist. We act, love, suffer, and build in a shared world. But others take it seriously. If all we know is filtered through perception, what grounds reality? How do you know your memories aren't invented? That others aren't simulations? That anything outside your awareness even continues when you look away? There are no certain answers. Only the haunting thought that you might be utterly alone. And yet, you lie still now. Not in fear, but in awe. Because even if the world is illusion, it's a beautiful one. Even if the voices are echoes, they bring comfort And even if no one else is truly there, you are present, aware, experiencing. And in this strange dream, full of color and shadow and silence, maybe meaning isn't in proving what's real, but in choosing to love it anyway. Solipsism doesn't have to be despair. It can be a quiet invitation to cherish this dream as if it matters. Because to you it does, and maybe that's enough. Moral luck. Two people make the same decision. They drink too much, drive home, and lose control of the car. One crashes into a tree. No one is hurt. The other hits a pedestrian, who dies. Same choice, same recklessness, but one walks away with regret, the other with a manslaughter charge. This is the unsettling idea of moral luck, that the morality of our actions often depends on things beyond our control. Philosopher Thomas Nagel explored this tension. He asked, how can we be judged, praised, or blamed for things affected by chance? If you do everything right, but succeed only because of good luck, do you deserve full credit? If your good intentions fail due to forces you couldn't foresee, should you be blamed? We often think morality is about intention. What matters is what you meant to do, what you chose freely, but real life complicates that. Sometimes luck magnifies your virtue. Other times it turns your smallest mistake into tragedy. Nagel called this a paradox. We believe we are morally responsible for our actions, but also recognize how deeply outcomes depend on luck, who we are, where we were born, what obstacles we face, what accidents cross our path. Even our character, our courage, our patience, our habits are shaped by experiences we didn't choose. So how much credit do we deserve? How much blame? It's a humbling thought, because if luck touches everything, then judgment becomes fragile. Maybe you weren't better, just luckier. Maybe they weren't worse, just less fortunate. You lie still now, thinking of your life, the close calls, the turns that went your way, the ones that didn't. How much was you? How much was the world? And in that stillness, there's compassion, not just for others, but for yourself. Because the truth is, we are not the authors of everything we do. Sometimes we are just passengers in the storm, steering when we can. Moral luck reminds us that justice must be gentle, that praise should be tempered with humility, and blame softened by grace. The problem of evil: if God is all-powerful and all-loving, then why is there suffering? Why war? Why disease? Why pain, betrayal, hunger, death? This is the ancient and unsettling question known as the problem of evil. Philosophers and theologians have wrestled with it for centuries. If God can stop evil, but doesn't, is he truly good? If he wants to stop it, but can't, is he truly powerful? And if he neither wants to nor can, then is he God at all? This challenge isn't just intellectual, it's personal. It lives in the hospital room, in the battlefield, in the quiet sobs of a child who doesn't understand why the world hurts. Some offer answers. They say evil is the price of free will, that without the ability to choose, love would be meaningless. But free will explains human cruelty, not natural disasters. Others say suffering builds soul, that through pain we learn courage, compassion, growth. But couldn't a loving God teach us without breaking us? Some say it's all part of a larger plan, a mystery beyond our comprehension, that one day all will be revealed and justice will be done. And others simply let the question stand, not as an accusation, but as a cry of the heart, an expression of grief, of longing, of the human need to make sense of a world where the innocent bleed and the wicked prosper. You lie still now, breathing with the weight of this question, and in the silence, perhaps you feel something deeper than an answer, a presence, a sorrow that kneels beside you, rather than standing above. Because maybe the divine is not found in explanations, but in the quiet company of a God who suffers with us. The problem of evil does not resolve. It remains, like a knot in the soul. But maybe its purpose is not to be solved, but to keep our hearts awake, to keep compassion burning, to make sure we never look away. The simulation hypothesis. What if none of this is real? The stars above, the ground beneath you, even the thoughts in your mind. What if they're all part of a vast, intricate simulation? A computer-generated reality so convincing you never knew you were inside it. This is the simulation hypothesis, popularized by philosopher Nick Bostrom. It suggests that a technologically advanced civilization might create realistic simulations of conscious beings, just like us. And if they could create one, why not millions, billions? If simulated minds vastly outnumber biological ones, then statistically, the odds suggest we're probably one of them. It sounds like science fiction, but the reasoning is serious. Consider video games today. Once, they were pixels and beeps. Now, they render entire worlds, mountains, oceans, faces, voices, with growing realism. Fast forward 1,000 years, 1,000,000. What will simulations look like then? If it's possible to simulate reality down to the atom and consciousness down to the neuron, then what makes our world different from theirs? How would you even know? That's the unsettling part. A simulated world could mimic physics, time, memory, even evolution. The simulation could be ancient or 5 minutes old, with your entire past programmed in. Some scientists take this seriously. They search for anomalies, strange constants, mathematical seams, digital fingerprints in the laws of nature. But even if we found none, would that disprove it? Or just prove the simulation is that good? You lie still now, wondering what it would mean if it were true. If your life was code, if your choices were part of someone else's experiment. But then, you feel your breath. You remember a moment of laughter, a tear that surprised you, a sunset that made you pause. Real or simulated, the experience was yours. And maybe that's enough. The simulation hypothesis doesn't strip meaning from life. It adds layers. It asks not just, is this real? But what matters, even if it isn't? You may never know who or what is watching, but you're here. And whether this world is crafted by stars or by circuits, your awareness still shines through it, like a signal, like a spark, like a question waiting to be asked. Moral luck. You're driving carefully, following every rule, focused, sober. Then out of nowhere, a child runs into the street. You try to stop, but it's too late. Now imagine a nearly identical driver on a nearly identical day. Same speed, same attention, same care, but no child runs out. One life ends, the other doesn't. One driver is blamed, the other goes home, shaken but unharmed. But were they truly different? This is the problem of moral luck, coined by philosopher Thomas Nagel. It asks, can we be morally judged for things outside our control? We like to think responsibility comes from intention, that people deserve praise or blame based on what they meant to do. But life isn't that clean. Accidents happen. Outcomes change because of timing, chance, or context. And suddenly, two people with the same motives and actions are seen very differently. One is guilty, the other is innocent. Is that fair? There are many kinds of moral luck. Resultant luck, being judged based on the outcome, even if your actions were the same. Circumstantial luck, doing the right thing, but only because you were never tested. Constitutive luck, having the temperament or upbringing that makes moral choices easier or harder for you. Think of the soldier who's never called to war, or the person who never had to choose between loyalty and justice. Are they virtuous, or just lucky? Moral luck reveals a tension. We want to hold people accountable, but we also know how much of life is beyond their control. And once we see that, blame becomes complicated. You lie still now, remembering moments where a second's difference changed everything, where luck, not choice, decided the story. Moral luck doesn't mean there's no right or wrong. but it reminds us to be gentle, to judge with humility, to see how easily we could become the person we condemn. Because in the end, none of us are fully the authors of our fate. We walk through life on threads we didn't weave, and yet, somehow we still try to do what's right, even knowing the world might twist that effort into something else. Panpsychism. Close your eyes. Listen to the quiet hum of the world around you. The trees swaying, the rain tapping, the stone resting in the dirt. Now ask yourself, could all of this be aware? Not in the way you are, not thinking, not speaking, but in some subtle, ancient form, feeling, somehow. This is the idea of panpsychism. It suggests that consciousness is not rare, not limited to humans or animals, but a fundamental feature of all matter. That in every atom, every grain of sand, every distant star, there is a faint glow of experience. Not intelligence, not thoughts, but something it is like to be that thing. Philosophers have long struggled to explain how consciousness arises from matter. How do neurons, flesh, and electricity create the color red, the taste of honey, the ache of loss? These are qualia, subjective experiences, and they don't reduce easily to physics. So some thinkers, like Galen Strawson and Philip Goff, have revived an old idea: maybe consciousness didn't emerge. Maybe it was always there, woven into the very structure of reality. In this view, even a rock might have some kind of internal spark, not a soul, not a mind, but a faint echo of awareness, too small for us to see. To many, this sounds absurd. How can a chair be conscious? But panpsychism isn't saying objects think. It's saying the building blocks of reality contain experience. And when enough of them come together, like in a human brain, they form the rich consciousness we know. It's not that everything is a mind. It's that everything might have a mind-like aspect. You lie still now, feeling the bed beneath you, the air on your skin. You imagine a world not dead, not mechanical, but alive in some mysterious way. Not magical, just quietly aware. And in that vision, the line between self and world begins to soften. Maybe you are not a lone island of consciousness, but a crest in an endless ocean of mind. Panpsychism doesn't solve the mystery of consciousness, but it offers a gentler picture, a world where everything feels, and where you are never truly alone. The veil of ignorance. Close your eyes. Imagine you're standing before the blueprint of a new society. You get to decide everything: laws, rights, wealth, education, justice. You hold the pen. But there's one catch. Before you're born into this world, you won't know who you'll be. You could be anyone, rich or poor, healthy or sick, privileged or forgotten. You won't know your gender, your race, your family, or even your abilities. Now ask yourself, what kind of world would you build? This is the thought experiment known as the veil of ignorance, introduced by philosopher John Rawls. It asks you to design a fair society from behind a veil, one that hides your future identity. Why? Because if you don't know where you'll end up, you'll be less likely to favor the powerful, the wealthy, or the lucky. You'll protect the weak. You'll guard against suffering. You'll build a world you'd feel safe entering, no matter who you turn out to be. Rawls believed this was the foundation of justice, fairness, chosen without bias. Behind the veil, selfishness fades. You're not building for yourself, you're building for everyone. And in that uncertainty, something beautiful emerges: empathy. The veil doesn't just ask what is efficient, it asks what is right. Would you choose a system where 1% thrive while others struggle, knowing you might be in the struggling group? Or would you create safety nets, access to education and healthcare, not as charity, but as insurance? Not pity, but fairness. Some criticize Rawls, saying real people don't think this way, that society is more complex than any ideal theory. But that's not the point. The veil of ignorance isn't a formula, it's a mirror. It reflects your deepest values. When all bias is stripped away, You lie still now, picturing yourself behind that veil. You imagine being born anywhere, as anyone. And in that moment, your heart softens. Because justice is no longer abstract. It's personal. You build not the perfect world, but the kind one. Because you realize that the fairest rules are the ones you'd still accept, even if you lost the lottery of life. The paradox of omnipotence. Imagine a being that is all-powerful, limitless, boundless, beyond comprehension. Now ask the question, can this being create a rock so heavy that it cannot lift it? If it can't, then there's something it cannot do. If it can, then it creates a limit it cannot overcome. Either way, its power seems compromised. This is the paradox of omnipotence. It sounds like a riddle, a linguistic trick, but underneath, it holds a serious challenge to the idea of unlimited power. Can true omnipotence include the ability to defeat itself? If so, does that mean the being can stop being omnipotent? Or is that just nonsense? Like asking if a square can be a circle. Some philosophers argue the paradox misunderstands the nature of power. That omnipotence means the ability to do all things that are logically possible. Not absurdities, not contradictions. A rock too heavy to lift is like a married bachelor, a sentence without meaning. Others push further. They ask, even if it's illogical, shouldn't an all-powerful being be above logic? Shouldn't it be able to do the impossible? And if not, is logic itself a kind of higher power? A law even God cannot break. This paradox reaches into theology too. If God is all-powerful, is he bound by his own nature? Can he choose to do evil? Can he make mistakes? Or does power, by definition, come with limits of character? The omnipotence paradox doesn't just explore divine mystery. It invites you to examine the idea of control itself. Does absolute power make something greater? Or does true greatness lie in choosing not to exercise every ability? You lie still now, turning the question over in your mind like a stone in your hand. Not to trap God, not to break logic, but to wonder what it really means to be infinite. Maybe true omnipotence isn't the power to do anything. Maybe it's the wisdom to know which things should not be done. Maybe the most powerful being is not the one who lifts every rock, but the one who chooses, in silence, not to build it at all. The Izot problem. You observe the world. Rain falls. Wolves hunt in packs. People lie, help, steal, and love. These are facts, things that are. But now you ask, what should we do? How should we live? Should we help the poor? Should we protect the weak? Should we be kind, loyal, just? This leap from what is to what ought to be is the heart of the Izot problem, made famous by philosopher David Hume. He noticed something subtle, yet profound. Writers and thinkers often describe the world, how it is, and then suddenly begin telling us what we should do. But they skip a step. They move from facts to values without explaining why those facts demand certain actions. For example, if nature is survival of the fittest, does that mean we ought to let the weak perish? If humans have always gone to war, does that mean war is good? Just because something is a certain way, does it follow that it should be that way? Hume warned us. We must be careful not to smuggle in values disguised as facts, because describing the world doesn't automatically tell us how to change it. The Izot problem challenges scientists, ethicists, and everyday people alike. It reminds us that ethics can't just rely on observations. We can say, people cheat, but it doesn't follow that cheating is right. We need a bridge, a principle, a reason to move from fact to value. Some have tried to build that bridge. Utilitarians say, maximize happiness. Kantians say, act according to universal duty. Religious ethics say, follow divine command. Each one tries to answer why should we do what we do. You lie still now, staring up into the ceiling of your thoughts. You think about all the times you said, that's just how it is, and all the times you felt something wasn't right, even if it was common. The Izot problem doesn't paralyze you, it awakens you. It teaches you to ask why, again and again, because morality isn't just in the world, it's in us. And to build a better world, we must first ask what ought to be and why. The problem of induction. The sun rose yesterday. It rose the day before that, and the day before that. So, you expect it will rise tomorrow. But why? Because it always has. This is the heart of the problem of induction, introduced by philosopher David Hume in the 18th century. It questions something we take for granted, that the future will resemble the past. We base nearly everything on this assumption. Science, cooking, relationships, gravity, breathing, all built on the idea that patterns will continue, that what was true yesterday will still be true today and tomorrow. But Hume asked, how do you know that? Not just believe it, not just feel it, but know it. When we say, this always happens, we're making a leap, a logical bridge that the future must mirror the past. But there's no guarantee. The fact that something has always happened doesn't prove that it will. Yes, the sun has always risen, but that doesn't make it logically necessary that it must continue. It's only habit, deep, ancient expectation. So the very foundation of learning from experience, what philosophers call induction, has a hole in it. You boil water and expect it to heat. You turn the key and expect the car to start. You trust that tomorrow will come. And 99.9% of the time, you're right. But Hume reminds us that tiny crack still exists. This doesn't mean we should live in fear or distrust everything, but it does mean our confidence in patterns is built on faith, not certainty. Even science, our best tool for understanding the world, relies on this assumption. Experiments work because we believe nature is consistent. That's the wager of every scientist, every farmer, every lover. You lie still now, staring into the darkness behind your closed eyes. You think of all the tiny rhythms you've learned to trust, footsteps, seasons, faces, and you wonder, what would it feel like if just one of them didn't return? The problem of induction isn't a threat, it's a mirror, a gentle reminder that knowing isn't always knowing, and that beneath our certainty is the mystery we live by every day. The Gettier problem. Can you have justified true belief and still not know? What does it mean to know something? For centuries, philosophers agreed on a simple definition. Knowledge is justified true belief. You believe something. You have a good reason for believing it. And it's true. It seems solid, right? Then came a man named Edmund Gettier, and in just a few pages, he broke it apart. In 1963, Gettier published a paper with a few strange examples, now called Gettier cases, that showed how you could have a belief that is both justified and true, but still not be knowledge. Here's one. Suppose you look at a clock. It says 3 o'clock. You believe it's 3 o'clock. And you're right. It is 3 o'clock. But unknown to you, the clock is broken. It stopped exactly 12 hours ago, at 3 o'clock. You had justification. Your belief was true. But your belief was only true by luck. You didn't really know the time. You just guessed right. By accident. Something's missing. Justified true belief might not be enough for knowledge, because sometimes your belief can be correct for the wrong reason. Another example. You see a man in the field and think, there's a sheep in the field. You're right. There is a sheep. But the man you saw isn't a sheep. It's a dog, disguised to look like one. The real sheep is hidden behind a rock. Your belief is true. It's justified. But again, you were just lucky. So, do you really know? This little puzzle has shaken epistemology, the study of knowledge, for decades, because it shows how fragile knowing really is. That truth and belief aren't always enough. You lie still now, listening to your own thoughts. How many things do you think you know? And how many of them rest on broken clocks? The Gettier problem isn't just a brain teaser. It's a doorway, a quiet reminder that knowing is rare, that certainty is elusive, that sometimes We're right for all the wrong reasons, and perhaps true wisdom lies not in knowing more, but in knowing how little we truly know. Nihilism. What if nothing matters? Imagine stripping the world of all meaning. No purpose, no higher plan, no inherent right or wrong, just atoms and void. Movement without reason, life without aim. This is the dark and silent core of nihilism, the belief that life has no objective meaning, no inherent value, and no true purpose. It's not about sadness or despair. It's about emptiness. A cold realization that the stories we tell ourselves about God, truth, morality, progress, may be just that. Stories, constructs, comforts, illusions. Friedrich Nietzsche stared into this abyss. He saw the crumbling of religion and tradition in the modern world and wrote, "God is dead," not as celebration, but as a warning. Without shared meaning, without a moral center, how would people live? How would we make choices? What would keep us from falling into chaos or apathy? Nihilism whispers, nothing matters, nothing lasts, nothing is true. It's tempting, terrifying, liberating. Because if nothing matters, then the weight falls away. No more guilt, no more shame, no more pretending. But something else vanishes too. Hope, direction, wonder. And yet Nietzsche didn't stop at nihilism. He urged us not to fall into despair, but to create, to become what he called the Übermensch, the person who makes meaning, even in a meaningless world, a flame in the void. You lie still now, watching the ceiling disappear into the dark. You feel the tug of silence, the weightlessness of uncertainty. Maybe there is no cosmic plan, no final answer. Maybe the universe doesn't care, but you do, and that matters. Because even in a world without fixed meaning, we choose to love, to create, to comfort, to build something beautiful in the brief time we're given. Nihilism isn't the end. It's a clearing, a space where old beliefs fall away and something new can begin. Not because it's written in the stars, but because you wrote it in your soul. The anthropic principle, are we here because we could be? Look around. The universe is vast, precise, delicately balanced. Gravity holds galaxies together. Atoms cling with just the right strength. Stars burn at just the right heat. And in one small corner of it all, you exist. You think. You wonder. You ask, why? Why is the universe so perfectly tuned to allow life? Why does everything from the pull of electrons to the expansion rate of the cosmos seem calibrated to make you possible? This is the question at the heart of the anthropic principle. At its simplest, it says, we observe the universe to be life-permitting because we're here to observe it. That sounds obvious, even circular, but it has deep implications. Imagine billions of universes, each with different laws. Most are lifeless, most collapse or drift empty, but in a few, conditions happen to allow complexity. Stars, planets, consciousness. And it's in one of those rare few that beings emerge, beings like you and me who ask, why this universe? But perhaps the question is backwards. Maybe the universe doesn't exist for us. Maybe we exist because this is one of the few places where existing is possible. This is the weak anthropic principle. Our observations are conditioned by the fact that we are observers. But then there's the strong version, that the universe must have properties that allow for conscious life, as if life itself is the goal. Some see this as evidence of design, others as chance filtered through vast cosmic probability. Some even propose the multiverse, countless universes, each with different rules. We happen to be in one where the rules work, because if they didn't, we wouldn't be here to talk about it. You lie still now, suspended in a universe fine-tuned for thought. It may feel accidental, it may feel ordained, but here you are. The laws could have been different. The constants could have shifted, but they didn't. And in this improbable arrangement of matter and meaning, you breathe, you wonder, And maybe that in itself is the most astonishing fact of all. Hard solipsism. Can you prove anything exists outside your mind? You wake up. You see light. You hear sounds. You feel the bed beneath you. But pause for a moment. How do you know any of it is real? How do you know there's a world outside your mind? Not just in theory, but with certainty. This is the unsettling question posed by hard solipsism. The idea that only your own mind is guaranteed to exist, and everything else could be an illusion. Think of a dream. While dreaming, everything feels real. People talk, time flows, pain hurts. Then you wake and realize it was all in your head. What if you haven't woken up? What if life itself is a kind of dream, one you never leave? The philosopher René Descartes famously asked, "What can I doubt?" He realized he could doubt his senses. He could doubt his body. He could even doubt mathematics. But he could not doubt one thing, that he was doubting, that there was a mind, thinking, questioning, cogito, ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. That's where hard solipsism begins. The only certainty is the self. Everything else could be imagined, simulated, fabricated, fake. Even you reading this could be part of someone else's dream. There's no way to prove otherwise, not conclusively. Of course, we don't live as solipsists. We trust in the world. We love people. We share laughter and pain. But at the deepest level, the solitude remains. No matter how close someone gets, you never truly leave your own mind. You lie still now, surrounded by the quiet hum of awareness. You can't see your own brain. You can't touch the world beyond your senses. All you have is experience. And yet, what a rich thing it is. A canvas of color, sound, thought, memory. Maybe hard solipsism isn't a reason to despair. Maybe it's a reminder that everything you know, the stars, the rain, the faces you love, arises in the theater of consciousness. And if it's a dream, what a beautiful one to be in. The experience machine. Would you plug into a perfect illusion? Imagine this. Scientists invent a machine. Once you're connected, it feeds your brain perfect experiences tailored just for you. You could live your dream life. Be a hero. Fall in love. Write a masterpiece. Feel eternal joy. And you'd never know it was fake. To you, it would feel completely real. Would you plug in? This is the question posed by philosopher Robert Nozick in the 1970s. He called it the experience machine. At first, it sounds tempting. No more pain, no failure, no regret, only happiness, on demand. But Nozick believed most people wouldn't plug in. Why? Because we don't just want experiences, we want to be someone. We want to do things. We want our lives to be real. If everything you did in the machine was an illusion, would it mean anything? Would it still be you? Nozick argued that we value truth, that we care not only about feeling good, but being good, or doing something real, even if it's harder, even if it hurts. And yet the experience machine lingers, because in some ways, we already live inside illusions. Social media feeds us curated realities. Advertising sells us dreams. Even memory, our own personal history, is flawed, edited, selective. How do we even know what's real? And if something feels real, brings joy, meaning, purpose, does it matter whether it's constructed? You lie still now, wondering about your own life. What have you chosen for comfort rather than truth? Which dreams do you cling to, knowing deep down they're illusions? Maybe the experience machine isn't just a thought experiment. Maybe it's a mirror, a way to ask yourself, do I seek what's easy or what's true? Would I trade truth for happiness? Or would I risk pain, disappointment, and loss, just to live a life that's mine? Because meaning isn't just in how things feel, it's in what they are. And sometimes, even the hardest reality is better than the most beautiful lie. The problem of evil. Why does suffering exist? If God is good, a child cries out in hunger, a village vanishes in flood, a mother holds her dying son. You ask yourself, why? If there is a God, loving, all-knowing, all-powerful, how can such suffering exist? This is the ancient and haunting dilemma known as the problem of evil. It goes like this. If God is all-powerful, he could stop suffering. If God is all-loving, he would want to, but suffering exists. So, does God? The question isn't new. Philosophers and theologians have wrestled with it for millennia. Some offer the free will defense, that evil is the price of freedom. God gave humans the ability to choose, because love without freedom is meaningless. But free will explains only moral evil, what humans do to each other. What about natural evil? Earthquakes, diseases, tornadoes, pain with no villain, tragedy with no sin. Others say suffering has a purpose, that it teaches, refines, humbles, like fire that purifies gold. But try telling that to someone in agony. Try telling a grieving parent that their pain is a lesson. Even if there is a grand design, it often feels unbearably distant. Some point to mystery, that God's ways are higher than ours, that we see only fragments, he sees the whole. But mystery offers little comfort in the dark. Others reject the idea of God entirely. If the world is full of random cruelty, maybe there is no design, no justice, no one listening. Yet even in that silence, something strange happens. We still feel that suffering is wrong. We still cry out for justice. We still ache for meaning, and that ache itself might be a kind of clue. You lie still now, wrapped in your own quiet pain, not of disaster perhaps, but of disappointment, confusion, unanswered prayers, and you wonder, if evil breaks your heart, might it break God's too? Maybe the presence of suffering isn't proof against God, but proof of how far we've wandered from what should be. Maybe the real question isn't why evil exists, but what we do with it. Do we numb ourselves, or do we become more human, more aware, more kind, more present in a world that so desperately needs goodness? The paradox of choice. Does more freedom make us less happy? You walk into a store. There are 50 kinds of toothpaste, dozens of jeans, an endless aisle of cereal. You pause, you browse, you hesitate, and then something strange happens. You feel less certain, less satisfied, more anxious. This is the paradox of choice. The idea that too many options rather than freeing us can overwhelm us, burden us, even paralyze us. Psychologist Barry Schwartz explored this idea in depth. He noticed that in modern life, we are drowning in freedom. We've been told more choices equals sign more happiness. More freedom equals sign more fulfillment. But it doesn't always work that way. When options multiply, decisions become exhausting. You fear missing out. You worry you'll choose wrong. And even after choosing, you wonder, was that really the best one? Instead of joy, you feel regret. Instead of gratitude, you feel doubt. This is called decision fatigue, and it's real. Your brain can only juggle so many what-ifs before it collapses into frustration. Even worse, when expectations are high, when you're told that the perfect choice is out there, you're more likely to be disappointed by any result. You could have had anything, and so what you did choose starts to feel like a loss. You lie still now, thinking of all the choices in your life. What to study, where to live, who to love, what path to take. And in the quiet, you realize some of your deepest peace came not from having every door open, but from fully stepping through one. Commitment, presence, limits. They don't shrink you, they hold you. A paradox, yes, but maybe a liberating one, because happiness isn't always in the wide horizon. Sometimes, it's in the path you've chosen to walk, not because it was perfect, but because it was yours. So next time you face 100 options, remember freedom is beautiful, but it's choice, not choices, that gives your life shape. Moore's paradox. It's raining, but I don't believe it is. Imagine someone turns to you and says, "It's raining, but I don't believe it is." You pause. The sentence isn't self-contradictory. Grammatically, it makes sense. Each part could be true, and yet something feels deeply wrong. How can someone state a fact they don't believe? This is the strange puzzle known as Moore's paradox. Named after philosopher G.E. Moore, it reveals a tension between what we say and what we believe. "I believe it's raining" is a statement of belief. "It's raining" is a statement of fact. But when you assert something, you're not just sharing words, you're sharing what you take to be true. So if you say, "It's raining," you're implying belief. To then add, "But I don't believe it is," creates a strange dissonance. It's like saying, "I'm speaking sincerely, but I don't think what I'm saying is true." That's the paradox. Not a logical contradiction, but a pragmatic one. It violates how we expect belief and speech to fit together. It's not just about rain. Consider these. "He's guilty, but I don't believe he is." "You're my friend, but I don't think you are." "I'm happy, but I don't believe I am." Each one twists your mind a little, because belief is tied to meaning. To say something while denying your belief in it makes the whole sentence feel hollow. So why does Moore's paradox matter? Because it reminds us, speech is more than words. It's an act of trust between what we believe and what we express. And sometimes, even we don't know what we believe. People say things they don't feel. They go through motions. They convince themselves of truths they quietly doubt. Moore's paradox isn't just about language. It's about self-awareness. You lie still now, asking yourself, what am I saying that I don't truly believe? What do I believe that I'm afraid to say? Because when your words and your mind drift apart, something in you goes silent. And finding your way back to truth starts with hearing the things that don't quite fit. The Dunning-Kruger effect. Why do the least skilled often feel most confident? You've probably met someone who speaks with absolute certainty. Even when they're completely wrong, they don't pause, they don't question, they don't doubt. Meanwhile, someone else, thoughtful, experienced, careful, hesitates. They say, "I might be wrong." They ask questions. They're unsure. Why does this happen? Enter the Dunning-Kruger effect. Discovered by psychologists David Dunning and Justin Kruger. It's a cognitive bias where people with low ability in a task tend to overestimate their skill, while those with high ability often underestimate themselves. In other words, the less you know, the easier it is to believe you know enough. Why? Because real competence requires not just skill, but an awareness of complexity. The beginner sees the surface and thinks, "This is simple." The expert sees the depth and says, "There's still so much I don't understand." This creates a strange paradox. The most confident voices might be the most uninformed, and the quiet ones might hold the deepest wisdom. This effect shows up everywhere. In conversations, in leadership, in online arguments, in ourselves. Think of the first time you tried something new, a language, a skill, a hobby. At first, you felt excited, maybe even overconfident. But as you learned more, something shifted. You realized how much you didn't know, and your confidence dipped. This curve has a name, the Mount Stupid Peak of Confidence, followed by the Valley of Despair, and finally slowly, a rise into humble competence. You lie still now, reflecting on your own journey. Where have you stood at the peak, certain and loud? And where have you gone quiet, not because you lacked knowledge, but because you'd seen the depth? The Dunning-Kruger effect doesn't mean we shouldn't speak. It means we should speak with awareness of what we know, of what we don't, and of the quiet arrogance that sometimes hides in our confidence. Because real wisdom isn't loud. It listens, it asks, it doubts, kindly, and in doing so, it creates space for truth to grow. The mere addition paradox. Can adding happy lives make the world worse? Picture a small world, not perfect, but good. Everyone in it lives rich, fulfilling lives, deep relationships, art, joy, meaning. Now imagine another world. It has more people, twice as many, 3 times, 1 billion more. Each person lives a life that's still worth living, but just barely. Less beauty, less love, less depth, still good, but thinner, fainter, shallow. You now ask, is this second world better? More people are alive, more total happiness exists, and no one is suffering. So why does it feel worse? This is the mere addition paradox, introduced by philosopher Derek Parfit. It challenges how we think about population ethics, about what makes a world good, or better, or worse. Parfit shows us a puzzle. If adding people whose lives are worth living can't make the world worse, then logically, a world with more people, even with lower quality of life, should be better overall. More happiness, more satisfaction, more existence. But something about that seems wrong. A world overflowing with billions of lives that are barely good feels like a moral decline, not progress. So which matters more, total happiness or the average quality of life? If you focus on totals, quantity wins. If you focus on averages, a single low-quality addition might drag down the whole. But then, are we saying a world is worse, even when no one is worse off? This leads to a haunting implication, called the repugnant conclusion, that the best possible world may be one filled with countless lives, all hovering just above misery. Lives that are technically worth living, but barely, and yet, no one is suffering. No one wishes they didn't exist. Still, you lie still now, uneased. Is more always better? Does mere existence without richness, without depth, fulfill the promise of life? Maybe the paradox reminds us, quality matters, meaning matters, and the goal isn't just more beating hearts, but more full ones. Because a good life is more than survival. It's awareness, connection, love, and the space to be truly alive. Panpsychism is consciousness everywhere. Close your eyes. Feel the breath in your chest, the thoughts in your mind, the awareness behind your eyes. Now open them and ask, what if everything, stones, trees, oceans, stars, also holds some form of consciousness? This is the idea of panpsychism. Not that everything has a mind, not thoughts or feelings as we know them, but that everything contains a seed of experience. That consciousness is not exclusive to brains or biology, but a fundamental aspect of the universe, like space, like time, like mass. Panpsychism has ancient roots in early animist beliefs. Everything was alive. The river had a spirit. The mountain could listen. The wind could whisper. Modern science dismissed that as myth. But today, some philosophers and physicists return to the question, not as superstition, but as a serious response to a hard problem. Where does consciousness come from? We can describe the brain in exquisite detail. Neurons, chemicals, circuits. But no one can explain how those physical processes create experience. Why does matter, at some point, begin to feel? Panpsychism answers, it always has. Even the smallest particle contains some flicker of awareness. Not a personality, but a perspective. Not intelligence, but interiority. You lie still now, staring at the ceiling. Could the atoms in this room hold echoes of awareness? Could the tree outside your window experience its own kind of stillness? If this were true, what would it change? Maybe you would feel less alone. Maybe the world would feel more sacred, more connected. You'd walk through the forest differently, speak more gently to the wind, touch the earth with care. Panpsychism doesn't claim that all things are alive. only that something stirs in all that exists, a shimmer beneath the surface, a mystery in the mundane. And maybe, just maybe, your consciousness is not a spark that rose from nothing, but the latest note in an ancient, universal song. The problem of induction. You wake to sunlight. The sky is still blue. The coffee is still warm. The floor is still solid beneath your feet. The world behaves just as it did yesterday, and you expect it to continue. This is what we do without thinking. We assume the future will resemble the past. This is the quiet logic of induction. We see patterns and we trust them. The sun has risen every day of your life, so you believe it will rise tomorrow. You've never seen fire not burn, so you believe it always will. But philosopher David Hume asked a haunting question. What justifies that belief? Why should the past guarantee the future? This is the problem of induction. It exposes a strange crack in the foundation of knowledge. We believe the world is stable because it has been, but that belief itself is based on past experience. It's a circular trust. You've never seen gravity suddenly reverse, but does that mean it can't? You've never seen your reflection fail to appear, but do you know it always will? Science, logic, reason, all depend on induction. We test, observe, measure, but always we're assuming what worked before will work again. Hume wasn't trying to destroy knowledge. He was showing its limits. He wanted us to see that reason has edges, and beyond those edges is uncertainty. You reflect on your own life. You expect the people you love to stay. You expect your body to behave. You expect tomorrow to come. But none of it is promised. And that's not cause for fear. It's cause for awe. Because even though you can't prove the sun will rise, you greet it anyway. Even though you can't guarantee love will last, you give it freely. Even though the world may shift, you step into it each day. Induction is not certainty, it's trust. You sip your coffee, you feel the warmth in your hands, and you smile. Not because you know tomorrow will be the same, but because you've chosen to believe it might be. And maybe that quiet hope is what makes life beautiful. The Gettier problem. You've been told for centuries what knowledge is. To know something, you must believe it. It must be true, and you must have good reasons for believing it. That was the formula. Simple, neat, accepted, since Plato. Justified, true belief. Then, in 1963, a man named Edmund Gettier wrote a short paper that quietly shattered it. He told a story. A man named Smith is applying for a job. He has strong evidence that Jones will get the job. He overheard the boss say so, and he knows Jones has 10 coins in his pocket. Smith concludes, the man who will get the job has 10 coins in his pocket, and he's right. But here's the twist. Smith gets the job, not Jones. And by coincidence, Smith also has 10 coins in his pocket, though he didn't know it. So his belief is true, and it was justified. But somehow, it doesn't feel like knowledge. This is the Gettier problem, and it changed the landscape of epistemology. It revealed that even if a belief is justified and true, it might still be right by accident. And when it's right by accident, we hesitate to call it knowledge. You begin to feel the crack in certainty. How often do you believe something that turns out to be true, but for the wrong reasons? You might guess an answer on a test and get it right. Believe someone is honest for reasons that aren't. Trust your gut and succeed, even though your logic was flawed. Is that knowledge? The Gettier problem shows that knowledge isn't just about getting it right. It's about how and why you get there. It asks us to look deeper, to consider the structure beneath our beliefs. You reflect on the things you know right now. How many are built on assumptions, on coincidences, on partial truths that feel whole? And you realize being right is not enough. Truth requires understanding, not just believing something good, but knowing why it holds. As you drift into stillness, You let go of the need to be certain. Instead, you embrace a gentler posture. Not, I know, but I'm learning. Frankfurt counterexamples. You're about to make a decision. You think carefully. You weigh your options, and you choose what feels right. You believe you acted freely, voluntarily, consciously, with reasons that made sense to you. But what if you couldn't have chosen otherwise? This is the puzzle behind Frankfurt counterexamples. Created by philosopher Harry Frankfurt, they challenge a long-held belief that moral responsibility requires the ability to do otherwise. For centuries, philosophers argued that if you're not free to choose, if you had to act as you did, then you can't be held responsible. No freedom, no blame. But Frankfurt offered a twist. Imagine a man named Jones. He's being watched by a brilliant neuroscientist. This scientist wants Jones to make a particular decision, but only if necessary. If Jones chooses differently, the scientist will intervene, using hidden technology to force the desired choice. But if Jones freely chooses the desired action on his own, the scientist never intervenes. Now, in this scenario, Jones chooses it on his own. No interference, no control. But here's the twist. He couldn't have done otherwise. Even if he tried to choose differently, he would have been stopped. Yet because he didn't try, the intervention never happened. Jones acted freely, within a closed set of possibilities. So, is he responsible? Frankfurt says yes, because what matters isn't the existence of alternatives, but the source of the choice. If the decision came from within, from your values, your reasoning, your desire, then you are morally responsible. Even if you couldn't have chosen otherwise, you pause to reflect. How often do you assume freedom means limitless options? Frankfurt invites a more subtle view. Maybe freedom is found in authenticity, not in hypothetical escape routes. You think about your own life, times you made a choice that felt inevitable, but still fully yours. Maybe your path was shaped by your history, your beliefs, your character, but you weren't coerced, you were consistent. You lie back and consider this new kind of freedom, not the freedom to do anything, but the freedom to be who you are, fully and clearly. And maybe that's the freedom that matters most. Galileo's ship. You step onto the deck of a quiet ship. Below in the cabin, the air is still. A bowl of water rests calmly on a table. A butterfly drifts lazily in the air. A sailor plays a quiet game of dice. Everything feels steady, balanced. Now imagine the ship is moving, smoothly, steadily, across the sea. But inside the cabin, you can't tell. The butterfly floats the same way. The water stays still. The dice fall just as they did before. This is Galileo's ship, a thought experiment from the 17th century, simple in image, yet revolutionary in meaning. It's not just about ships, it's about relativity. Galileo used this image to explain a radical idea. There is no absolute motion. What feels still may be moving. What appears to move may be still. The laws of physics inside a closed system don't change, whether that system is at rest or in constant motion. From within, you can't tell the difference. It was a stepping stone to what would later become Einstein's theory of relativity. But even before that, it challenged the way we think about movement, reference, and reality. You begin to reflect, how often do you judge something based on your position, without realizing you are moving? You watch clouds drift and say the sky is in motion, but perhaps it's you. You look at others and wonder why they change, but perhaps your own thoughts are shifting beneath your feet. Galileo's ship reminds you that perspective matters, that motion, truth, and understanding often depend on where you are and what you're measuring from. And it reminds you to pause before assuming the world moves around you, because maybe you're the one in motion. You lie still now, and yet your body is moving with the earth. spinning through space, orbiting the sun, traveling through a galaxy, and you feel none of it. Stillness, like motion, is relative, and truth often waits beyond the window of your own cabin. Max Bucket, the problem of the criterion. You want to know what's true, not just what feels true, but what actually is. You begin by asking a simple question: what do I know? But quickly, another question arises: how do I know it? And then a deeper problem emerges to decide what's true. You need a criterion, a standard, a method, a rule for judging truth. But to choose a good criterion, you'd need to already know which things are true. And to know what's true, you'd need to already have a good criterion. You're stuck. This is the problem of the criterion, a deep puzzle from ancient epistemology, revived by philosopher Roderick Chisholm. It's a circular trap that challenges the very foundation of knowledge. Here's the dilemma. You want to answer two questions. What do we know? How do we know it? But whichever one you try to answer first depends on the other. If you try to list what you know, how do you know your list is right? Without a method. If you start with a method, how do you know it's good? Without testing it on things you're already sure of. You begin to see the loop. Some thinkers attempt to break it by choosing a starting point, a few basic beliefs or self-evident truths. But who decides what counts as basic? Others say we can only know things within systems, webs of belief that support each other, rather than resting on one firm foundation. Still others embrace skepticism, admitting maybe we don't know anything with certainty. Maybe the loop never ends. But Chisholm offers a third way. He distinguishes between methodism and particularism. He leans toward particularism. Begin with clear cases, things we're confident about, and then work backward to refine our methods. But even this doesn't fully escape the trap. You sit quietly, feeling the weight of the question, not because it has no answer, but because it shows how easily knowing slides into assuming, and how fragile truth becomes when you ask, why do I believe what I believe? You may never escape the loop, but perhaps the point is not to break it, but to walk it with care. The Chinese room argument. You sit alone in a locked room. In front of you is a table covered in slips of paper, each with Chinese characters written on them. You don't speak Chinese, not a word, but you have a massive instruction manual written in your native language. It tells you if you see this symbol, reply with that one. If you get this combination, send back this sequence. You follow it perfectly. Slip after slip, you push responses through a slot in the wall. Outside, a fluent Chinese speaker reads them and thinks, there's a person in there who understands me. But you don't. You're just following rules. This is the Chinese room argument, proposed by philosopher John Searle in 1980. It challenges the idea that a computer program, no matter how sophisticated, can truly understand anything. Searle was responding to strong claims in artificial intelligence that if a computer passes the Turing test, then it must be intelligent or conscious. But the Chinese room says otherwise. A machine might process inputs and outputs. It might simulate conversation. It might even appear to understand. But like you in the room, it doesn't actually know what it's saying. It has syntax, rules, patterns, structure, but no semantics, no meaning, no awareness. This argument forces a question: is intelligence just behavior, or is there something deeper, something internal, something human? Critics responded. Some said the whole system, the person plus the rulebook, does understand. Others argued that if the behavior is identical, maybe we shouldn't insist on a hidden inner life. But the Chinese room lingers, because it touches something ancient. What does it mean to think if a machine talks, writes poetry, gives advice, but has no experience, no feeling? What is it missing? And if we can't tell the difference, does the difference matter? You sit with the question, like a paper in your hand. Not everything that responds understands. Not everything that speaks knows. And sometimes, meaning is more than a message. It's the soul behind it. The Gettier problem. You've always been told knowledge is justified, true belief. To know something, 3 things must be true. You believe it. It's actually true. You have good reasons. Justification for believing it. Seems solid, clean, satisfying. But then along came Edmund Gettier. In 1963, he asked a simple question. What if you have a justified true belief by accident? Here's one of his examples, slightly adapted. You see a man in the office with a beard. You think, the man with the beard is Bob. And you know Bob usually wears a beard and works here. So you have good reasons. It turns out your belief is true. Bob is in the office today. But the man you saw wasn't Bob. It was someone else who also has a beard. So your belief was true. It was justified. But your justification had nothing to do with the actual truth. Did you really know it? Gettier's short paper shattered a long-standing idea in epistemology. He showed that justified true belief might not be enough for knowledge, that you can have all 3 ingredients and still be wrong in the way that matters most. His challenge gave birth to what's now known as the Gettier problem. Philosophers rushed to fix the definition. Some added a 4th condition, no false steps in reasoning. Others tried probabilistic approaches. Some argued that knowledge depends on luck or the absence of it. But none of the fixes have fully solved it. Gettier's problem endures because it reveals something fragile about knowledge, that even when everything appears in place, something can still be missing. You begin to look at your own beliefs, which ones are true, but for the wrong reasons. Which ones are lucky guesses, disguised as wisdom, and how often do we confuse confidence for certainty? The Gettier problem doesn't destroy knowledge, it deepens it. It makes you more careful, more curious, more honest, because real knowing isn't just about being right. It's about why you're right. You lie still now, surrounded by thoughts you once assumed were solid, and you begin to see truth is not just a destination, it's a path, lit by reasons that truly reach it. Moore's open question argument. What is good? It's a small word. Familiar, warm, we use it every day. Good people, good food, good intentions. But when philosophers try to define it, the ground starts to shift. Some say, good means pleasurable. Others say it means desired, or what God commands, or what promotes survival. But British philosopher G.E. Moore saw a problem. He believed that no matter how you try to define good in natural terms, like pleasure, happiness, or evolution, it always leads to what he called an open question. For example, if someone says, good means pleasurable, you can still reasonably ask, yes, but is pleasure always good? That question remains open, not obviously true or false. It still makes sense to ask, which suggests that good isn't the same as pleasure. Try it with any definition. Good is what's desired. But are all desires good? Good is what maximizes survival. But is survival always good? Each time the question remains open, you don't get a final, closed answer. That's Moore's open question argument. He used it to argue that good is a simple, indefinable quality, like the color yellow. It can be recognized, but not reduced to anything else. Moore warned against what he called the naturalistic fallacy, the mistake of defining moral terms using natural properties. Just because something is a certain way doesn't mean it ought to be that way. So what's the takeaway? That morality may not be reducible. That goodness is something we understand intuitively, but can't fully capture with logic or science. It doesn't mean we give up on ethics. It means we approach it with humility. We can ask what's good, we can debate it, we can feel it, but we may never define it down to a formula. And maybe that's okay. You lie still and think of the word good, not as a conclusion, but as an invitation to reflect, to seek, to recognize, not reduce. And somewhere in that openness lies your freedom, the experience machine. Imagine a machine. It's perfect, smooth, Safe. You enter it. Lie down, and electrodes gently attach to your brain. From that moment forward, you'll experience whatever life you want. You can be a famous artist, a world-class athlete, deeply loved, endlessly happy. You won't know it's a simulation. It will feel real, blissful, flawless. Would you plug in? This is the thought experiment posed by philosopher Robert Nozick in 1974. He called it the experience machine, and he asked, would a life of perfect pleasure, disconnected from reality, truly satisfy us? At first, the offer seems irresistible. No more pain, no failure, no regrets. But then something inside you hesitates, because to plug in means to leave behind your real relationships, your actual experiences, your struggles, your growth, your truth. Nozick argued that we want more than pleasure. We want to be a certain kind of person, not just feel like we are. We want to live in contact with reality, even when it's hard, because reality gives our actions weight. It gives our choices meaning. It gives our lives depth. In the machine, your triumphs are programmed. Your friendships aren't real. Your courage isn't tested. You feel it all, but nothing really happened. And so many people say no, not because they crave pain, but because they crave truth. Nozick used this thought experiment to challenge hedonism, the idea that the highest good is pleasure. He believed that life is about more than just feeling good. It's about being good, doing good, becoming someone. You lie still and picture the machine again. The hum, the comfort, the offer. And then you picture your real life, the uncertainty, the ache, the effort, and yet also the connection, the beauty, the moments no simulation could ever truly copy. You realize something deep. Pleasure may be part of meaning, but it isn't meaning itself. And sometimes, it's the very imperfection of life that makes it worth living. So you choose the world, raw, real, yours. Camus is the myth of Sisyphus. There is a man in a barren landscape. He grips a boulder with both hands, straining, pushing it up a steep hill. Muscles trembling, feet slipping, breath shallow. And just as he reaches the top, just as the task nears completion, the boulder slips. It rolls down, and he walks after it. This is Sisyphus, condemned by the gods to repeat the same task for eternity. Push the stone, watch it fall. Begin again. To philosopher Albert Camus, this myth isn't just a tale, it's a mirror. He sees in Sisyphus a symbol for human life. We strive, we build, we love, and yet death comes. Buildings crumble, meaning fades. Like the boulder, it all rolls back down. And so Camus asks a haunting question: is life absurd? If the universe offers no clear purpose, if suffering returns again and again, if death waits at the end of every story, then why go on? Most philosophies dodge the question with illusions, religion, false hope, distraction. But Camus refuses to look away. He stares into the abyss of meaninglessness and says, we must imagine Sisyphus happy, because here is the twist. Sisyphus is not broken. He walks back down the hill consciously. He knows the task is futile, and still, he continues, with open eyes, without illusion. That is rebellion. That is freedom. Camus calls it the absurd hero, the one who lives without hope, but without despair. The one who makes meaning by living fully, even when the universe offers none. And so we return to ourselves, to our own hills, our own boulders, the quiet routines, the grief, the struggle, the things we do, knowing they won't last. But in that repetition, Camus says, there is room for dignity, for beauty, for defiance. You lie still and feel the weight of your own stone. You've pushed it before, and tomorrow you'll push it again. But maybe, just maybe, you do it not because it will save you, but because it's yours. And in that endless return, you rise. The problem of other minds. You sit across from someone. They smile. Ned, speak. cry. You see their gestures, hear their voice, watch their eyes flicker with thought. But here's the question. How do you know they're truly conscious? Not just reacting, not just programmed, not just acting like a person, but actually feeling, inside, the way you do. This is the problem of other minds. A quiet, unsettling question in philosophy of mind. You know your own thoughts, your own feelings. You live inside your mind like a lighthouse on a dark sea, but all you can see of others is the outside. You can't feel their joy. You can't enter their sadness. You observe, interpret, assume, but you never really know. Philosophers have long struggled with this. Descartes famously said, "I think, therefore I am." But he couldn't say the same for you. You might be a dream, a shadow, a trick. And in modern times, as artificial intelligence grows more advanced, the question returns. When does behavior prove consciousness? If a robot talks like a human, laughs like a human, even writes poetry, does that mean it's aware, or just simulating awareness? But the problem doesn't end with machines. It touches your closest relationships, your family, your friends, the person lying next to you. You assume they feel what you feel. But what if they don't? And yet, despite the uncertainty, you choose to believe. Not blindly, but with trust. Because to deny other minds is to deny connection, compassion, love. You act as if others are conscious. You comfort them, apologize, listen, laugh. And in that shared pretending, maybe something real arises. Maybe what matters most is not proving another's mind, but meeting it. You lie still now, surrounded by silence. Somewhere out there, someone else may be thinking of you. You'll never step inside their thoughts, but their voice, their hand, their glance, that's how their mind reaches you. And you reach back, not with certainty, but with care, and maybe that's enough. Plato's third man argument. You look at a tree, a single tree, standing in the wind. Now you look at another tree, and another, different in shape, in size, in color, but somehow you still recognize them all as trees. Why? Plato believed it's because of forms, abstract, perfect ideals that exist beyond the physical world. There is the form of tree, the form of beauty, the form of justice. Everything we see is just an imperfect copy, shadows of the real thing. But then comes a puzzle, a quiet contradiction hidden in the very heart of Plato's system. It's called the third man argument, and it goes like this. Suppose you have three objects: a large horse, a large house, a large man. You say they're all large because they participate in the form of largeness. Now you have four things: the horse, the house, the man, and the form of largeness. They all share something in common. So by Plato's logic, they must participate in a higher form, a third level, and then those participate in another form. And on it goes, endlessly, an infinite ladder of forms. No grounding, no final definition. The very system meant to explain unity now creates an infinite regress. And so philosophers began to ask, do we really need abstract forms to explain categories? Or are we trying too hard to fit the world into perfect boxes? Maybe we recognize treeness, not through some ideal realm, but through experience, memory, comparison. The third man argument doesn't destroy Plato's philosophy, but it does whisper something important. Even the most beautiful ideas, when stretched too far, can break. You lie still, imagining that tree again. You don't need a form to know it's a tree. You feel its presence, its silence, its rootedness. Maybe the truth isn't always above us. Maybe it's right in front of us, seen not through abstraction, but through attention. The allegory of the cave. Plato's allegory of the cave, found in Book 7 of the Republic, is one of the most significant and enduring philosophical metaphors in the Western tradition. At its core, it is a study of human perception, ignorance, enlightenment, and the painful process of coming to know reality. The image is stark. A group of prisoners is chained deep inside a cave, their legs and necks fixed so they can only look straight ahead. Behind them burns a fire, and between the fire and the prisoners is a raised walkway. Along this path, other figures walk, carrying statues and objects. These cast shadows onto the wall in front of the prisoners, and the prisoners, never having seen anything else, take these shadows to be the only reality. The echoes of the objects' movement become the only sounds they know. The prisoners give names to the shadows, discuss them, and form entire belief systems based on them. In this world, illusion becomes truth. Then Plato imagines what would happen if one prisoner were suddenly freed. At first, the fire's light would blind him. The reality behind the shadows would be disorienting. If he were dragged out of the cave entirely, the sunlight outside would cause even more pain. But slowly, as his eyes adjusted, he would begin to perceive the world as it truly is, first reflections in water, then objects themselves, and finally, the sun, which Plato equates with the form of the good, the ultimate source of truth and understanding. This escape is not merely physical, it is intellectual and spiritual. It represents the philosopher's ascent from ignorance to knowledge, from belief to true understanding. But Plato also emphasizes what happens when the freed prisoner returns to the cave. He is no longer accustomed to the darkness and stumbles. The other prisoners, seeing his confusion, mock him. If he tries to free them or explain the world outside, they become hostile. They do not want to be freed. They are content in their illusions, and they view any challenge to those illusions as dangerous. The allegory is layered. It is a theory of education. Learning is not a simple accumulation of information, but a painful process of turning the soul toward the light. It is a political statement. The philosopher who perceives truth will not be welcomed in the city, but ridiculed or even attacked. It is also an epistemological claim. Most people live in a world of appearance, not reality, and few are willing or able to pursue genuine knowledge. Plato's cave continues to resonate today because the wall of shadows still exists. It may be composed of television screens, curated social media feeds, political propaganda, or cultural myths. We're still at risk of mistaking appearances for truth, still hesitant to question what we think we know. The path out of the cave, out of comfort, ignorance, and conformity, is still as difficult and necessary as it was in ancient Athens. Determinism versus free will. The debate between determinism and free will is one of the most enduring and foundational in all of philosophy. At its core, it concerns a single, unsettling question: are our choices truly our own? Determinism is the belief that every event, including every human thought and action, is the inevitable result of preceding causes. If the universe operates according to consistent physical laws, then, in principle, everything that happens, including your decision to read this sentence, was predetermined by prior conditions. The Big Bang set off a chain of events, and every atom, neuron, and synapse has followed from that initial burst of energy. From this view, the idea of choice is an illusion. We feel like we choose, but we are simply enacting a script written by physics, biology, and history. This deterministic view raises uncomfortable implications for morality and justice. If our actions are determined, can we be held responsible for them? Can we praise generosity or condemn cruelty if neither the generous nor the cruel had any real choice in the matter? Determinism does not excuse behavior. It simply reframes it as the final link in a causal chain that extends beyond any individual's control. On the other side stands the concept of free will, the idea that human beings possess genuine agency, that we can make choices independently of external compulsion or internal predetermination. According to this view, we deliberate, consider options, and then choose. Free will underpins our legal systems, moral frameworks, and cultural narratives. We hold people accountable because we assume they could have done otherwise. Some philosophers argue that determinism and free will are incompatible. This is known as incompatibilism. But others propose a middle path, compatibilism. This view holds that determinism and free will can coexist. Compatibilists argue that being free doesn't mean being uncaused. It means acting according to one's own motivations without external coercion. Even if our desires have causes, as long as we act in line with them, we are free in a meaningful sense. Contemporary science has complicated this debate. Neuroscientific experiments have shown that brain activity often predicts decisions before we become consciously aware of them. Some interpret this as evidence against free will. Our brains decide before we do. Others caution against over-interpreting such findings, pointing out that the presence of unconscious influence does not negate all conscious control. Ultimately, the question may not be whether we are free in some absolute sense, but what kind of freedom matters. Can we live meaningfully if our decisions are shaped, but not forced? Can we be responsible if we are influenced, but not puppeteered? Whether one leans toward determinism, free will, or compatibilism, the debate forces us to reconsider what it means to act, to choose, and to be human in a universe that may or may not be already written. Moral relativism. Moral relativism is the philosophical position that moral judgments are not universally true, but are instead relative to cultural, societal, or individual perspectives. According to this view, what is considered right or wrong, just or unjust, is not fixed by any objective moral standard, but is instead determined by local norms, traditions, or personal values. This stands in contrast to moral absolutism, which maintains that there are objective moral truths that apply to all people at all times, regardless of context. Relativism comes in various forms. Cultural relativism holds that moral codes are created and sustained within particular societies, and that one cannot evaluate one culture's morality using the standards of another. For example, practices like arranged marriage, ritual sacrifice, or dietary laws may seem morally questionable or even abhorrent to outsiders, but are often defended within their originating cultures as morally appropriate. Cultural relativism does not merely describe differences, it insists that there is no external standpoint from which to judge them. Individual relativism, sometimes called ethical subjectivism, goes a step further by claiming that moral truth is determined by the individual. In this view, statements like lying is wrong are not claims about the world, but about the speaker's personal attitudes. If a person sincerely believes that lying is acceptable in certain situations, then for that person, it is. The appeal of moral relativism lies in its rejection of ethnocentrism and dogmatism. It encourages tolerance, humility, and cross-cultural understanding. It reminds us that moral frameworks evolve over time, and what is considered immoral in one era or place may become acceptable or even admirable in another. For example, same-sex marriage, once widely condemned, is now legally and morally accepted in many societies. However, moral relativism is not without significant challenges. The most pressing is the problem of moral criticism. If no culture's moral code is objectively better than another's, can we rightly condemn slavery, genocide, or systemic oppression when practiced or justified within a different cultural framework? If morality is entirely relative, then no culture, however brutal, can be said to be wrong in any meaningful sense. This conclusion sits uneasily with our intuitions about justice and human rights. Furthermore, relativism risks collapsing into moral nihilism, the idea that no actions are truly right or wrong. If all moral opinions are equally valid, then there is no rational basis for moral debate, reform, or progress. Everything becomes a matter of preference, like taste in food or music. Despite these concerns, moral relativism continues to play a critical role in ethical discourse. It forces us to question the sources of our values, to examine the boundaries of moral universality, and to navigate the tension between cultural respect and moral accountability. Eternal recurrence. Eternal recurrence is a provocative and deeply unsettling philosophical idea most famously associated with Friedrich Nietzsche. It asks, what if every moment in your life, every joy, every pain, every mistake and triumph had to be lived over again, not once, but infinitely? What if, at the end of your life, you returned to its beginning and repeated every detail exactly, without variation, again and again, forever? Nietzsche presents this idea in The Gay Science, and later in Thus Spoke Zarathustra, not as a metaphysical claim about time, but as a thought experiment, an ethical and existential challenge. Imagine a demon confronting you in a moment of solitude and asking whether you would be willing to live your life over, down to the last gesture and breath, an infinite number of times. Would you curse the demon, or would you embrace the repetition? The value of this idea lies not in its literal plausibility, but in what it demands from the person who considers it. Eternal recurrence is in Nietzsche's hands a test of life affirmation. Can you say yes to your existence in its totality, not only to your achievements, but to your failures, your boredom, your suffering? Can you will not just isolated moments, but the whole of your life? Nietzsche's goal was not to propose a new cosmology, but to overturn the mindset that sees life as something to be endured for the sake of something beyond: heaven, redemption, progress. He was deeply critical of life-denying worldviews that devalue the present by focusing on a future ideal. In contrast, eternal recurrence demands that we treat every moment as eternally significant. If you must live your life again, exactly as it is, would you live it differently? The idea also poses serious challenges. Many people would not willingly relive their lives. Regret, trauma, mediocrity, these weigh heavily on most. Eternal recurrence forces us to confront whether we are truly living lives we affirm, or merely surviving them. For Nietzsche, only the Übermensch, the overman, could fully embrace eternal recurrence. This is not a superhuman figure in the physical sense, but one who creates values from within, who accepts reality without appeal to illusion, and who wills life as it is. Eternal recurrence is not a prescription for hedonism or recklessness. It is a demand for integrity. It asks whether you are living in such a way that you could, without shame or fear, live it all again. It confronts you with the weight of time, not as something to escape, but as something to honor. Social contract theory. Social contract theory is a cornerstone of modern political philosophy. It attempts to explain the origin of societies and the legitimacy of political authority by imagining an implicit agreement between individuals and the state. Rather than grounding authority in divine right or tradition, social contract theory bases it on reason, mutual benefit, and consent. The concept emerged most fully during the Enlightenment, especially in the works of Thomas Hobbes, John Locke, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Although each theorist presents a distinct vision, all share a basic structure. Human beings begin in a pre-political state of nature, where there are no formal laws or governments. In this condition, life may be free, but it is also uncertain, insecure, or dangerous. To escape these conditions, individuals agree, explicitly or implicitly, to form a society. In doing so, they surrender certain freedoms in exchange for protection, order, and the rule of law. Thomas Hobbes, writing in the shadow of civil war, imagined the state of nature as a state of perpetual conflict, a war of every man against every man, without a sovereign authority to enforce peace. Life would be solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. For Hobbes, people consent to an absolute sovereign, not because it is ideal, but because it is preferable to anarchy. The legitimacy of the state derives from its ability to prevent chaos. John Locke offered a more optimistic view. He saw the state of nature as governed by natural law, where people have inherent rights to life, liberty, and property. But without an impartial authority, these rights are insecure. The social contract, for Locke, establishes government as a neutral arbiter to protect these rights, not to dominate its citizens. If the government fails to uphold its end of the contract by becoming tyrannical or violating natural rights, citizens are justified in rebelling. Jean-Jacques Rousseau went further. He argued that modern society had corrupted humanity, introducing inequality and domination. The true social contract, he believed, was not about preserving self-interest, but about uniting individuals into a moral and political community. Through the general will, individuals do not lose their freedom, they gain it by participating in collective self-rule. Social contract theory has had profound influence on liberal democracy, constitutional law, and human rights. It shifted political legitimacy from divine or hereditary claims to the idea of consent and mutual obligation. But the theory also raises difficult questions. What does consent mean if we are born into a system we never chose? What happens when the state violates the contract? Who defines the terms? Despite its critiques, the social contract remains a powerful metaphor. It frames political life as something not imposed upon us, but as something we collectively shape and can renegotiate. The principle of sufficient reason. The principle of sufficient reason is the idea that everything must have a reason, cause, or explanation. Nothing, no event, no existence, no truth happens or exists without a sufficient reason why it is so and not otherwise. This principle underlies much of philosophical inquiry, and while it may seem like common sense, it carries profound implications for metaphysics, science, theology, and even free will. The clearest early articulation of the PSR comes from the German philosopher Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz in the 17th century. For Leibniz, the universe requires an explanation, why there is something rather than nothing. According to him, even truths of fact need grounding. The world, he argued, is not self-explanatory. Its existence demands a sufficient reason, which he believed must ultimately reside in God, a necessary being whose own nature provides the explanation for everything else. The PSR comes in different forms. In one version, it demands that every being has a cause or explanation. In another, that every truth has a reason why it is true. Either way, it expresses a deep human impulse, the refusal to accept brute facts. If something happens, a coin flips heads, a tree falls, a thought arises, we naturally ask why and expect some kind of answer. In science, this principle is foundational. Scientists assume the universe operates according to consistent laws, that patterns have causes, and phenomena don't just happen spontaneously without explanation. Without that assumption, scientific inquiry would be arbitrary. But the PSR also pushes beyond science. In metaphysics, it raises the question, why does the universe exist at all? If everything contingent, everything that could have been otherwise, requires explanation, then the universe, being contingent, must be grounded in something necessary. Yet the PSR is not without critics. David Hume famously doubted the necessity of causation itself, arguing that our belief in necessary connection comes from habit, not logic. Quantum physics, with its probabilistic events and apparent randomness, has led some to question whether everything really needs a cause. And existentialists, like Jean-Paul Sartre, have challenged the idea that life must have an explanation at all, embracing the absurdity of a universe without ultimate reason. Still, the PSR endures, because it reflects our intellectual restlessness. We want the world to make sense, not just in its parts, but in its whole. And even if the principle is not provable, abandoning it would mean accepting that some things just happen, for no reason, with no cause. Whether you find that liberating or disturbing depends on how much mystery you're willing to live with. Utilitarianism. Utilitarianism is one of the most influential ethical theories in modern philosophy. At its core lies a deceptively simple principle. The right action is the one that maximizes happiness and minimizes suffering. The consequences of our actions, not our intentions, duties, or rules, are what ultimately determine their moral worth. This idea was developed in the 18th and 19th centuries by thinkers like Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill. Bentham, the more radical of the two, introduced the concept of the hedonic calculus, a theoretical method for weighing the pleasure and pain produced by different actions. For Bentham, all pleasures and pains counted equally. The only thing that mattered was the net balance. Use koini wincherak buradu. The Setubas and Bansefta centuries at Pushpin is as good as poetry, he wrote, suggesting that pleasure's source was irrelevant, only its quantity mattered. Mill refined the theory. He argued that some pleasures are qualitatively superior to others. The pleasures of the intellect, imagination, and moral sentiment, he believed, are more valuable than mere physical gratification. According to Mill, it is better to be a human being dissatisfied than a pig satisfied, because human pleasures engage our higher faculties and express our full nature. Utilitarianism is appealing for its clarity and its democratic spirit. It treats each person's happiness as equally important. It cuts through rigid moral codes and asks a pragmatic question: what will actually make the world better? In this sense, utilitarianism underpins many modern institutions: cost-benefit analysis, public policy, healthcare triage, and economic ethics all rely on versions of its logic. But utilitarianism has serious challenges. Critics argue that by focusing solely on outcomes, it can justify morally troubling actions. If torturing one person would prevent the suffering of many, does the math make it right? Utilitarianism can seem blind to individual rights, justice, or fairness. It may sacrifice the few for the sake of the many, without acknowledging the moral cost. Another problem is uncertainty. We rarely know the full consequences of our actions. Trying to calculate long-term effects can be speculative and imprecise. What seems beneficial now may turn harmful later. Despite these issues, utilitarianism remains a powerful ethical tool. It reminds us to look beyond ourselves. It forces us to weigh the impact of our choices. And it asks us, relentlessly, to care, not just about what we believe or intend, but about what actually happens to real people in the world. The problem of induction. The problem of induction is a fundamental challenge in epistemology, the branch of philosophy concerned with knowledge. It asks, how can we justify beliefs about the future based on observations of the past? Introduced most famously by the Scottish philosopher David Hume in the 18th century, this problem strikes at the very core of how science, reasoning, and daily life function. Consider a simple example. You've seen the sun rise every morning of your life. You reasonably believe it will rise tomorrow. But what justifies this belief? You might say, because it always has. But that's not an argument. It's a pattern. The belief that the future will resemble the past is not logically guaranteed. It's a habit of expectation, not a necessity of reason. Hume's key insight was this: all inductive reasoning assumes that nature is uniform, that the future will be like the past. But that assumption itself cannot be proved by induction without falling into circular logic. You can't justify induction by using induction. That would be like arguing, induction works because it has worked before. This might sound abstract, but the consequences are profound. Science, after all, is based on inductive reasoning. We conduct experiments, observe regularities, and propose general laws. But according to Hume, these are never logically certain, they're just highly probable. The problem of induction reveals that even our most trusted knowledge rests on a fragile foundation. Philosophers have proposed various responses. Some try to justify induction pragmatically. It may not be logically infallible, but it works. Science delivers technology, medicine, and understanding, so we trust the method. Others appeal to probability theory or Bayesian reasoning to frame inductive inference in terms of degrees of belief. These don't solve the logical problem, but they make induction more coherent and manageable. Karl Popper offered a radical alternative. Science should avoid induction altogether. Instead, he emphasized falsification. We don't confirm theories by accumulating observations. We try to refute them. A good scientific theory is one that can in principle be proven wrong. This shift doesn't resolve Hume's concern, but tries to sidestep it. Still, the problem remains. Every time you assume your car will start, your food won't poison you, or the sky won't fall, you are trusting induction. You're betting that the world will keep operating as it has. Hume's unsettling conclusion is that this belief is not rationally justified. It is simply human. The trolley problem. You're standing beside a railway track. In the distance, a trolley is speeding toward 5 people tied to the rails. They cannot move. And if nothing changes, they will be hit. But just beside you, there's a lever. If you pull it, the trolley will switch to a side track. On that track, however, there's one person. They too cannot move. If you pull the lever, you save 5 people, but 1 will die. If you do nothing, 5 die, and the 1 lives. What would you do? This is the trolley problem. One of the most famous thought experiments in moral philosophy. It seems simple. Numbers alone suggest an answer. 5 lives are worth more than 1, but the simplicity dissolves the moment you consider what it really means to act. To pull the lever is to choose to kill someone, even if your intent is to save more lives. To do nothing is to let fate decide, but it means letting 5 people die when you could have intervened. You're not just moving a lever, you're deciding who lives and who doesn't. Philosophers call this a clash between utilitarianism and deontology. The utilitarian says, do the most good for the most people. The numbers matter. 5 is better than 1, but the deontologist argues that some actions are always wrong, no matter the outcome. Killing an innocent person, even to save 5, is still morally wrong. And you stand at the switch, heart racing. What matters more? What you cause, or what you prevent? You imagine faces, the 5, frightened, the 1, unaware. What if that 1 is your friend, your child? Does that change everything? Should it? There's no clear answer. That's the power of the trolley problem. It doesn't tell you what to do. It asks you to sit with the weight of choosing. As you drift into thought, the track fades. The steel rails blur into silence. You're left with a question, not an answer. And maybe that's the point. Not to solve the problem, but to awaken something within you. A gentle discomfort, a curiosity, a whisper of conscience. You're no longer beside the track. You're beside yourself, watching, wondering. Would you pull the lever? Plato's allegory of the cave. Imagine you've spent your entire life inside a dark cave. You were born there. You're chained, facing a wall, unable to turn your head. Behind you is a fire. Between the fire and your back, figures pass by. Unseen, but their shadows stretch across the wall in front of you. You watch them every day. They're all you've ever known. To you, the shadows are reality. This is Plato's allegory of the cave. It's not a story about a cave. It's a story about waking up. Now imagine one day your chains fall away. You stand, you turn around. For the first time you see the fire. Your eyes burn. It's too bright. You're afraid. And then someone leads you outside. At first the sunlight blinds you. The real world is strange. The colors too sharp. The trees too vivid. The truth too overwhelming. But slowly you begin to see. Not shadows but objects. Not echoes but voices. You see the world as it is, not as it was shown to you. You begin to understand the cave was never the truth, only a reflection. And now, you want to return, to tell the others. But they won't believe you. They've never left. To them, the shadows are still real. They think you're confused, delusional, maybe even dangerous. Plato believed most of us live like cave dwellers, accepting what we're told, what we see, without ever questioning what's behind it. The allegory is about ignorance and enlightenment, about how hard it is to leave comfort for truth, how painful it is to learn, and how lonely it can be to know more than others want to hear. You sit with the image, a cave, a shadow, a man blinking into the light. Maybe you've had your own moments outside the cave, a new idea, a sudden realization, a truth that unsettled you. And maybe, like the freed prisoner, you found it hard to go back. You close your eyes. The cave is quiet, but now you're no longer trapped. You've turned around. You've seen the fire. You've glimpsed the sun. And once you've seen it, even for a moment, you can never forget it. Pascal's wager. You're standing at the edge of a great unknown. Beyond it lies something vast, something silent, something you cannot see. Death, eternity, the divine, or perhaps nothing at all. You don't know. No one truly does. But the philosopher Blaise Pascal once suggested, what if life is a kind of wager? His idea, known as Pascal's wager, is simple in form but unsettling in depth. He argued that belief in God is not just a matter of evidence, but of risk. If God exists and you believe, the reward is infinite, eternal life, divine love, salvation. If you're wrong, and God does not exist, you lose very little, some time, some comfort. But if God does exist, and you do not believe, the loss is infinite. So, he reasoned, belief is the safer bet. You sit with that logic. You don't feel pressured, only intrigued. Is faith a gamble? Is doubt a risk? Pascal wasn't trying to scare. He was trying to shift the conversation from proof to prudence. You don't have to be certain. You only have to ask, what am I living for? What am I risking? But something in you hesitates. Can belief be chosen like a strategy? Can one simply decide to have faith for the sake of safety? Doesn't belief require sincerity, conviction? Pascal anticipated this. He said, begin with the habits. Act as if you believe. Pray, reflect, seek. Let the heart follow what the hands practice. It's not about manipulation. It's about openness, about choosing to live as if something greater might be true, and seeing where that path leads. You imagine belief not as a destination, but as a quiet willingness, a leaning toward hope. A wager, yes, but not on fear, on meaning. You breathe, you let the mystery remain. Pascal's wager doesn't demand that you resolve the universe. It only asks you to reflect on your life, and where you're placing your trust. And as you drift into sleep, you're not asked to decide, but simply to wonder, what do you wager your life upon? Locke's Prince and the Cobbler. Close your eyes and imagine waking up in someone else's body. You look in the mirror and see a stranger, rough hands, worn clothes, a crooked posture. But in your mind, you remember royalty, palaces, tutors, battles, crowns. You know you are a prince, and yet everyone sees a poor cobbler. This is the thought experiment proposed by the philosopher John Locke. It asks, if the consciousness of a prince woke up in the body of a cobbler, who would he be? Would he still be the prince, or would he become the cobbler? Locke believed that personal identity doesn't come from the body, but from memory. The prince, now in the cobbler's form, remembers his past, his actions, his choices. And so, in a deep sense, he is still the prince, regardless of how he appears. It's not the face that matters. It's the story behind the eyes. You think about your own life. Who are you, truly? Your body has changed since childhood. Your hair, your hands, your walk. But your sense of self, that quiet stream of memory flowing behind your eyes, has remained. Or has it? What about the memories you've forgotten? The ones you've blurred or reshaped? If identity is built on memory, what happens when memory fades? Are you still the same person after illness, trauma, or time? Some say, Identity is continuity of consciousness, your awareness, your stream of thought. Others argue it's something deeper, something immaterial, a soul, a presence, something memory alone cannot explain. You lie back and reflect. Could you still be you in another form? Would your essence survive, even if your voice changed or your hands no longer looked the same? Perhaps Locke was inviting us to look past appearances, to find selfhood not in flesh, but in reflection. You are not your body. You are not even just your thoughts. You are something unfolding, something remembered and remade with each passing day. You imagine waking in another life, and quietly, you realize you would still reach for meaning, still search for love, still wonder who you are. And maybe that's what makes you you. Descartes' evil demon. You sit quietly, eyes closed, and begin to question the world around you. What if everything you believe, your memories, your senses, your thoughts, has been carefully constructed to deceive you? Not by chance, but by design. This is the haunting idea introduced by the philosopher René Descartes, who imagined the existence of a powerful and cunning force, a malicious being, whose sole purpose is to mislead you. He called it the evil demon. This demon is not just a trickster, it is absolute in its deception. It could be feeding you an illusion so perfect, so consistent, that you would never suspect it. The world you see, the people you love, the logic you trust, all could be illusions projected into your mind, like shadows on a wall. Descartes asked, how can I be certain of anything? Not even mathematics is safe. What if 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4? But you've simply been made to believe it does. You feel the ground of certainty begin to slip. The senses lie. Dreams feel real. Memory fades. What then, if even reality cannot be trusted? But Descartes didn't stop at doubt. He went deeper. In the face of total deception, he discovered something that could not be denied. Even if an evil demon is deceiving you, you must exist in order to be deceived. Cogito, ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. This single truth became his foundation. He could doubt everything, except the fact that he was doubting. From this fragile foothold, Descartes began to rebuild knowledge, step by cautious step. You sit with this radical idea, not to fear it, but to feel it. You realize that questioning everything does not mean despair. It means clarity. It means beginning again from a place of honesty. And maybe, even without demons, there are illusions in your own life. Beliefs handed to you, assumptions never challenged, certainties never tested. Descartes teaches you that sometimes the only way to find truth is to burn away everything that isn't. In the darkness of doubt, a small light remains. You think, therefore, you are. The omnipotence paradox. You're sitting beneath a quiet sky, the stars flickering like questions. Your mind wanders upward towards something beyond all things. God, the infinite, the eternal source. And then a riddle drifts into your thoughts. Can an all-powerful being create a stone so heavy that even they cannot lift it? This is the omnipotence paradox, and at first it feels like a trick. But beneath its simplicity lies a deep question about the very nature of power, limits, and logic. If the being can't create the stone, then there's something they cannot do. That seems to make them not all-powerful. But if they can create the stone, and then can't lift it, again, they're limited. Either way, there's something they can't do. So, does omnipotence include the power to defeat itself? Some philosophers argue that true omnipotence doesn't mean the power to do the logically impossible. You can't make a square circle or a married bachelor, not because of weakness, but because these are contradictions, not real possibilities. Asking a being to create an unliftable stone is like asking for a soundless noise. Others say omnipotence must include even the absurd. After all, shouldn't a limitless being transcend logic itself? You sit with both views. Maybe power isn't about doing everything. Maybe it's about doing all that can be done, all that is meaningful, coherent, and real. But then you think deeper. Why are we drawn to paradoxes like this? Perhaps not to trap the divine, but to explore our own limits, to confront the boundaries of language, reason, and thought. We say all-powerful and assume we understand, but maybe such a concept is, by its nature, beyond us, beyond the rules we use to measure it. You gaze again at the stars. You realize that questions like this aren't meant to break faith, but to stretch it, not to weaken thought, but to widen it. The paradox doesn't resolve. It doesn't have to. It simply invites you to pause at the edge of understanding, to sit quietly in the presence of mystery. And sometimes, that's more powerful than answers. The no-exit room. Imagine a room. There are no windows, no mirrors, no way out. You are not alone. There are others, each absorbed in themselves, each watching you just as you watch them. There is no violence, no chains, only presence, silence, and time that stretches forever. This is the world of Jean-Paul Sartre's play No Exit, and the thought it leaves behind is simple, but chilling. Hell is other people, not because they harm you, not because they judge you outwardly, but because in their gaze you become a thing. You become fixed, defined, watched. You lose control over your identity. Sartre, an existentialist, believed that human beings are radically free. We create ourselves through action, through choice. But others freeze us. They see us as we were, or as they want us to be, not as we hope to become. You think of moments when you felt misunderstood, when someone labeled you and you couldn't escape it, when you acted for the sake of an image instead of your truth. That's the room, that's the trap. But the walls aren't real. The door in No Exit is never actually locked. What keeps the characters inside is their own refusal to be authentic, their clinging to lies, their fear of taking full responsibility for who they are. This is Sartre's deeper message. Freedom is terrifying. It means you can't blame your past, or your nature, or even other people. You are responsible for becoming yourself. So why stay in the room? Because sometimes it's easier to be watched than to be free. But there is hope. You can step out, not from the room, but from the illusion. You can stop performing. You can look at yourself, not through their eyes, but through your own. You sit quietly. The room is gone. There are no walls, no fixed roles, just you and your next breath and the choice to be. You are not what others say you are. You are what you choose to become. And in that moment, the door opens. The hedonic treadmill. You imagine yourself walking toward happiness. It's just ahead. More money, more time, a new house, a goal reached, a desire fulfilled. You press forward, certain that once you arrive, you'll rest. You'll finally feel content. But something strange happens. You reach the goal, and the feeling fades. The joy is real, but brief. Soon your mind resets. A new desire appears, a new hill to climb, and you begin walking again. This is the hedonic treadmill, a concept in philosophy and psychology that suggests human beings return to a baseline level of happiness, no matter what changes around them. You win the lottery. You adapt. You lose something precious. You adapt. You rise. You fall. But through it all, your emotional set point holds steady, quietly pulling you back. It feels unfair. Shouldn't good things make us lastingly happy? Shouldn't pain break us forever? But the mind is resilient, always recalibrating, always adjusting. What once amazed you becomes normal. What once hurt deeply becomes tolerable. And so you run, not on the ground, but on a treadmill of desire. Each step forward takes you nowhere. Every satisfaction fades into the next craving. You pause and reflect. Maybe this isn't a failure. Maybe it's a feature. A built-in ability to survive, to keep moving, to seek meaning again and again. But it also means that if you chase happiness only in external things, you'll never quite catch it. It's always just ahead, never here. Some philosophers suggest a different path. Instead of chasing joy, they say, cultivate gratitude. Focus not on what's missing, but on what already is. Instead of running, learn to stand still. Instead of seeking the next peak, appreciate the ground beneath you. You breathe deeply. The room is quiet. Nothing has changed, but somehow, everything feels softer. Maybe the treadmill isn't something you have to escape. Maybe it's something to step off from, if only for a moment. You don't need more to feel more. You need less movement, more presence. You are already here, and that is enough. The experience of qualia. You sit in stillness, a cup of tea warm in your hands. The scent rises, floral, faintly earthy. You take a sip, heat spreads across your tongue. A subtle sweetness lingers, and for a moment, there is nothing but sensation. But how do you know this experience? And more importantly, how could anyone else? This is the mystery of qualia, the individual, subjective qualities of conscious experience. The redness of red, the taste of salt, the feeling of sunlight on skin. These aren't facts you can measure. They are what it's like to be you, and no one else can feel them exactly the same. You may describe the color blue, but your description is not the experience. You may explain how pain works in the body, but you cannot make someone feel it with words. Qualia are the textures of consciousness, silent, private, irreducible. This thought leads to a question that has puzzled philosophers for centuries. How can we understand consciousness if we can't share experience? Imagine a scientist who knows everything about the physics of color, light wavelengths, optics, brain responses, but she's never seen red herself. She's lived in a black and white room her entire life. The moment she steps outside and sees red for the first time, has she learned something new? Many say yes, because knowledge of facts is not the same as experience. The color, the taste, the ache, they're not just data. They are the soul of being. You realize how often you live within these private worlds. You can explain yourself, try to be understood, but there is always a boundary between your mind and another's. A quiet solitude. And yet, that very solitude is what makes experience sacred. Your pain, your wonder, your joy, they are yours in a way nothing else is. You are not a machine processing input. You are a being experiencing life. Not just thinking, but feeling. You sit quietly again. The tea has cooled, but the memory of warmth lingers. It's impossible to explain to someone what this moment feels like, but you don't need to, because you were here. And that's the miracle of qualia. Achilles and the tortoise. You picture a racetrack. The sun is warm, the ground is dry. At the starting line stands Achilles, the swiftest of all Greek warriors, strong, fast, confident. Beside him, much smaller, much slower, is a tortoise. To be fair, the tortoise is given a small head start. Achilles smiles. He knows he will win. He begins to run. But Zeno, the ancient philosopher, interrupts the race, not with a stop sign, but with a paradox. He says, before Achilles can catch the tortoise, he must first reach the point where the tortoise began. But by the time he arrives there, the tortoise has moved a bit farther, and when Achilles reaches that point, the tortoise has moved again, and again, and again. Zeno continues, if every distance can be divided into smaller parts, infinitely, then Achilles must complete an infinite number of tasks to catch the tortoise. And how can one finish infinity? You pause. It feels absurd. Of course Achilles will pass the tortoise. That's how races work. But the paradox lingers, quietly unsettling. This is the heart of Zeno's paradox of motion. It's not just about a race. It's about space, time, and how we understand motion. It challenges the idea that continuous things, like a runner's stride, can be broken into an infinite number of measurable pieces. If space is infinitely divisible, how can anything move at all? And if time is infinite in parts, how can a single second ever begin or end? Some say the paradox is solved with modern mathematics, using the concept of converging series. Yes, there are infinite steps, but their total length adds up to a finite distance. Achilles does pass the tortoise. The math works, and yet, something about the paradox still captures the imagination, because it touches on something deeper, the tension between what we know in motion and what we cannot fully explain in stillness. You reflect on how life sometimes feels like this race, always chasing, never quite arriving, always dividing time into smaller and smaller tasks. But maybe the point isn't to escape infinity. Maybe it's to realize that motion happens not in logic, but in being. You take a breath, and the race continues. The problem of other minds. You're sitting across from someone you love. They're smiling. Their eyes are bright. They nod at your words, laugh at your jokes, reach out and touch your hand. Everything tells you they are present, real, aware, feeling. But how do you know? This is the quiet puzzle called the problem of other minds. It asks a deceptively simple question. How can you be certain that anyone else is conscious? You know your own thoughts. You hear your inner voice, feel your emotions. You experience your world from the inside. But everyone else, you only see their outside, their behavior, their words, their reactions. You can't peek inside their awareness. What if they're just acting, not out of malice or deceit, but because they are something less than conscious? What if they're like robots, complex, responsive, convincing, but empty within? It feels eerie, and yet, there's no way to test it. This is not paranoia. It's philosophy, a challenge to the assumption that others are like you, that behind their eyes is a world as rich and deep as your own. You might shrug it off. Of course they're conscious, but the philosopher must ask, on what grounds? You infer it from behavior, from empathy, from similarity. And most of the time, that's enough, but it remains unprovable. This thought, strange as it sounds, brings you closer to humility. It reminds you how mysterious people really are. Even those closest to you. You cannot enter another's mind. You can only listen, observe, believe. And maybe that's the point. Maybe other minds are not meant to be proven, but trusted. Not dissected, but respected. The problem does not solve. It invites compassion. Because if someone else's suffering is real, even if you can't feel it, you can choose to honor it. If someone else's joy is real, you can choose to celebrate it. You sit back and think of all the people you've passed by, spoken to, misunderstood, each one a world, each one thinking, remembering, dreaming, just like you. Or maybe not, but still, you choose to believe. And in that act of belief, something opens. You are no longer alone. Mary the color scientist. Imagine a woman named Mary. She lives in a room that is completely black and white. Every object, every surface, every book, shades of gray. She has never seen color. But Mary is brilliant. She is a scientist who studies color perception. She knows everything there is to know. Every fact about light wavelengths, every neurological process in the brain, every detail about how humans see red, blue, and green. She knows what color is, down to the last atom. Then one day, she steps outside her room. She sees a red apple, and for the first time in her life, Mary experiences the color red, not as a concept, not as data, but as sensation. And she realizes something. There was something she didn't know. This is the heart of Frank Jackson's thought experiment, known as Mary the Color Scientist. It raises a haunting question about the limits of knowledge. Can we know everything physical about an experience and still miss something essential? Mary had all the facts, but when she saw color, really saw it, she learned something new. She learned what it's like. This suggests that experience, the inner feeling, The richness of sensation is something that cannot be fully captured by information. Philosophers call this qualia, the raw, personal feel of perception. What does this mean? It challenges the idea that the mind is just a machine, that if we understand the parts, we understand the whole. Mary shows us that knowledge about a thing is not the same as knowing what it's like to live it. You reflect on your own life. Pain, love, music, grief. You can describe them. You can study them. But the experience itself, the taste, the ache, the flood of feeling, resists explanation. And that's not a flaw. It's a wonder. Mary reminds us that consciousness is more than computation. It's mystery. It's presence. It's the quiet, private richness of simply being alive. You close your eyes. Colors bloom behind your lids, not as facts, but as feelings. And somewhere, in that silent glow, you understand. Some truths can't be told. They must be seen. The brain in a vat. You wake up and everything seems normal. The room, the air, your hands, the voice in your head that says, "I'm here." But then a question whispers, what if none of this is real? What if your body doesn't exist? What if you are simply a brain in a vat, floating in fluid, wired to a supercomputer that feeds you sensations? Every sight, sound, taste, and memory carefully simulated, indistinguishable from reality. This is the chilling thought experiment known as the brain in a vat, a modern twist on Descartes' radical doubt. And like his evil demon, it asks, how can you trust your senses? If your experiences can be manufactured, if technology could one day create the illusion of life, then what makes this moment any more real than a dream? You sit with that question. Your hand moves. Your breath slows. The room remains. But certainty slips. Because the truth is, you can't prove you're not a brain in a vat. Any test you run could itself be part of the simulation. Any piece of evidence might be fake. Even your doubt could be programmed. It feels unsettling, but then something shifts. Maybe the point isn't to destroy your sense of reality, but to make you humble about it. To realize that much of what you know is built on trust, in your senses, your memory, your reason. You begin to see the real power of this thought experiment is not to make you paranoid. It's to make you curious. Curious about how you know what's real. Curious about how fragile your certainty truly is. And then something comforting emerges. Even if you were just a brain in a vat, the experiences you're having now, this calm, this breath, this awareness, they still feel real. They still shape you. They still matter. Reality, then, might not be about the source of sensations, but the depth of your attention to them. You smile softly, because whether your world is physical or simulated, you are still here, thinking. And that, perhaps, is enough. The inverted spectrum. You look at the sky. It's blue. You've always called it that. But suddenly, a strange thought arises. What if the blue you see is not the blue I see? What if, inside our minds, our colors are flipped, inverted, but we'd never know, because we both call them by the same names? My blue might look like your red. My green might feel like your purple. But since we've each learned to label these sensations consistently, we live in parallel, silent difference. This is the thought experiment known as the inverted spectrum. It asks, can two people experience the world entirely differently and never realize it? It challenges the idea that we all share the same qualia, the raw, private textures of experience. We might all say, that flower is red. But are we seeing the same thing inside? There's no way to check. I can describe red to you, but not how it feels. You can measure wavelengths, name hex codes, trace signals in the brain, but none of it touches the inner color behind your eyes. You begin to sense the enormity of subjectivity, not just in vision, but in emotion, in memory, in pain, in joy. How can I ever know what sadness feels like to you? How can you ever know what love feels like to me? The inverted spectrum doesn't offer answers. It opens a door to empathy, the realization that behind every word we share, there may be a secret world we'll never fully access. And that's okay, because even if we don't feel the same colors, we still connect through them. Even if my blue is your red, we both pause beneath the sky and feel wonder. Maybe what matters isn't sameness, but resonance. You lie back. The ceiling fades. You think of all the lives moving around you, each with their own inner palette, their own quiet songs. And somehow, the world becomes softer. Not because you've solved the mystery, but because you've started to listen. The teletransportation paradox. You step into a sleek glass chamber. A soft voice hums. Teletransportation sequence initiated. In an instant, your body will be scanned, every molecule recorded, every memory mapped. Then, you'll be disassembled, vaporized, gone. But a perfect copy of you will reappear on Mars. It will have your voice, your memories, your personality. It will believe it's you. But is it? This is the teletransportation paradox, a thought experiment that stretches your idea of identity. If a machine could copy you atom by atom and rebuild you somewhere else, did you travel or did you die? Some say yes, it's still you. If the copy thinks like you, remembers like you, and acts like you, why wouldn't it be you? But others pause. They point out the original is destroyed. What stepped out on Mars is a new being, identical but not continuous, like a clone with your mind. Would you step into that machine knowing your original body would vanish? Now the question deepens. What makes you you? Is it the structure of your body, the data of your mind, or is it something else? A thread of consciousness, a soul, a stream that must remain unbroken. If you woke up on Mars with no memory of the machine, you'd never know you were a copy. But from the outside, observers might say, the original died, and something very much like you took its place. The paradox doesn't just test sci-fi tech, it tests the idea of personal identity over time. Are you the same person you were 5 years ago? Your cells have changed, your beliefs, your habits, but the story of you continues. Still, is that continuity real, or just an illusion stitched together by memory? Do you lie back and imagine yourself dissolving in light, reappearing somewhere new? The thought is strange, unsettling, but not without wonder, because maybe identity isn't a fixed object. Maybe it's a process, fragile, persistent, and always in motion. And if that's true, then perhaps you're not who you were or who you will be. You're who you are becoming right now. Swamp Man thought experiment. You're walking through a dense, humid swamp. The air buzzes with life. So lightning flashes in the sky, and without warning a bolt strikes. You vanish in an instant. Gone, no trace left behind. But in that same moment, by sheer coincidence, a strange miracle happens. From the swamp gases and molecules around you, an exact replica of your body forms. Atom for atom, it's identical. Same voice, same memories, same personality. It opens its eyes, takes a breath, and walks out of the swamp, thinking it's you. But, is it? This is the Swamp Man thought experiment, proposed by philosopher Donald Davidson. It questions the nature of identity, consciousness, and meaning. The Swamp Man looks like you, speaks like you, and acts like you. If your friends saw it, they wouldn't notice a difference. If it looked in the mirror, it would feel like itself, but it was never born. It has no past. It didn't learn language. It didn't grow up. It didn't live. Its memories are not earned. They're copied. Its relationships were never built. They're just there. So, is the Swamp Man really you? Davidson argued that it's not, because meaning and identity aren't just about structure. They come from history, from interaction, from real experience. over time. Without that lived context, the swamp man may be a perfect replica, but it's missing something essential. Others disagree. They say if the copy is indistinguishable in mind and function, then it is you in every way that matters. The paradox deepens. What makes you? Is it your memories, your biology, your relationships? Or is there something more, something woven from the path you've taken? You begin to see how fragile identity really is, how much it depends not just on the mind or body, but on origin, on history, on continuity. And maybe that's why life matters, because it's lived, not programmed, not copied, not simulated. You lie back and imagine yourself standing beside your perfect twin, birthed by the swamp, the same but not the same. And in that strange mirror, you glimpse something quiet and sacred. You are not just what you are how you became. Omelas and the suffering child. Imagine a city called Omelas. It is bright and beautiful. Its people are joyful, creative, kind. There is music in the streets, laughter in every home. No war, no poverty, no lies. A perfect world full of light. But there is a secret. Beneath the city, in a dark, windowless room, sits a single child, alone, naked, filthy, frightened. The child is never spoken to, never touched with kindness. Forward just enough to live, it cries, but no one answers. It suffers. And every citizen of Omelas knows, at some point in their life, each person is taken to see the child. They are told, the happiness of Omelas depends on this child's misery. If the child were ever comforted, even for a moment, the balance would break. The beauty above would vanish. This is the heart of Ursula K. Le Guin's haunting parable, the omens who walk away from Omelas. It asks not whether suffering exists, but whether happiness purchased through another's pain can ever be justified. Some in Omelas weep, they rage, but most stay. They convince themselves it's necessary, that one life is worth less than many, that the child wouldn't understand kindness now, that this is the price of paradise. But a few cannot bear it. They walk away, silently, without protest. They leave the city, never to return. No one knows where they go. You sit with this story, and it asks you a question, without asking, would you stay in Omelas? You think about the world you live in, the comforts you enjoy, the suffering that exists elsewhere, hidden, distant, often unseen. Do you benefit from it? Do you know it? Ignore it. You realize the parable isn't fantasy. It's a mirror. Omelas is not a city. It's a choice. Not once, but every day. To look, or to look away. To justify, or to question. To stay, or to walk. You lie in stillness. The image of the child remains, not to shame you, but to awaken you, to remind you that joy and justice are not always aligned, and that sometimes the most human act is choosing to leave. The paradox of tolerance. You believe in tolerance. You believe in hearing every voice, welcoming every view, living side by side with those who think and speak and live differently than you. It feels like strength, like wisdom, like peace. But then a difficult idea enters the room. What if tolerance, taken too far, destroys itself? This is the paradox of tolerance, introduced by philosopher Karl Popper, and it presents a deep, unsettling question. Should a tolerant society tolerate the intolerant? At first, the answer feels obvious. Of course we should. That's what tolerance is. Accepting difference. But Popper warned that if a society tolerates every view, even the ones that seek to eliminate tolerance, it risks its own collapse, because the intolerant don't want to coexist. They want to dominate. They use the freedom of speech to silence others. They use the rules of fairness to erode fairness itself. They reject equality, inclusion, and dialogue. And once they gain power, they destroy the very system that allowed them in. So what then? Do we censor them? Ban them? Fight fire with fire? Popper's answer is careful. He says we must defend tolerance against intolerance, not with hate, but with strength. Not by silencing ideas, but by refusing to give platforms to those who would destroy the rights of others. You reflect on this tension. How do you draw the line between disagreeing and dismantling, between criticism and cruelty, between freedom and danger? It's not easy. And that's the point. Tolerance is not weakness. It's not letting everything pass. True tolerance requires judgment, courage, and the wisdom to know when a door must stay closed, not out of fear, but out of love for what lies behind it. You think about your own values, what you accept, what you ignore, what you allow into your conversations, your communities, your conscience, and you realize a tolerant world isn't one without boundaries. It's one that protects the space where difference can thrive without being destroyed. You lie back, eyes closed, and in that quiet space of thought, you understand, to preserve peace, sometimes you must be willing to say no. The problem of personal identity. You close your eyes and think back to childhood. A face in a photo, a voice in memory, a hand smaller than yours, reaching for something long forgotten. That was you, wasn't it? This is the core of the problem of personal identity. A question that seems simple until you sit with it. What makes you the same person over time? Your body changes, every cell replaced. Your face, your posture, your voice, none of it exactly what it was. Your mind changes. Beliefs shift, memories fade, emotions deepen. Some of your past self's thoughts now seem alien, like someone else entirely. And yet, there's a feeling of continuity, a thread that runs from then to now. But what is that thread? Some say it's memory. You remember being that child, and memory forms a chain. But memory is flawed, fragile, partial, sometimes false. If you forget a moment, does it cease to be part of you? Others say it's the body, your physical continuity. But bodies are never the same twice. If your brain were placed in a new body, would you go with it? Still others say it's consciousness, the flow of awareness, always present, always you. But even consciousness slips during sleep, under anesthesia, in deep distraction. So then, who are you? A soul? A pattern? A story? You begin to realize, maybe identity isn't a thing you have, but something you become. Not fixed, but unfolding. Not a name or a face, but a process. A river shaped by time. You think of yourself not as a point, but as a path. And along that path are versions of you. Young, old, afraid, curious, broken, mending. Each one felt real. Each one was you. But you are not just any single moment. You are the space between them. You lie back, breathing gently. You may never know where identity begins or ends, but you can honor it as something delicate, fluid, mysterious. And perhaps, in the act of asking who you are, you become just a little more of who you are meant to be. The two envelopes problem. Imagine you're handed two sealed envelopes. You're told that one contains twice as much money as the other, but you don't know which is which. You pick one. You feel its weight. You're allowed to open it. Inside, $100. Now comes the twist. You're offered a chance to switch envelopes. Should you? You start to reason. If this envelope has $100, then the other must have either $50 or $200. There's a 50/50th chance. So the expected value of the other envelope is $125. That's higher than what you have now. So you should switch. But wait, this logic would apply no matter what amount you saw. Even if it was $10,000, the math says you should switch. But if that's always true, shouldn't you just keep switching envelopes back and forth forever? This is the two envelopes problem, a paradox that tricks your sense of logic with a simple choice. At its core is a tension between probability and expectation, between the numbers you calculate and the reasoning behind them. The key confusion comes from assuming equal chances between the envelope having half or double your amount, regardless of what's inside. But that ignores something: the distribution of amounts before the envelopes were sealed. Not all amounts are equally likely. Some values can't be halved without creating fractions. Some values are less probable based on how the game was set up. Once you account for that, the paradox begins to soften, but its emotional grip remains, because we all know the feeling of not being sure, of second-guessing, of wondering if what we hold is enough. The two envelopes problem becomes a metaphor, not just about money, but about life. Do you stay with what you have, or risk it for what might be better? And when do your calculations stop being rational and start becoming compulsive? You close your eyes. You feel the weight of the envelope in your hand. It could hold less. It could hold more. But for now, it holds something. And sometimes choosing to hold still is the wisest move of all. The moral luck problem. You're driving home on a quiet night. You've had a few drinks. Not enough to feel drunk, but enough to know you shouldn't be behind the wheel. Still, the roads are empty. You take the risk. You arrive safely. Now, imagine the same drive, same decision, same car, same road, but this time, a child runs into the street. You hit the brakes. Too late. The outcome is tragedy. Two identical actions, two very different consequences. Are you equally to blame in both cases? This is the puzzle of moral luck, a problem that challenges how we assign responsibility. It asks, should the morality of your action depend on things beyond your control? In both versions of the story, you acted recklessly. You made the same decision, but in one case, no harm came. In the other, a life was lost. Should we judge you differently? Some say no. What matters is intent, not outcome. If your choices were the same, so is your guilt, or lack of it. But others say yes. We can't ignore consequences. The pain caused, the damage done, the lives affected. Even if luck played a role, the world changed, and so must our judgment. You begin to see how tangled the issue becomes. A soldier follows orders, but the mission goes wrong. A doctor makes a careful decision, but a patient dies. A parent looks away for one moment, and everything changes. Were they wrong, or just unlucky? Moral luck forces you to face the uncomfortable truth. So much of what we're blamed or praised for depends on chance. Where you were born, who raised you, what moment you acted in. And yet, society demands judgment, justice, responsibility. You breathe deeply. Perhaps the lesson isn't that blame is meaningless, but that it must be tempered with humility, that we judge with open eyes, knowing how easily we might have stood in someone else's place. You think of your own life, your near misses, your small escapes, and you whisper thanks for the luck that kept you safe. Moral luck doesn't answer everything, but it reminds you not all outcomes reflect the soul that caused. The paradox of the ravens. You're walking through a quiet field, watching birds. Suddenly, you see a black raven. It flaps past, caws once, and disappears. You nod, thinking, all ravens are black. It's a hypothesis, one you've just confirmed again. Another black raven, another bit of support. But then, a strange idea takes flight. Imagine you're back in that field, and you see a green apple, harmless, ordinary. But according to logic, that green apple also confirms your hypothesis. Why? Because if all ravens are black is true, then everything that is not black must not be a raven. So, when you see something that's not black, and it's not a raven, you've confirmed that non-black things are not ravens. And that, logically, supports all ravens are black. This is the paradox of the ravens, or Hempel's paradox, named after philosopher Carl Hempel. It exposes a strange gap between logic and intuition. Formally, the two statements are equivalent. All ravens are black. All non-black things are non-ravens. So why does seeing a green apple feel irrelevant, while seeing a black raven feels meaningful? The paradox reveals something deep about confirmation. Not every piece of evidence carries equal weight, even if it technically supports the same idea. It also highlights the role of expectation. You're testing a claim about ravens, not apples. Your brain isn't wired to treat unrelated cases with the same seriousness. So what counts as evidence? Philosophers and scientists have debated it for decades. Some say confirmation is about relevance, not just truth, but usefulness. Others say it's about probability, how likely the observation was under different hypotheses. You pause and reflect. How many of your beliefs are supported by evidence you chose to notice, while ignoring quiet confirmations all around you? How often does your mind skip over green apples, looking only for ravens? You breathe slowly. The field is still, and somewhere in the distance, a bird rises into the air. You don't need certainty to think clearly, only the patience to see what's there, even if it's not black. Parfit's teleporter problem. You step into a teleportation pod. It scans your body, every atom, every neuron, every spark of memory, and converts you into pure information. Your original body is painlessly destroyed. In an instant, on Mars, a new body is assembled. It looks like you, thinks like you, remembers your childhood, your fears, your favorite song. To everyone watching, you have arrived. But here's the question: did you survive? This is Parfit's teleporter problem, a famous thought experiment in personal identity posed by philosopher Derek Parfit. At first glance, it seems obvious. You stepped in. You came out, just like taking a plane, but faster. But then you think again. The person on Mars is a copy, atom for atom, identical, but not built from your original matter. The original you was destroyed. So, is the person on Mars you, or just someone who thinks they are? And if it's not you, then teleportation is just death, followed by duplication. But if it is you, then what does that say about identity? That it's not about material continuity, not about having the same body, just about psychological continuity, memory, thought, consciousness. Parfit pushes further. What if the teleporter malfunctions and creates two copies? Both wake up, thinking they're you. Both remember your life. Both love your dog, hate olives, and want to call your sister. Both? Neither? Parfit argues that personal identity may not be what we think it is. It might not be all or nothing. Instead of a sharp line, it could be a matter of degree. What survives teleportation isn't a soul or a body, but a pattern, a story. And if that's true, then survival isn't about staying the same, but about preserving enough of who you were. You pause, you think of how much you've already changed, how many past selves you've shed, and yet you still feel like you. So maybe the self is not a single point, but a flowing river, sometimes continuous, sometimes interrupted, but always moving. You lie still, and somewhere on Mars, someone opens their eyes and smiles. Zeno's paradox. Imagine an arrow flying through the air. It cuts silently across the sky, swift and true. Now freeze time. At that instant, the arrow isn't moving. It simply occupies a single position in space. Freeze the next moment. Same result. No motion, just stillness. But if at every point in time the arrow is motionless, how does it ever move? This is one of Zeno's paradoxes, from ancient Greece. A puzzle meant to shake your understanding of motion, space, and time. Zeno presented several paradoxes, but they all share a haunting idea. Motion is impossible. Take another Achilles. The swift hero races a slow tortoise, but Zeno says Achilles will never pass it. Why? Because by the time Achilles reaches where the tortoise was, the tortoise has moved a bit ahead. And when Achilles reaches that point, the tortoise moves again, and again, an infinite number of steps. How can Achilles ever catch up? It seems absurd. We know he will pass the tortoise. We watch arrows fly. We see motion all around us. And yet, Zeno's reasoning feels airtight. The paradox works not by denying reality, but by showing the strange logic behind it. It forces a question: is motion real, or just an illusion created by our senses? Later thinkers, like Aristotle, tackled Zeno by redefining how we think about infinity. And centuries later, calculus provided a way to handle infinite steps, adding up to a finite result. Achilles can catch the tortoise, but Zeno's paradoxes still whisper something unsettling, that what we experience is not always what makes sense, that the fabric of reality might be far stranger than it appears. You reflect on your own life. Moments pass, movement happens, and yet when you slow things down, when you freeze time, you wonder, where is the motion? Where is the change? Maybe it's not in any single instant. Maybe it lives between the instants, in the flow, in the becoming. Zeno's paradox reminds you that some truths don't live in stillness, but in the space between. You breathe in and let time move again. Pascal's wager. You're sitting at a table with a single decision before you: believe in God or don't. There's no proof either way. No certainty, just possibilities. And then, French philosopher Blaise Pascal offers a wager, not a proof, but a gamble. He says, if God exists and you believe, the reward is infinite, eternal joy. But if you don't believe, and God exists, the loss is infinite, eternal separation. And if God doesn't exist, whether you believe or not, your gain or loss is finite. You lived, you died, nothing more. So Pascal frames it as a bet. Believe, and if you're right, you gain infinitely. Don't believe, and if you're wrong, you lose infinitely. In terms of risk and reward, belief seems the safer choice. Pascal's wager isn't about proving God. It's about decision under uncertainty, about how to live when the stakes might be cosmic and the evidence is incomplete. But critics quickly step in. Some ask, which God? There are many beliefs. What if you bet on the wrong one? Others say, is belief even a choice? Can you simply will yourself to believe just because it's safer? And others question the ethics. Should faith be a wager or something deeper? Still, the wager opens a door, not to certainty, but to reflection. Because behind the gamble is a deeper question. How do you live your life in the face of the unknown? Do you assume there's nothing beyond, or do you live as if there might be more? And perhaps, even beyond religion, the wager speaks to hope itself. Hope in goodness, hope in meaning, hope in something greater than what we can measure. You lie quietly and consider your own life. What have you gambled on? What have you chosen to believe? Not because it was proven, but because it offered something better. Love, justice, forgiveness, mystery. Perhaps, like Pascal, you're not betting on a God in the clouds, but on the possibility that life means more than survival. That maybe, just maybe, faith is not about knowing, but about choosing to lean toward light. The problem of induction. The sun rose today, just like it did yesterday, and the day before, and every day you can remember. So naturally, you believe it will rise tomorrow. But now pause and ask why. This is the heart of the problem of induction, raised by philosopher David Hume in the 18th century. Induction is the process of drawing general conclusions from past experiences. You've seen the sun rise 1,000 times, so you expect it again. You've dropped objects, and they've fallen, so you expect gravity to keep working. Science, learning, daily life, they all depend on induction. But Hume asks, what justifies it? Why should the past tell us anything about the future? You might say, because it always has. But that answer is itself based on past experience. It assumes the future will resemble the past because it always has. And there lies the loop. We justify induction by using induction. It's circular. Hume wasn't denying that the sun will rise. He wasn't saying science is false. He was pointing to something deeper. Our belief in cause and effect isn't logically provable. It's a habit of thought, born from repeated experience, not from reason alone. He called this the problem of justification. We have no rational foundation for expecting nature to stay consistent, but we still expect it, because our minds are built that way. You begin to feel the ground shift. If we can't prove the future will behave like the past, then everything we know becomes less certain. Yet we live by induction every day. We board planes, boil water, make plans, trust memory. Perhaps Hume's point isn't to paralyze us with doubt, but to humble us, to remind us that even our most basic assumptions are built on something we can't fully explain. And maybe that's okay, because to live at all is to lean into uncertainty, to move forward based not on guarantees but on hopeful patterns. You watch the horizon, and though you can't prove it, you know the light will come again. The paradox of tolerance. Imagine a society built on tolerance. It welcomes all voices, all ideas. It believes in freedom, in open debate, in peaceful disagreement. But then something strange happens. A group appears, one that preaches intolerance. They don't believe in tolerance at all, and they're using the freedom of this society to destroy that very freedom. Now what? Do you tolerate the intolerant, or do you stop them? And in doing so, become intolerant yourself. This is the paradox of tolerance, introduced by philosopher Karl Popper in his 1945 work, The Open Society and Its Enemies. At first glance, it feels contradictory. If you're truly tolerant, shouldn't you tolerate everything? But Popper warns, unlimited tolerance leads to the end of tolerance. Because if a society tolerates every idea, even those that seek to silence, to dominate, to destroy, eventually the intolerant will gain power. And once they do, they will shut down tolerance altogether. So Popper draws a line. He says, in a tolerant society, we must reserve the right to stand against those who use tolerance as a weapon. We don't need to silence every opposing view. But when a group promotes violence, erases dialogue, or dismantles rights, we can and should defend the core of an open society, not through oppression, but through reason, resistance, and sometimes forceful protection of others. It's a delicate balance. Too much tolerance, and you invite your own destruction. Too little, and you become the thing you feared. This paradox plays out in real life, in politics, in media, online platforms, even in personal relationships. When do we engage? When do we push back? When do we say, this ends here? You lie still, and think of all the times you stayed silent, to be polite, to be neutral, to avoid conflict, and you wonder, was my silence tolerance or surrender? Popper reminds you that true tolerance isn't weakness. It's a strength that defends itself, not out of hatred, but to keep space open for dialogue, for dissent, for dignity. You breathe in, because sometimes the most tolerant act, Heidegger's being toward death. There is a truth you carry with you at all times. It waits behind every breath, every plan, every ordinary moment. You will die, not as a possibility, but as a certainty. This isn't meant to haunt you, it's meant to wake you. For German philosopher Martin Heidegger, this truth, death, is not merely an event that happens at the end. It's a fundamental part of being itself. He called it being toward death. Most of the time, we live in what Heidegger calls inauthenticity. We distract ourselves. We follow routines. We live as they live, according to what others expect, what society says. But death pulls you out of that. It reveals something no one can do for you. No one can die your death. In that aloneness is something powerful. The call to authentic being, to realize that your life is not endless, not theoretical, not borrowed. It's yours, and it's finite. To live being toward death is not to be obsessed with dying, but to let death illuminate how you live. When you remember that time is short, the trivial fades, the false urgency, the shallow approval, the scripted path, they begin to fall away. And what remains? You, your choices, your presence. Heidegger believed that only by confronting death, not denying it, can we live fully. Death is not the opposite of life. It's what gives life its shape, its gravity, its urgency. You lie quietly, staring into the dark. You've known this truth all along, but you tuck it away, as we all do. Still, it waits, not with cruelty, but with clarity. You will not live forever, but that's not a curse. It's a gift, because now, you can decide to show up, to speak honestly, to create what only you can, to love as if it matters, because it does. And one day, this moment will be gone, but tonight, it is yours. The Ship of Theseus. The Ship of Theseus is a classic thought experiment in metaphysics that raises profound questions about identity, continuity, and change over time. It begins with a simple scenario. A ship once belonging to the mythical Greek hero Theseus is preserved by a city as a symbol of heritage. Over the years, the wooden planks of the ship begin to rot, and one by one they are replaced with identical new ones. Eventually, every part of the ship, every mast, every board, every nail has been replaced. At this point, we are asked, is it still the same ship? At first glance, the answer seems obvious. The ship was preserved through careful maintenance, and each replacement was done with the intention of preserving its identity. It still looks like the same ship, serves the same function, and carries the same name. But here comes the twist. What if someone gathered all the original discarded planks and reassembled them elsewhere, creating a second ship? Which one, if either, is the real ship of Theseus? This problem challenges the idea that objects have fixed, enduring identities. Is identity tied to material continuity, the original parts, or to structural continuity, the form and function maintained over time? If both ships have a legitimate claim to being the original, does that mean identity can be duplicated, or does it suggest that neither is truly the same ship, and the original was lost the moment its first piece was replaced? Philosophers have debated this question for centuries because it highlights deeper problems about personal identity, especially as it relates to human beings. Our bodies are constantly changing, cells die and regenerate. Our personalities evolve, memories fade, and new experiences reshape our sense of self. Are you the same person you were 5, 10, or 20 years ago? If your physical makeup and your mental framework have both changed, what, if anything, has remained constant? In modern contexts, the Ship of Theseus has been applied to questions in technology, bioethics, and artificial intelligence. If you replace every part of a robot, is it still the same robot? If you upload a mind to a computer and then copy it, do both versions remain you? The thought experiment is no longer just abstract. It's relevant to real-world questions about digital identity, medical prosthetics, and the ethics of cloning. Ultimately, the Ship of Theseus reveals that identity is not as stable as we might assume. It forces us to consider whether continuity lies in the materials that compose a thing, in the narrative we tell about it, or in something else altogether. The question has no definitive answer, but that's precisely its power. It keeps us thinking, even when the ship has long since sailed. The trolley problem. The trolley problem is one of the most influential and disturbing thought experiments in moral philosophy. First introduced by Philippa Foot in 1967, and later expanded by Judith Jarvis Thomson, the scenario is deceptively simple, but opens a vast terrain of ethical reflection. A runaway trolley is heading down a track toward 5 workers who cannot move out of the way in time. You are standing near a lever. If you do nothing, the trolley will continue on its course and kill all 5. But if you pull the lever, the trolley will switch to a different track where only one worker is present. Pulling the lever will save 5 lives. But at the cost of 1, this scenario presents a clear moral dilemma. Is it more ethical to take an action that results in 1 death to save 5, or to refrain from acting and allow more people to die? On one level, it seems obvious. The utilitarian answer would be to pull the lever, minimizing harm and maximizing well-being. 5 lives are more valuable than 1, in purely numerical terms. But the moment you act, you are no longer a passive observer. You become directly responsible for the death of the 1 person. This introduces a deontological concern that the morality of an action is not just about consequences, but also about the nature of the act itself. Some would argue that deliberately causing the death of an innocent person, even to save others, is a moral violation that cannot be justified. Judith Jarvis Thomson expanded the dilemma with further variations. In one version, you are on a footbridge above the track. A large man stands beside you. If you push him onto the track, his body will stop the trolley and save the 5 people. Most people who would pull the lever in the original scenario now hesitate. The numbers are the same, 5 versus 1, but the means have changed. Physically pushing someone to their death feels more personal, more intentional, and therefore more morally troubling. These variations highlight an important point. Our moral intuitions are shaped not only by outcomes, but by the mechanisms through which those outcomes are achieved. The trolley problem forces us to confront the inconsistency and complexity of our moral reasoning. It also raises questions about responsibility, intention, and the permissibility of harm. In the modern era, the trolley problem is no longer just a philosophical puzzle. It is being actively considered in the design of autonomous vehicles, medical triage systems, and military drones. How should a self-driving car respond in a no-win scenario? Should it swerve to save 5 pedestrians at the cost of its passenger's life? These are not theoretical questions. They are design decisions being made now. The trolley problem endures not because it provides clear answers, but because it reveals how difficult moral choices can be when values clash. It shows that behind every principle lies a deeper set of assumptions, and that ethics often involves navigating between equally troubling options, rather than choosing between obvious right and wrong. Tabula rasa. Tabula rasa, Latin for blank slate, is a foundational concept in epistemology and theories of human development. The term is most famously associated with John Locke, who in his 1690 work, An Essay Concerning Human Understanding, proposed that the human mind is empty at birth, like a clean sheet of paper, and that all knowledge arises through experience. For Locke, there are no innate ideas, no inborn concepts or moral principles. Instead, the mind acquires knowledge through sensation and reflection, the raw data of the world processed by internal reasoning. Locke's theory was a direct challenge to earlier rationalist thinkers, particularly René Descartes, who held that certain ideas, such as those of God, self, or number, are inborn and universally shared. Against this, Locke argued that if ideas were innate, we would expect children and those in all cultures to possess them. But this is clearly not the case. Differences in belief, knowledge, and behavior across societies point to the influence of environment, education, and experience. Tabula rasa has significant implications beyond epistemology. In education, it implies that individuals are shaped primarily by their surroundings, instruction, and culture. This view underpinned Enlightenment ideas about human perfectibility and the power of rational institutions to mold better citizens. If people are not inherently wise or depraved, but instead shaped by their experiences, then reforming society becomes a pathway to progress. In politics, tabula rasa fed into social contract theory. Thinkers like Locke and Rousseau believed that humans are born neither good nor evil, but become what their societies make them. This assumption supports the idea that political structures are not reflections of human nature, but instruments that form it. In modern science, Tabula rasa has been contested and modified. Advances in genetics, neuroscience, and evolutionary psychology show that humans are not entirely blank at birth. Infants display innate preferences, such as recognizing faces or responding to certain patterns of sound. Language acquisition, emotional responses, and moral instincts appear to have biological underpinnings. This does not negate the role of environment, but it complicates the picture. Nature and nurture interact in complex, reciprocal ways. Critics of strict tabula rasa models argue that denying innate traits leads to unrealistic expectations in education, social engineering, and moral theory. However, defenders maintain that the blank slate, while not absolute, is a valuable metaphor emphasizing human adaptability and potential. Ultimately, tabula rasa is not just a theory about minds. It is a statement about freedom. It asserts that we are not born predetermined, but are formed through the lives we live. That fact places enormous responsibility on the shoulders of educators, parents, and society as a whole. If we are shaped by our environments, then creating good environments is not optional. It is essential. The absurd. The concept of the absurd lies at the heart of existential philosophy and reflects a fundamental tension between the human need for meaning and the apparent silence of the universe. We are meaning-making creatures. We build narratives, invent religions, create art, formulate laws, all in pursuit of purpose, coherence, and significance. Yet when we turn to the universe for answers, we are met with indifference. The world does not explain itself. It offers no final verdict about who we are, why we exist, or how we ought to live. This dissonance is what existentialists call the absurd. Albert Camus, in The Myth of Sisyphus, 1942, presents the absurd not as a problem to be solved, but as a condition to be faced. Sisyphus, condemned to roll a boulder up a hill only for it to roll back down forever, becomes the symbol of the absurd hero. His task is meaningless by any objective standard, yet Camus famously concludes that one must imagine Sisyphus happy. Why? Because meaning does not have to be discovered, it can be created. Camus distinguishes between two types of responses to the absurd: escape and revolt. Escape includes religion, ideological certainty, or nihilistic despair, any attempt to deny or mask the absurdity of existence. Revolt, on the other hand, is a refusal to look away. It means facing the absurd honestly, without illusions, and choosing to live anyway. This is not resignation, but defiance. To live fully, without appeal to a higher meaning, is to become truly free. Existentialists like Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir also address the absurd, though with different emphasis. For Sartre, the absurd stems from existence preceding essence. We are thrown into existence without a predefined purpose and must create our own essence through action. Life has no script. We must write it ourselves. The absurd is not a flaw in the universe. It is a reflection of our radical freedom. The absurd is not about despair. It is about lucidity. It acknowledges that while the universe may not provide meaning, the human response can be dignified, courageous, and even joyful. In recognizing the absurd, we are no longer beholden to false hope or external validation. We are free to live deliberately and authentically. In this way, the absurd is not a philosophical dead end, but a beginning. It calls us to live without appeal, to affirm life in spite of its indifference, and to recognize that the absence of inherent meaning does not negate the value of experience. It compels us to give it meaning ourselves. The Ezot problem. The Ezot problem is one of the most influential challenges in moral philosophy. First clearly articulated by the Scottish Enlightenment philosopher David Hume in his 1739 work, A Treatise of Human Nature. Hume observed that many writers make a subtle but critical logical leap. They begin by describing how the world is facts about human behavior, society, or nature, and then, often without justification, conclude with how the world ought to be. This jump from descriptive statements to prescriptive ones, known as the Izot gap, forms the heart of Hume's critique. He argued that no set of factual premises, no matter how detailed, can logically entail a moral conclusion unless some normative premise is already smuggled in. You can describe 1,000 facts about how people act, what they desire, or what causes happiness, but none of these facts alone will tell you what you should do. To derive a moral ought, you need a moral principle. For example, imagine someone argues, "People naturally seek pleasure, so we ought to promote pleasure." This appears reasonable, but it contains an unstated assumption that natural desires are morally authoritative. That bridge between is and ought is not self-evident. Hume's point is not to deny that moral conclusions are possible, but to insist that they require justification beyond empirical observation. This challenge has had wide-ranging consequences. In ethics, it helped distinguish between descriptive disciplines and normative ethics, which seeks to determine what is right or wrong. In science, it serves as a warning against moral naturalism, the view that moral truths can be discovered through scientific facts alone. Simply knowing how the brain reacts to suffering, or how cooperation evolves, does not by itself tell us how we should treat others. Philosophers like G.E. Moore later echoed Hume's concern in what became known as the naturalistic fallacy, the mistaken belief that you can define good solely in terms of natural properties like pleasure, survival, or efficiency. According to Moore, good is a non-reducible, indefinable property. In practical life, the Izot problem appears when people use nature to justify ethics, such as claiming that because animals fight for dominance, human warfare is natural and therefore acceptable, or that because men and women evolve with different roles, those roles should be preserved today. Hume's insight warns us not to confuse what happens with what should happen. Ultimately, the Izot problem is not an argument against morality, but a call for rigor. It reminds us that values do not automatically arise from facts. To justify ethical claims, we must do more than describe, we must argue. Hedonism. Hedonism is the philosophical doctrine that pleasure is the highest good and the proper aim of human life. It holds that what makes life worth living, what makes an action, choice, or existence desirable, is the presence of pleasure and the absence of pain. On its surface, the idea may seem simplistic, even self-indulgent, but hedonism has a long and complex history that spans ethics, psychology, and metaphysics. The roots of hedonism stretch back to ancient Greece, most notably in the thought of Epicurus. Contrary to the modern stereotype of hedonism as mindless pleasure-seeking, Epicurus advocated for a refined and rational pursuit of pleasure. For him, the greatest pleasures were not found in indulgence, but in tranquility, ataraxia, and freedom from disturbance. Aponia, a quiet life with good friends, modest food, and philosophical reflection, brought the most lasting satisfaction. Epicurus warned against overindulgence, noting that excessive desires often lead to anxiety and pain. Another ancient proponent, Aristippus of Cyrene, took a more immediate view. He believed in maximizing present pleasures and minimizing discomfort. This version of hedonism is closer to what we associate with the term today, a pursuit of sensual and bodily enjoyment. But Aristippus, too, insisted that wise choices, self-control, and knowledge were necessary to attain real pleasure. In modern times, hedonism took on a more systematic form in utilitarianism, particularly in the work of Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill. Bentham's version was quantitative, the more pleasure, the better. Mill refined this into a qualitative view, distinguishing between higher pleasures of the intellect and lower pleasures of the body. Mill famously wrote, "It is better to be a human being dissatisfied than a pig satisfied," suggesting that not all pleasures are equal. Philosophical critiques of hedonism are numerous. Some argue that pleasure is not the only good. What about knowledge, virtue, or meaning? Others point out scenarios where pleasure conflicts with morality, such as enjoying something that causes harm to others. Robert Nozick's experience machine thought experiment poses a challenge. If we could plug into a machine that simulates perfect pleasure, would we do it? Most say no, suggesting we value more than just pleasurable experience. We want authenticity, achievement, and connection to reality. Still, hedonism endures as a compelling idea because it focuses attention on what makes life worth living. Whether through fine meals, warm conversations, intellectual joy, or peace of mind, pleasure remains central to the human experience. The real debate is not whether pleasure matters, but how much it should matter, and which kinds are truly worth pursuing. Pascal's wager. Pascal's wager is not an argument for the existence of God in the traditional sense. It is, rather, a decision-theoretic approach to belief, an attempt to reason what one should do when faced with uncertainty about the divine. Blaise Pascal, a 17th-century French mathematician and philosopher, formulated the wager in his posthumously published work Pensées, Thoughts. He framed the question of belief not as a matter of proof, but of prudence. His challenge is simple. In the absence of certainty, how should a rational person bet? The wager begins with an observation. Reason alone cannot prove or disprove the existence of God. The evidence is ambiguous, the arguments inconclusive, but we must still make a choice. We must either live as if God exists or as if he does not. In this unavoidable gamble, Pascal invites us to consider the consequences. If you wager that God exists and you are right, you gain eternal happiness, an infinite reward. If you are wrong, you lose little or nothing. If you wager that God does not exist and are correct, you gain a finite advantage, perhaps more personal freedom in this life. But if you are wrong, you face infinite loss, eternal separation from God. From a probabilistic standpoint, even a small chance at infinite reward outweighs any finite cost. Therefore, Pascal concludes, it is more rational to bet on God's existence than against it. Critics of Pascal's wager have raised serious objections. One of the most famous is the many gods problem. Which God are we supposed to wager on? Christianity, Islam, deism. If multiple conceptions of the divine are possible, the wager's payoff matrix becomes confused. Others argue that belief is not a switch one can flip at will. You cannot simply choose to believe in God for strategic reasons. Genuine faith does not work that way. Moreover, some see the wager as cynical. It treats faith not as a truth-seeking act, but as a form of self-interest. Pascal anticipated many of these objections. He did not view the wager as a final argument, but as a starting point, a way to awaken the indifferent, to shake them out of apathy. For Pascal, the wager was less about convincing skeptics than about urging the spiritually lukewarm to take their existential condition seriously. If you cannot know, at least act as if the stakes matter. Then, perhaps, belief will follow practice. At its core, Pascal's wager reframes religious belief as a moral risk, not a metaphysical conclusion. It asks, in the face of uncertainty, what kind of life will you live, and what are you willing to risk for the possibility that meaning is real? The golden mean. The golden mean is a central concept in Aristotle's ethical philosophy, particularly in his Nicomachean Ethics. It is the idea that moral virtue lies between two extremes, excess and deficiency. Courage, for example, is the mean between rashness and cowardice. Generosity is the mean between wastefulness and stinginess. The virtuous life, according to Aristotle, is one of moderation, of finding balance in thought, emotion, and action. Unlike a mathematical average, the golden mean is not a fixed point. It is relative to the individual and the situation. What counts as courageous for a soldier in battle is different from what counts as courageous for a child confronting a bully. The mean is not a one-size-fits-all formula. It requires wisdom to discern what the right action is, in the right way, at the right time. Aristotle's ethics is grounded in the idea of eudaimonia, a Greek word often translated as flourishing or well-being. He believed that humans, like everything in nature, have a purpose or telos. Our unique function is rational activity. Living well, then, means living in accordance with reason and cultivating virtues through practice. These virtues, courage, temperance, justice, and others, are not innate but developed over time, like habits, and they are maintained through balance. The golden mean challenges the binary thinking that often dominates moral discussion. It suggests that extremes are typically vices, even when they seem virtuous at first glance. Too much honesty can become cruelty. Too much discipline can become rigidity. Too much confidence can become arrogance. The key is not to reject passion, ambition, or pleasure, but to regulate them, harmonize them with reason, and channel them toward noble ends. This framework contrasts sharply with rule-based ethics, like Kantian deontology, which seeks universal moral laws. Aristotle's approach is more flexible and context-sensitive. It asks not, "What rule must I follow?" but "What kind of person should I become?" Virtue, in his view, is not about isolated actions, but about character, developed through experience, education, and reflection. Critics of the golden mean argue that moderation is not always virtuous. In the face of injustice, for example, moderation can become complicity. Courage is not always in the middle. Sometimes it demands extremes. But Aristotle's defenders reply that the mean is not timidity, it is excellence. It is not about doing less, but doing better. In a world of excess and polarization, the golden mean remains a powerful model. It reminds us that the good life is not found in extremes, but in a steady, mindful balance, attuned to reason, shaped by virtue, and oriented toward human flourishing. Occam's razor. So Occam's razor is a philosophical and methodological principle that suggests, when presented with competing explanations for the same phenomenon, the simplest one is usually the best. Formulated in various forms over centuries, it is most commonly attributed to the 14th century English friar and philosopher William of Occam, though the phrase Occam's razor came later. Occam himself never put it quite so neatly, but he did write that entities should not be multiplied beyond necessity, a caution against unnecessary complexity in reasoning. At its core, the razor is not a law of logic, nor a guarantee of truth. It is a heuristic, a tool for guiding thought. It tells us not to assume more than is needed. If two theories explain the data equally well, the one with fewer assumptions or fewer moving parts is generally preferred. In science, this principle underpins much of hypothesis testing and model building. Suppose you observe lights in the sky. Theory A says they are aircraft. Theory B says they are alien spacecraft that project artificial lights designed to mimic aircraft. Both might fit the data, but Theory A is simpler. It appeals to known entities and forces. Theory B invents unverified agents. Occam's razor would favor Theory A, not because it's guaranteed to be right, but because it adds less speculative baggage. Occam's razor also plays a role in metaphysics, theology, and epistemology. Philosophers use it to evaluate competing accounts of the mind, the universe, or God. Is consciousness best explained by dualism, which posits an immaterial soul, or by physicalism, which explains mental states in terms of brain processes? The razor leans toward the explanation that assumes fewer kinds of substances or unknown mechanisms. However, the principle is not infallible. Simpler does not always mean truer. Some phenomena are inherently complex. The history of science is filled with examples where the more complex theory turned out to be correct. Heliocentrism, quantum mechanics, evolutionary biology. What matters is not just simplicity, but explanatory power. A simple theory that explains little is less useful than a complex theory that explains a lot. Moreover, simplicity itself is not always easy to define. Is a theory with fewer assumptions simpler, or one that uses more familiar concepts? Does parsimony refer to the number of entities invoked, or the number of logical steps? These debates show that Occam's razor is a guide, not a rulebook. Still, its lasting value lies in its intellectual discipline. It reminds us to be cautious with our imaginations, to resist the lure of convoluted answers, and to start with what is necessary before reaching for what is extraordinary. The Gettier problem. For centuries, philosophers accepted a simple formula for knowledge. To know something is to hold a belief that is both true and justified. This triad, justified, true belief, was thought sufficient to define knowledge. But in 1963, a short paper by Edmund Gettier shattered that assumption. In just a few pages, Gettier showed that one could have a belief that is justified and true, and yet still not count as knowledge. What resulted has come to be known as the Gettier problem, a challenge that continues to unsettle epistemology. Gettier's examples are deceptively simple. Imagine a man named Smith, who has strong evidence for the following proposition. Jones will get the job, and Jones has 10 coins in his pocket. Smith has heard the hiring manager say Jones will be hired and has just counted the coins in Jones's pocket. So Smith concludes, reasonably, the person who will get the job has 10 coins in his pocket. But suppose, unknown to Smith, he himself will actually get the job, and by coincidence also has 10 coins in his own pocket. His belief is justified, and it is true, the person who gets the job does have 10 coins. But clearly, Smith didn't know that. His belief was correct by accident. What Gettier demonstrated is that justified true belief is not enough, at least not always. There is a gap between believing something for a good reason and knowing it. A belief can be true, and your justification might be sound based on what you know. But if the truth turns out to be the result of luck or coincidence, we hesitate to call it knowledge. The implications are significant. If Gettier is right, then our traditional definition of knowledge needs revision. Philosophers have since proposed various solutions. Some suggest adding a fourth condition, like no false premises or reliable belief-forming process, or non-defeasibility, meaning the justification wouldn't be undermined by further information. Others have gone further, questioning whether the entire project of defining knowledge as a formula is even workable. The Gettier problem forces a reconsideration of what it means to know. It reminds us that truth and belief, and even justification aren't always aligned. There's something fragile, even accidental, about knowledge, something not captured by clean definitions. We trust our senses, our reasoning, our memory. But if Gettier is right, these tools don't guarantee knowledge. They get us close, but not always close enough. And in that narrow space between truth and luck lies one of philosophy's most persistent puzzles. The categorical imperative. The categorical imperative is the cornerstone of Immanuel Kant's moral philosophy. Unlike rules grounded in consequences or emotions, Kant believed that true morality must be based on reason alone. The categorical imperative is his attempt to define a universal principle that can guide moral action regardless of circumstances, desires, or outcomes. At its core, the categorical imperative asks this: can the rule behind your action be made into a universal law that everyone could follow without contradiction? If the answer is no, then your action is morally impermissible, not because of what it causes, but because it fails the test of consistency and rationality. Take lying, for example. Suppose you lie to borrow money you don't intend to repay. The rule behind your action would be something like, it's okay to lie to get money. But if everyone followed that rule, trust would collapse. Promises would become meaningless. No one would lend money at all. The rule undermines itself. It's self-defeating when universalized. Therefore, lying in that case is immoral. Kant contrasted the categorical imperative with what he called hypothetical imperatives, rules that apply only if you want a certain result. For example, if you want to be healthy, you should exercise. These are conditional. But moral duties, Kant argued, must be unconditional. They must apply to all rational beings, in all situations. That's why they are categorical. They command absolutely. Kant formulated the categorical imperative in several ways. The first is the universal law test mentioned above. The second is the humanity formula, which says, always treat humanity in yourself and in others as an end in itself, never merely as a means. This version focuses on dignity and respect. People are not tools or instruments. You cannot use someone, deceive them, exploit them, manipulate them, without violating their inherent moral worth. This second formulation captures the intuition behind many of our ethical judgments. Why is coercion wrong? Because it treats the person as a means. Why is consent so important? Because it recognizes the other as an end. The categorical imperative in both formulations demands consistency, respect, and rational universality. Critics of Kant argue that his system is too rigid, that it lacks room for compassion, context, or emotional nuance. What if lying saves a life? What if telling the truth causes harm? Kant remained firm. Morality must be based on principles, not outcomes. Still, the categorical imperative endures because it offers a powerful idea that morality is not about what we want, but about what we can will for everyone. It is a call to integrity, to reason, and to respect for persons as moral equals. The mind-body problem. The mind-body problem is one of the oldest and most persistent questions in philosophy. What is the relationship between the mental and the physical? How does the conscious experience of thought, emotion, perception, and desire relate to the physical brain, the body, and the material world? The problem arises because human beings seem to be composed of two radically different kinds of stuff. On one hand, there is the physical body made of cells, tissues, neurons, and governed by the laws of physics. On the other, there is the mind, consciousness, awareness, inner life. We feel pain, we imagine, we reason, we reflect. These mental states have subjective qualities. They are experienced from the inside. The body can be studied publicly. The mind is accessible only to the individual. René Descartes famously articulated this dualism in the 17th century, proposing that the mind is a non-material substance, a res cogitans, distinct from the body, which is a res extensa. According to Descartes, the mind and body interact, but are fundamentally different in nature. This Cartesian dualism influenced generations of thinkers, but it also left a major puzzle. If mind and body are separate substances, how do they interact? How does an immaterial thought cause a hand to move? This question haunts dualism. Critics argue that it violates the principle of causal closure in physics. If every physical event has a physical cause, then where does the mental fit in? If the mind can change the body, does it override the laws of physics? In response, many philosophers have turned to physicalism or materialism, the view that everything about the mind can ultimately be explained in physical terms. The brain, under this view, is the mind. Mental states are brain states. Consciousness is an emergent property of neural activity, but this too raises questions. How do electrochemical signals produce subjective experience? Why should a particular pattern of neurons firing feel like the taste of cinnamon, the color red, or the grief of loss? This is the hard problem of consciousness, as David Chalmers calls it. Explaining behavior or function is one thing. Explaining experience is another. Why does it feel like something to be alive, to think, to suffer? Other theories have emerged. Some propose identity theory. Mental states are brain states. Others prefer functionalism. The mind is defined by what it does, not what it is. Some philosophers explore panpsychism, the idea that consciousness is a fundamental feature of all matter, and others pursue eliminative materialism, which argues that our current understanding of the mind is wrong in the same way pre-modern theories of heat or disease were wrong. The mind-body problem remains unsolved, but it continues to press on the deepest questions of selfhood, consciousness, and what it means to be human. It is not merely a scientific or metaphysical puzzle, it's the question behind every moment you feel, think, remember, or wonder. Akrasia. Akrasia is the phenomenon of acting against one's better judgment, knowing what you ought to do, and yet failing to do it. The term comes from ancient Greek, literally meaning lack of power or lack of command. It's what happens when you stay up late, scrolling despite knowing you'll regret it, or when you break a diet despite sincerely intending not to. The problem of akrasia puzzled the ancient philosophers. Socrates, in Plato's Protagoras, famously denied that akrasia exists. He argued that no one willingly chooses what they believe to be worse. If someone acts badly, it must be due to ignorance, either of what is good or of how to get it. For Socrates, all wrongdoing is a failure of knowledge. To truly know the good is to do the good. But Aristotle disagreed. In Nicomachean Ethics, he argued that akrasia is real. People often act in ways that contradict their rational understanding. They may know what is right in the abstract, yet fail to act on it in the moment. Aristotle saw akrasia as a conflict between reason and appetite. The acratic person is not ignorant of what is best, but their desires override their judgment at a critical moment. They are weak, not intellectually, but morally. This insight has had a long afterlife. In modern philosophy, akrasia is sometimes called weakness of will, and it's been studied through the lenses of ethics, psychology, and cognitive science. One of the puzzles it raises is how it's even logically possible. If you believe that X is the best action available, how can you knowingly choose not X? Doesn't choosing imply that you believe it's best? Some philosophers propose that belief is not enough. You may believe that quitting smoking is good, but lack the desire strong enough to act on it. Others suggest that we are often of two minds. We might hold conflicting beliefs simultaneously or have temporary lapses where impulse overrides reflective thought. In recent decades, the concept of akrasia has expanded into discussions about procrastination, addiction, self-control, and personal autonomy. Behavioral economists talk about hyperbolic discounting, our tendency to choose immediate rewards over larger future ones, even when we know better. Philosophers of mind explore the fragmentation of the self. Perhaps you who stays up late is not exactly the same you who made plans in the morning. Akrasia cuts to the heart of human struggle. We are not always rational agents. We are creatures of habit, emotion, and contradiction. Understanding akrasia isn't just an abstract exercise, it's a mirror. It reveals how often we sabotage ourselves and how difficult it is to live up to our own ideals. Dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism is the philosophical framework underpinning Marxist theory. It merges two key ideas: materialism, the belief that matter, not mind or spirit, is the fundamental substance of reality, and dialectics, the view that progress and change result from the clash of opposing forces. Together, they form a method for understanding history, politics, society, and even human consciousness. To grasp dialectical materialism, start with materialism. Unlike idealism, which treats ideas or consciousness as the foundation of reality, materialism insists that the material conditions of life, economic production, class relations, labor, and property, shape human experience. For Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, it was not human thought that drives history, but the conditions in which people struggle to survive and meet their needs. But Marx didn't adopt a static materialism. Influenced by Hegel's dialectics, he saw history as dynamic. In Hegel's version, dialectics unfolds through a triadic process: thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. Marx accepted this structure, but flipped its content. Instead of ideas driving history, he argued that material conflicts, especially between classes, drive historical development. For example, feudalism produced a landowning aristocracy and a dependent peasantry. Over time, contradictions within that system, economic stagnation, social unrest, gave rise to capitalism, which brought new productive forces and a new contradiction: the bourgeoisie versus the proletariat. The struggle between these classes becomes the engine of historical change, pushing toward a future socialist society. Dialectical materialism is not just a theory of history, it's a method for analyzing reality. It rejects metaphysical absolutes and static categories. Instead, it emphasizes process, contradiction, interconnection, and transformation. Everything, institutions, beliefs, technologies, is in motion, shaped by internal tensions and conflicts. Social structures don't just evolve, they are overturned when their contradictions reach breaking points. Critics have challenged dialectical materialism on many fronts. Some see it as overly deterministic, reducing human agency to economic forces. Others argue that history is messier than Marx's linear schema suggests. And in practice, attempts to apply dialectical materialism, especially in authoritarian regimes, have often led to dogmatism rather than flexible analysis. Yet the appeal of dialectical materialism endures. It offers a lens to see beyond surface-level appearances. Why do societies change? Why do revolutions erupt? Why do certain ideas dominate? The answer, Marx argued, lies not in philosophy alone, but in the material lives of people and the contradictions that shape them. Burden's Ass. Burden's Ass is a thought experiment designed to highlight a paradox in decision-making and rationality. It involves a simple creature, a donkey, that finds itself placed exactly midway between two identical bales of hay. Each is equally appealing, equally distant, and equally nourishing. According to strict rationality, the donkey should choose the option with better justification. But since both choices are perfectly equal, there's no rational basis to pick one over the other. So the donkey, faced with no compelling reason to lean left or right, starves to death. This image, often attributed to the 14th century French philosopher John Burdon, is intentionally absurd. No real donkey would behave this way. But the thought experiment isn't about donkeys. It's about what happens when a purely rational agent lacks a reason to choose at all. The paradox strikes at the heart of how we think about rational choice. If rationality demands justification for action, then in situations of perfect symmetry, action becomes impossible. And yet, we act. People make choices every day between near-identical options, brands of toothpaste, job offers, routes to work, even without strong reasons. Human beings can choose arbitrarily, but a strictly rational machine, in theory, could become paralyzed. Burdon's Ass illustrates the limits of rational decision-making models, especially in fields like ethics, economics, and artificial intelligence. In ethics, it raises questions about moral decision-making under uncertainty. In AI, it exposes the potential problem of designing systems that cannot act without a rational preference, no matter how small. Some philosophers respond by pointing out that the paradox assumes a flawed model of choice. In real life, small differences, psychological, contextual, subconscious, almost always tip the balance. Even when we believe options are identical, we might have micro-preferences that escape formal reasoning. Others argue that decision-making does not always require justification. A truly rational agent might adopt a randomizing principle, such as flipping a coin, to avoid paralysis in symmetrical situations. That, too, can be a kind of rationality, meta-rationality, where the goal is not perfect justification, but timely action. Buridan's ass is not merely a quirky hypothetical. It asks a profound question: is pure reason enough to guide action, or does effective choice also require something beyond logic? Instinct, spontaneity, will. In the end, the starving donkey reminds us that while reason is essential, it may not be sufficient. Sometimes to live, we must be willing to act, even when we can't explain exactly why. The argument from illusion. The argument from illusion is a classic challenge in the philosophy of perception. It begins with a simple observation. Our senses can deceive us. A stick half submerged in water appears bent. A distant mountain may seem blue. A mirage in the desert looks like a pool of water. From such examples, the argument unfolds. If our senses sometimes mislead us, how can we ever be certain that they reveal the world as it truly is? At the heart of this argument lies the distinction between appearance and reality. We often believe that what we see, hear, or touch gives us direct access to the external world, but illusions show us that perception is not infallible. If a straight stick can appear bent under certain conditions, then what we perceive is not always what is. Philosophers like George Berkeley and David Hume took this further. If perception is mediated by our senses, and those senses can generate illusions, then all we ever have access to are our sense data, not the world itself. We do not perceive objects directly, but instead experience mental representations of them. This position is known as indirect realism or representationalism. The implications are unsettling. If all our knowledge of the world comes through potentially unreliable sensory input, then certainty about the external world becomes difficult, if not impossible. What if everything we perceive is in some way distorted? Could we be living in a perpetual illusion? Some thinkers, like René Descartes, use the argument from illusion to fuel radical skepticism. If senses deceive us even once, he argued, we cannot trust them at all. This led him to search for a foundation of knowledge immune to doubt, culminating in his famous statement, "I think, therefore I am." Critics of the argument from illusion point out that identifying an illusion presupposes some standard of correctness. We only say the stick looks bent because we know through other means that it is straight. Thus, rather than undermining perception, illusions may reinforce it by demonstrating the interplay of perception and knowledge. Nevertheless, the argument from illusion remains a powerful reminder that our senses are fallible tools. It pushes us to ask, what is the nature of perception? Do we see the world as it is, or as our minds interpret it? And if our access to reality is always mediated, what kind of knowledge is possible? Identity of indiscernibles. The identity of indiscernibles is a principle in metaphysics that seems, at first, almost self-evident. If two objects are completely indistinguishable in every respect, if they share all the same properties, then they are not two objects at all, but one and the same thing. Formulated most famously by German philosopher Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, this principle pushes us to confront the very nature of what it means for something to be identical. Here's how it works. Suppose you have two spheres in a universe. They are exactly the same size, mass, color, temperature, everything. If there is no property, internal or relational, that distinguishes one from the other, then according to Leibniz, they are not truly two objects. They are one. This principle becomes clearer when flipped into its logical form. If A and B are distinct, then there must be at least one property that A has which B lacks, or vice versa. In other words, distinction requires difference. On a practical level, this seems intuitive. We distinguish people, chairs, stars, and ideas by their qualities. But at a deeper level, the principle opens complex debates, especially in the realm of physics and identity theory. Can there be truly distinct, but completely indiscernible particles? In quantum mechanics, Elementary particles like electrons are said to be completely indistinguishable. No intrinsic differences exist between one electron and another. Does that violate Leibniz's principle, or does it show that particles aren't truly individuals in the way we normally imagine? Some philosophers challenge the principle by imagining symmetrical universes, where two identical objects exist in mirrored positions, but have no distinguishable features aside from spatial location. In these hypothetical worlds, it seems possible to have two things that are entirely indiscernible, except by their position in space. If spatial location is not considered an internal property, this could be a counterexample to Leibniz's claim. Others defend the principle by expanding the idea of properties to include relational and spatio-temporal qualities, thus restoring the difference. Why does this matter? Because it strikes at the foundation of identity. What makes you you, and not someone else? If a perfect physical copy of you existed, atom for atom, thought for thought, would it be you or someone else? The identity of indiscernibles doesn't just apply to pebbles or particles. It applies to consciousness, memory, and personhood. At its heart, this principle forces us to ask, is being different more than just appearing different? And if no difference can be found, does duality still exist? Free rider problem. The free rider problem is a concept in ethics, economics, and political philosophy that highlights a tension between individual rationality and collective well-being. It occurs when individuals benefit from a shared resource or public good without contributing to its cost, taking a free ride while others bear the burden. Consider a simple example: a neighborhood where residents voluntarily fund a street light. Once installed, the street light benefits everyone, lighting the road, deterring crime, making it safer to walk at night. But each resident also knows that if others pay for it, they can still enjoy the benefits without spending a cent. If everyone thinks this way, no one contributes, and the streetlight never gets built. This isn't just a quirk of community planning. It's a recurring problem in large-scale societies. Public goods like clean air, national defense, public broadcasting, and even herd immunity from vaccines all require collective participation. But since individuals can enjoy these benefits without direct contribution, they may be tempted to free ride, undermining the very system that supports them. At its core, the free rider problem reveals a breakdown in moral coordination. Acting in pure self-interest can lead to outcomes that are bad for everyone. The dilemma is particularly thorny when participation is voluntary. Why contribute to a cause if your individual effort won't make a visible difference? And yet, if everyone reasons this way, the system collapses. Philosophers and economists have explored various solutions. One approach is incentivization, offering rewards for participation or penalties for abstention. Another is social norms, cultivating moral or cultural expectations that encourage cooperation. Governments often step in with compulsory taxation or regulation, recognizing that voluntary systems can't sustain essential goods on goodwill alone. But there's a deeper philosophical layer. What does the free rider problem say about justice and fairness? Is it unjust to benefit from a good you didn't help produce? Does fairness require contribution, or only that no one be excluded from benefits? The issue also echoes ancient philosophical questions about civic duty and communal life. Plato argued that harmony arises when all classes in society do their part. Rousseau warned of the tension between individual freedom and the general will. The free rider problem lives in this space, between personal liberty and collective responsibility. In modern times, the stakes have only grown. Climate change, vaccine hesitancy, and digital privacy all involve vast commons threatened by individual inaction. The free rider problem is no longer theoretical, it's existential. Eternalism versus presentism. Eternalism and presentism are competing theories in the philosophy of time, each offering a radically different answer to a simple question: what exists? For the presentist, the answer is straightforward. Only the present moment exists. The past is gone, and the future hasn't happened yet. For the eternalist, time is like space. All moments, past, present, and future, exist equally and eternally. Presentism feels intuitively true. After all, we experience life moment by moment, as a flowing now. The past seems like memory, the future like imagination. This view aligns with our common sense and emotional life. When we say that moment is gone, we mean it. Presentism supports ideas like change, loss, becoming, and impermanence. It matches how we feel about time. But physics complicates this intuition. According to the theory of relativity, especially Einstein's special relativity, there is no objective now that applies across the universe. Different observers, depending on their velocity, can disagree about whether two events are simultaneous. This undermines the notion of a universal present and opens the door for eternalism. Eternalists argue that time is like a fourth dimension. Just as all points in space exist regardless of where you are standing, all points in time exist regardless of when you are. The entire timeline, births, deaths, revolutions, extinctions, is laid out like a frozen block. This block universe view holds that the passage of time is an illusion. We don't move through time, we are just located at particular coordinates within it. One major implication of eternalism is the challenge it poses to free will and moral responsibility. If the future already exists, are we truly choosing anything, or are we just playing out a script that's already written? Presentists push back. They argue that eternalism denies the reality of change and experience. If the future is already real, what does it mean to anticipate something? How can we hope, regret, or choose meaningfully in a world where everything is already there? Some philosophers attempt hybrid theories, trying to preserve the reality of the present while acknowledging the mathematical structure of time in physics. Others go further, proposing that time itself may be emergent, not fundamental to the universe but arising from deeper, timeless processes. At its heart, the debate between eternalism and presentism asks, is time something we pass through or something we are embedded within? Are we carving paths through a dynamic river or standing frozen in a timeless block? Paradox of choice. The paradox of choice refers to the idea that while having some choice is good, having too much can lead to anxiety, paralysis, and dissatisfaction. This counterintuitive concept challenges one of the foundational assumptions of modern life, that freedom is defined by the number of options available to us. The more choices we have, we assume, the better our lives will be. But what if abundance undermines happiness? Psychologist Barry Schwartz popularized this idea in his 2004 book, The Paradox of Choice. Why More is Less? Drawing on empirical research and philosophical insights, he argued that modern societies, especially affluent, consumer-driven ones, suffer not from a lack of freedom, but from an excess of it. In a world where every decision, from buying toothpaste to choosing a career path, offers dozens, even hundreds of possibilities, people are often left overwhelmed and dissatisfied, regardless of what they choose. The paradox manifests in several ways. First, there's choice paralysis, the inability to decide at all because the number of options is too large. This is not just a minor inconvenience. It affects major life decisions. Should I marry this person, or keep looking? Take this job, or pursue another degree? Move to this city or that one? The fear of making the wrong choice can be so great that it prevents action altogether. Then there's regret and counterfactual thinking. Even after choosing, people often dwell on the options they didn't take, imagining how things might have been better. The more options there are, the more possibilities for second-guessing, and the more regret one is likely to feel. Finally, there's the escalation of expectations. When we have many choices, we expect more. If we choose from 10 vacation packages, and it turns out mediocre, We're disappointed, not just by the outcome, but by the sense that we should have done better. In this way, abundance breeds dissatisfaction, not joy. Philosophically, the paradox of choice intersects with notions of freedom, responsibility, and the good life. Is true freedom simply the absence of constraint, or does it require a kind of structure, limits that give choices meaning? If every door is open, how do we know which one matters? The paradox doesn't argue against freedom. It argues for purposeful freedom, the kind that comes not from infinite options, but from meaningful ones. Sometimes, less really is more, not because we lack possibility, but because we gain clarity. Copernican principle. The Copernican principle is a philosophical and scientific idea rooted in humility. At its core, it asserts that the Earth, and by extension humanity, is not in a privileged or central position in the universe. It originates from Nicholas Copernicus's revolutionary 16th century model of the solar system, which displaced Earth from the center of the cosmos and placed the sun there instead. That change was more than astronomical. It reshaped our understanding of our place in the grand scheme of things. Before Copernicus, geocentric models assumed that the heavens revolved around us. To think otherwise was heresy, both religious and philosophical. But Copernicus, by proposing a heliocentric model, forced a shift. Earth became just another planet, orbiting an ordinary star in an unfathomably vast cosmos. That shift has echoed across centuries, not just in astronomy, but in our worldview. The Copernican principle generalizes this idea. We should assume we are not special or central, whether in space, time, biology, or significance. In cosmology, this principle supports the idea that the laws of physics apply uniformly throughout the universe. When we observe distant galaxies, we assume they obey the same laws as we do. This assumption underlies modern theories, like the Big Bang and cosmic inflation. But the Copernican principle also extends to deeper philosophical territory. It challenges anthropocentrism, the belief that humans are the focal point of existence. It invites us to consider that intelligent life may not be unique, that Earth's history is not the universe's blueprint, and that our time in the cosmos is just one small chapter in an unimaginably long story. Ironically, while it began as a scientific idea, the Copernican principle carries heavy existential weight. It undermines comforting narratives of human centrality. If we're not at the center of space or time or meaning, then what is our role? Does our insignificance imply meaninglessness? Or does it demand that we find meaning in humility, in accepting our small place with grace? Some critics argue that the Copernican principle, if taken too far, can become its own dogma. Not all situations are uniform. There may be exceptions, structures, or local conditions that matter. Still, the principle remains a powerful caution. Be wary of centering yourself in a universe that likely doesn't notice. The Copernican principle doesn't belittle us. It challenges us. It tells us we are not the center, but that doesn't mean we are irrelevant. Meaning may not come from our location in the cosmos, but from how we respond to it. Socratic irony. Socratic irony is not about sarcasm, nor is it simply a rhetorical trick. It is a philosophical method rooted in humility, curiosity, and the pursuit of truth. At its heart, Socratic irony is a form of strategic self-deprecation, a way of pretending ignorance in order to expose the ignorance of others. But it's more than just clever dialogue. It is a disciplined approach to knowledge, one that challenges authority, certainty, and dogma. We find its clearest expression in the dialogues of Plato, where Socrates, the central figure, engages in conversations with politicians, poets, generals, and craftsmen. Socrates rarely claims to know anything. He positions himself as a seeker, not a teacher. I know that I know nothing, he says, a phrase that embodies the paradox at the heart of his method. By claiming ignorance, he invites others to share their knowledge. But as he questions them, it becomes clear that their beliefs are often confused, contradictory, or unexamined. This is Socratic irony in action. It is not mockery. It is a mirror. Socrates doesn't tell people they are wrong. He asks questions until they realize it themselves. His irony lies in the contrast between his apparent ignorance and his actual insight. It's a humility that disarms, allowing truth to emerge not through argument, but through careful, relentless inquiry. The point of this irony is not to humiliate, it's to awaken. Socratic dialogue isn't about winning, it's about transforming the soul. Socrates believed that true wisdom began with recognizing one's own ignorance. By stripping away illusions of knowledge, he opened the door to genuine understanding. His irony was a tool to reveal the difference between opinion and truth. In modern contexts, Socratic irony remains a powerful tool. It underpins much of the critical thinking taught in philosophy, law, and education. When a teacher answers a student's question with a question, or when a lawyer cross-examines a witness by leading them through their own reasoning, they're using a form of Socratic method. The goal is not to dominate but to clarify, to move from confusion to insight. But Socratic irony also carries risk. It can be misunderstood as manipulation or condescension. It requires patience, self-awareness, and a genuine commitment to dialogue. When used sincerely, it becomes a way of cutting through noise and ego, leading toward clarity. Socratic irony reminds us that wisdom begins not with certainty, but with the courage to ask, "What do I really know?" Hume's guillotine. Hume's guillotine is a powerful philosophical observation attributed to 18th century Scottish philosopher David Hume. It marks a sharp boundary between what is and what ought to be, a distinction so foundational that it reshaped moral philosophy. Hume's insight is simple but devastating. You cannot logically derive a moral ought from a factual is. That is, no matter how many facts you compile about the world, those facts alone cannot tell you what is morally right or wrong. In a treatise of human nature, Hume noticed that writers often made a subtle but critical shift. They began by describing how the world is, human behavior, social conditions, natural laws, and then, without justification, concluded how people ought to behave. This leap, he argued, was not supported by logic. There's a gap between descriptive statements and prescriptive ones, and anyone attempting to bridge that gap needs to provide a clear explanation of how the leap is made. This gap came to be known as Hume's guillotine, a term coined much later. Like a philosophical blade, it slices cleanly between facts and values. You can describe a situation endlessly. Humans are naturally selfish. Animals eat their young. Societies have always had hierarchies. But none of these descriptions tell us what we should do. They tell us what happens, not what is right. The implications are far-reaching. Hume's guillotine forms the basis of modern meta-ethics, the philosophical study of the nature, scope, and meaning of moral judgments. It raises profound questions. Where do moral values come from, if not from facts? Can they be objective? Are they invented, discovered, or imposed? Hume's insight also puts pressure on attempts to ground ethics in science. For instance, evolutionary biology might explain why we cooperate or punish, but it cannot tell us whether we should do so. Likewise, economic data can show inequality, but it cannot declare inequality unjust, at least not without further moral reasoning. Yet this boundary has its critics. Some argue that facts and values are more intertwined than Hume allowed. If something causes harm, isn't that fact itself morally relevant? Others try to build bridges through intermediate concepts, like human flourishing or well-being, that might turn descriptive claims into prescriptive ones. Still, Hume's guillotine stands as a crucial reminder. Moral conclusions demand more than observation. They require justification, argument, and interpretation. Philosophy doesn't just describe the world, it asks what we should do with it. The Sorites paradox. Picture a single grain of sand. You wouldn't call it a heap. It's just one grain. Now, add another grain. Still not a heap. Add a third, then a fourth, then a fifth. Still not a heap. But if you keep going, slowly, grain by grain, at some point, you'll look down and say, now that's a heap. But where exactly did that happen? At what precise moment did it transform? This is the Sorites paradox, a quiet puzzle about vague concepts and slippery boundaries. It's also known as the paradox of the heap, and it dates back to ancient Greece. The word Sorites comes from the Greek word soros, meaning heap. The problem lies in how we reason. If one grain isn't a heap, and if adding just one grain never makes it a heap, then no number of grains should ever become one. But clearly, that's not how the world works. We do recognize heaps. We talk about baldness, tallness, wealth, poverty, adulthood, all vague terms with no exact cutoff point. So where do we draw the line? How many hairs make someone bald? How much money makes someone rich? How much love makes it real? The Sorites paradox reveals the limits of our language. It shows how gradual changes can blur the borders between categories, and how our minds crave precision in a world that often refuses to give it. Some philosophers try to solve it by sharpening the line, defining exact numbers. Others say the very idea of precise boundaries is flawed, that our concepts are fuzzy and always have been. You lie still now, thinking about your own life. When did you become old? When did you fall in love? When did a friendship fade? There was no clear moment, no single grain that changed everything. And yet, it did change. That's the quiet lesson of the Sorites paradox. Sometimes, change is slow, so slow you don't notice it until you do. And by then, everything is different, one grain at a time. The Gettier problem. For centuries, philosophers believed they had a solid definition of knowledge, justified, true. Belief. You believe something. You have a good reason for believing it, and it turns out to be true. That, they said, is knowledge. But in 1963, a quiet man named Edmund Gettier changed everything with just a few pages. He showed that even when all three conditions are met, you still might not know something. Here's one of his examples. Suppose you're waiting in a room. You look at the clock. It says 3 p.m. You believe it's 3 o'clock, and you're right. It is. But unknown to you, the clock is broken. It stopped at 3 o'clock hours ago. By chance, you looked at the exact time. It just happened to be correct. So, you had a belief. It was true. You had a reason to believe it. And yet, it feels wrong to say you knew it was 3 o'clock. That's a Gettier case. It exposes the cracks in what we thought knowledge was. Gettier's challenge opened the door to a flood of philosophical attempts to fix the definition of knowledge. Should we require that knowledge can't come from luck? Should we demand reliability, not just justification? Or maybe knowledge is something more fragile, more complex, something we can't always pin down with rules. The Gettier problem doesn't just challenge theory. It forces us to ask, when do we really know something? In a world full of half-truths, coincidences, and mistaken certainties, how do we navigate what's real? You lie still now, remembering a moment you were sure of something until you weren't. You had the facts. You had the belief. But something felt off. The Gettier problem reminds us that truth is not always enough, that justification can still mislead, and that real knowing might require a little more clarity, honesty, depth, maybe even wisdom. So tonight, you drift not toward answers, but toward better questions. Because sometimes, knowing what isn't knowledge is the beginning of something deeper. The principle of sufficient reason. Why is there something rather than nothing? Why did this happen? not that. Why this life, this world, this moment? Philosophers throughout history have searched for something steady beneath the chaos. One of the most enduring tools in that search is the principle of sufficient reason. It says this: everything must have a reason, a cause, or an explanation. Nothing happens without something behind it. The idea goes back to Leibniz, a 17th century philosopher who believed the universe is not random. He thought God, being perfectly rational, would create the best of all possible worlds, and that meant every fact must have a reason why it is so, and not otherwise. You spill your drink, you feel pain, you fall in love. All of it must come from something, some explanation, some reason. But not everyone agrees. Some modern physicists and philosophers argue that at the deepest levels of reality, quantum mechanics, for instance, things just happen. Particles flicker in and out of existence. Events seem to occur without cause. No reason, no pattern, just randomness. If that's true, the principle of sufficient reason might not hold everywhere. Maybe the universe is built not on solid logic, but on mystery. Others push back. They say even if the reasons are hidden, they still exist. Our ignorance is not proof of chaos. The principle has also been used in arguments for God, for determinism, for the necessity of explanation itself. But here, in the quiet, it becomes personal. Why are you here? Why this body? Why this time? This planet? This heartbeat? You lie still and feel the ripple of the question echo inside you. It might never have a final answer, but maybe the point isn't to solve it. Maybe it's to feel it, to wonder deeply, to live as if life has meaning, even if the reason stays just out of reach. Because in seeking the reason behind things, we don't just uncover the world, we discover ourselves. The Dunning-Kruger effect. You've probably met someone who was confident, maybe even a little too confident. They spoke with certainty, dismissed other opinions, and seemed absolutely sure they were right. But as you listened, something didn't quite add up. They weren't just mistaken. They were unaware of just how mistaken they were. This is the essence of the Dunning-Kruger effect, a psychological phenomenon where people with low ability in a domain tend to overestimate their competence. In 1999, psychologists David Dunning and Justin Kruger conducted a series of experiments. What they found was surprising. Those who scored lowest on logic, grammar, and humor tests consistently rated their own performance as above average. It wasn't arrogance. It was ignorance of their own ignorance. To recognize your own flaws, you need a certain level of skill or awareness. But when you don't have that baseline, you also don't have the tools to know what you're missing. It creates a strange and often frustrating paradox. The less someone knows, the more likely they are to think they know a lot. Meanwhile, those with true knowledge often hesitate. They second guess. They see complexity, uncertainty, nuance. So they underestimate themselves. This creates a world where the loudest voices aren't always the wisest, where confidence and competence don't always walk hand in hand, and where humility is not a sign of weakness, but of understanding. But the Dunning-Kruger effect isn't just about other people. It lives in all of us. There are times we've spoken too soon, acted without enough knowledge, dismissed something we didn't yet understand, and in those moments we didn't know that we didn't know. You lie still now thinking of the vastness of what you don't know, and rather than feeling small, you feel something else, openness. Because wisdom begins not with certainty, but with the quiet willingness to say, I might be wrong. The Dunning-Kruger effect doesn't mean you should never trust yourself. It means you should remain curious, check your assumptions, and listen carefully, especially when you feel the most sure. Because the first step toward true understanding is knowing just how much there is to understand. The experience machine. Imagine this, a machine that can give you any experience you want. Absolute joy, fame, love, success. You'd feel it all vividly, completely, as if it were real, but it wouldn't be. Your body would lie in a tank, electrodes wired to your brain. You'd be fed a perfect illusion, forever. And here's the question, would you plug in? This thought experiment comes from philosopher Robert Nozick, who introduced the experience machine to challenge a central idea in ethics, hedonism. Hedonism says the best life is the one with the most pleasure. So if pleasure is all that matters, why wouldn't we plug in? Why wouldn't we trade reality for bliss? But most people hesitate. Why? Nozick believed it's because we value more than just experience. We want to do things, not just feel like we've done them. We want our lives to be rooted in truth, not simulation. We want to be a certain kind of person, not just experience being one. Even if no one ever knew, even if it didn't always feel good. Something in us longs for authenticity, to engage with the real world, to wrestle with its difficulty, to grow, because life isn't just about comfort, it's about connection, struggle, meaning, and those things can't be manufactured, or can they? Some thinkers argue, if you can't tell the difference, if the illusion is perfect, why does it matter? If happiness feels real, maybe it is real. And in an age of virtual realities, curated identities, and digital dreams, the question feels more pressing than ever. You lie still now, imagining the hum of the machine, a life of endless pleasure, no pain, no fear, no failure. Would you choose it, or would you stay awake? Choose the rawness of uncertainty, the sting of heartbreak, the ache of growth, because even if it's harder, it's yours. The experience machine doesn't have a right answer, but it reveals what you truly value, not just what feels good, but what feels real. The paradox of choice. Freedom feels like a gift, to choose what you eat, where you live, who you love. This is what it means to be alive. And for much of modern life, more choice has meant more freedom. But what if that freedom comes with a cost? What if more choice doesn't always make us happier? This is the heart of the paradox of choice, explored by psychologist Barry Schwartz. He noticed something strange. The more options people had, the more overwhelmed they became. A grocery aisle with 50 kinds of cereal doesn't always empower you. It can exhaust you. Instead of feeling free, you feel anxious. Instead of delight, you feel doubt. You second guess, did I pick the right one? You wonder what you missed. And even after choosing, you may feel regret. Because the more options there are, the more room for imagined perfection, and the more likely your actual choice feels disappointing. This isn't just about cereal. It's about careers, relationships, identities, and paths. When everything is possible, it's easy to fear you're missing the best life. And so freedom becomes pressure. Choice becomes a burden. Schwartz called this choice overload. And while it doesn't affect everyone equally, it quietly shapes how we move through the world. Too much choice can lead to paralysis, to fear of commitment, to always keeping one foot out the door, just in case something better appears. But here's the twist. Sometimes, less choice brings more peace. When we embrace limits, when we commit, even when uncertain, when we stop chasing perfect and accept what's good enough, you lie still now, floating in the gentle space between decision and surrender. The paradox of choice isn't about avoiding freedom. It's about recognizing that abundance can overwhelm, that sometimes clarity comes not from expanding options, but from narrowing focus, that happiness may not come from finding the best, but from loving what you choose and resting in it. The ship of Theseus. Imagine a wooden ship, ancient, beautiful. Over time, its planks begin to rot, one by one. Each piece is replaced. The sails, the mast, the hull. Eventually, not a single original part remains. Is it still the same ship? Now imagine someone gathers all the discarded pieces and rebuilds them elsewhere. Which one is the real ship of Theseus? This ancient puzzle isn't really about boats. It's about identity. what it means for something to remain itself while slowly changing. The thought experiment forces you to ask, what makes something the same? Is it the matter, the parts it's made of? Is it the form, the shape it takes? Or is it the continuity, the story we tell as it evolves? This question echoes beyond philosophy classrooms. It lives in your body, because your cells die and regenerate constantly. Your blood, your bones, your skin, most of it isn't the same as a decade ago, and yet you are still you, or are you? What if your memories shifted, your personality changed? Would there still be a you beneath it all? Are you the same person you were as a child, or are you a new ship with an old name? The ship of Theseus touches science, identity, even law. When does a repaired object stop being what it was? If you upgrade every part of a car, is it still that car? If a person undergoes brain surgery, memory loss, or transformation, are they still the same person in the eyes of morality? Some say identity lies in function. If the ship still sails, it's the same. Others say it lies in memory, the thread that holds the past together. And some admit, maybe there is no clear answer. Maybe identity isn't fixed. Maybe it's a gentle story we whisper to ourselves as the waves of change carry us forward. You lie still now, your own body quietly remaking itself in the dark, and you wonder what parts of me have changed. Which ones have stayed, and does it matter? Maybe the point isn't to define what stays the same. Maybe the point is to accept that everything drifts, and yet something still holds. Not the ship, but the voyage. The argument from evil. The world is full of beauty, sunrises, laughter, the warmth of a mother's touch, but it is also full of pain, famine, war, disease, loss. And so we ask, if there is a God, good, loving, and all-powerful, why does evil exist? This is the argument from evil, one of the oldest and most powerful challenges to theism. It begins with a simple contradiction. If God is all-powerful, he could prevent evil. If God is all good, he would want to prevent evil. Yet evil exists. So, does that mean such a God cannot exist? Some philosophers say yes, that the presence of immense suffering, especially in the innocent, is incompatible with a loving, omnipotent creator. Think of a child dying from cancer, a community destroyed by an earthquake. Where is the justice? Where is the mercy? Believers have offered many responses. Some argue that free will explains moral evil, that God gave humans the power to choose, and with that comes the risk of harm. Others invoke soul-making, that suffering helps us grow, deepen, and develop virtues like courage and compassion. Still others say, evil is a mystery, one we cannot fully grasp from our limited view, that we are like threads in a vast tapestry, unable to see the pattern from beneath. But the problem persists. Why so much suffering? Why such randomness? Couldn't an all-powerful God allow freedom without the horrors, or teach us growth without the grief? The argument from evil doesn't deny that good exists. It simply asks whether the cost of evil is too high, and if belief in a perfect God can survive that cost. You lie still now, holding this question like a weight in your chest, not to accuse, not to reject, but to sit with it, to feel the ache of a broken world and the longing for justice that never comes. The argument from evil is not just about theology. It's about hope in the face of cruelty, about whether the light is strong enough to hold back the dark, and whether in the deepest places of suffering, there can still be something sacred, even if we don't understand it, even if we never do. The simulation hypothesis. What if none of this is real? Not the sky, not the ground beneath you, not even your thoughts. What if everything you experience, your body, your memories, your world, is part of an elaborate illusion, not magic, not a dream, but a simulation? This is the simulation hypothesis. The idea that our entire universe could be an artificial environment, created by an advanced intelligence. It sounds like science fiction, but serious thinkers, like philosopher Nick Bostrom, have argued it's not just possible, it might be probable. Here's why. Imagine a civilization far more advanced than ours. With immense computing power, they could create simulations of entire worlds, complete with conscious beings who believe they're real. If such simulations are possible, and if advanced civilizations are interested in running them, then statistically, there could be millions of simulated worlds, and only one real one. So if you're in one of those worlds, what are the odds you're in the real one? It's unsettling. You look at your hands, you breathe, you remember your past. But if this is code, if atoms are data, and time is a program, then what does that say about you? Are you a person, or a process? Some find comfort in this idea. If reality is a simulation, maybe death isn't the end. Maybe the rules can be rewritten. Maybe there's a designer watching, guiding, or even learning from you. Others find it terrifying. If you're just data, where is your freedom? Where is your meaning? But maybe meaning isn't erased. Maybe it's created from within, not imposed from outside. After all, even in a game, you can still feel joy. You can still love. You can still choose. You lie still now, the idea circling softly in your mind. What if this is all a simulation? Would it change how you live? Would it make your kindness less real, or your suffering less deep? Or would it only remind you that awareness, wherever it arises, is still sacred? That you, even if rendered in lines of code, are still wondering, still reaching, still alive? The problem of personal identity. You wake up, you stretch, you remember who you are, your name, your story, your place in the world. But pause, look deeper. What makes you you? Is it your body, your memories, your thoughts? And if those things changed, would you still be the same person? This is the problem of personal identity, a question that asks, what holds a person together through time? Imagine a ship. Its planks are replaced, one by one, until no piece of the original remains. Is it still the same ship? Now apply that to yourself. Your cells regenerate. Your thoughts evolve. You aren't the same as you were 5 years ago, physically or mentally. So what, exactly, persists? Philosopher John Locke argued that memory is the key. You are the same person if you remember being that person. If you recall your childhood, your dreams, your pain. But memory can fail. You forget things. Trauma can erase whole pieces of your past. Does that make you someone else? Others suggest it's about psychological continuity, a chain of connected experiences, even if you can't recall each one. Still others point to the body, or the soul, or even the brain's pattern as the true seat of identity. And in the age of technology, new questions arise. If your mind were uploaded to a computer, would you survive? If a perfect clone of you were made, same memories, same personality, would that be you, or just a copy? Personal identity matters not just in philosophy, but in everyday life. It's how we assign responsibility, how we promise, how we love. If you change entirely over time, can you still be held to your word? Can someone love you today if you're not quite the person you were yesterday? You lie still now, breathing gently, sensing the self within. You are not who you were at 10. And yet, something remains. A thread, a presence, a quiet sense of I. Maybe identity isn't a solid thing. Maybe it's a story, rewritten daily, or a river, flowing but continuous. Maybe what makes you you isn't a fixed point, but the journey itself. And the fact that you still ask this question means you are still here. Parfit's teletransporter. Are you still you? Imagine this. You step into a booth on Earth. It scans every atom of your body, then destroys you completely. At the same time on Mars, another booth builds an exact copy of you. Same memories, same personality, same body, down to every cell. When the process is complete, you open your eyes, but on another planet. Would you say you survived? This is the thought experiment posed by philosopher Derek Parfit in what's now known as the teletransporter problem. and it shakes the very idea of personal identity. The copied version of you walks, talks, and thinks just like you. They remember your childhood. They cry at your memories. They love the same people. So, is that person you? Or did you die when the original was destroyed? Parfit pushes us to rethink what you really means. Is it the continuity of consciousness? Is it the physical body? Or is it the pattern, a specific arrangement of information carried forward? If the copy is identical, does it matter that your body was destroyed? Some say yes, there's only one you, and if that you is gone, you're gone. Others say no, the essence of you is preserved in the copy, and that's all identity really is. But now, imagine this twist. What if the machine malfunctions? It copies you to Mars, but doesn't destroy the original. Now there are two of you. Which one is the real you? Both believe they are. Both remember stepping into the booth. Both feel continuity. Both have your mind. So who gets your bank account? Your family? Your life? This isn't just science fiction. It's a lens into how fragile our sense of self really is. Parfit believed personal identity might not be what matters most. That survival isn't about being the same person, but about maintaining psychological connectedness, memories, intentions, traits. You lie still now, thinking of yourself not as a fixed thing, but a pattern, a thread, a flowing story. Maybe what matters isn't preserving the self, but continuing the story, even if it's told in a new voice. Buridan's ass. Imagine a donkey, hungry and thirsty, standing perfectly equidistant between two identical piles of hay. The same size, the same smell, the same appeal. There is no difference between them at all. And so, the donkey starves. This is the strange tale behind Buridan's ass, a thought experiment from the Middle Ages, attributed to philosopher Jean Buridan. On the surface, it's absurd. How could the donkey not simply choose one? Why would it freeze, incapable of action? But underneath the simplicity lies a profound question about free will, rationality, and indecision. If a creature makes choices based solely on reason, and has no reason to prefer one option over the other, then what can motivate it to act? If two options are perfectly equal, what breaks the tie? You begin to reflect. How many times in your own life have you stood between two paths, equally appealing, equally risky? A job offer, a relationship, a city, a belief. You weighed the pros and cons, waited for clarity, and sometimes did nothing at all. Buridan's ass isn't just about donkeys. It's about us, and what it takes to move forward in the face of uncertainty. Some philosophers use this story to argue that free will must exist, because without it, without the power to choose beyond pure logic, we might freeze, like the donkey, whenever reason alone cannot guide us. Others say we always act for a reason, even if that reason is emotional, unconscious, or arbitrary. The donkey wouldn't starve. It would eventually lean one way, however slightly. Still, the image remains caught between two goods, paralyzed not by fear, but by balance. You begin to see that choice isn't always about finding the better option. Sometimes, it's about creating movement, about choosing something to break the stillness. The world rarely gives us perfect clarity, but action, however small, carries us forward. You exhale softly. The donkey, still and silent, fades into the distance. You are not a creature trapped by indecision. You are someone who can step, even when the path isn't lit. And sometimes, in choosing without knowing, you find your way. The Sorite's paradox. You see a small pile of sand, just a few grains. No one would call it a heap. Now you add one grain, still not a heap. Add another, and another. At some point, it must become a heap. But when, which grain makes the difference? This is the heart of the Sorite's paradox, also known as the heap problem, a puzzle of vague boundaries and blurred definitions. It asks, how many small changes does it take to create something new? Or to put it differently, If removing a single grain doesn't turn a heap into a non-heap, then even removing them one by one should never make it disappear. But clearly, it does. You've seen this in life. When does a person become bald? When does someone become old? How many dollars make someone rich? One more, one less. Our language is full of soft edges, but our minds crave certainty. We want clean lines, clear transitions, but reality resists that. The Sorite's paradox reveals how fragile our categories are, and how much we rely on context, feeling, and shared understanding to make meaning. You begin to see that most of life is like this, not all at once, but grain by grain. You don't fall in love in a moment. You don't grow wiser in a day. You don't lose hope in a single breath. It all happens slowly, incrementally, until one day you look back and everything has changed. The paradox isn't just about logic. It's about identity, transformation, and how the smallest shifts shape us. It invites patience, because change is often invisible until it's complete. You think about the habits you've formed, the choices you've made, the thoughts you return to. Each one small, quiet, forgettable, but together they build a heap, a life, a self. You lie back and breathe. You don't need sharp answers tonight, just a softness around the edges, a respect for the gray, because even if you can't say when the sand becomes a heap, you know that it does. Kafka's Toxin Puzzle. You receive a strange offer. A billionaire tells you, if by midnight tonight, you can honestly intend to drink a vial of toxin tomorrow, I will wire $1 million into your bank account. You don't have to drink it, just form the intention. The toxin will make you sick for a day, but it won't kill you. You consider the deal. You want the money? You can picture what you do with it, and you tell yourself, I'll intend to drink it, then just not follow through. But there's a catch. The billionaire is watching your mind, not your actions. If, at midnight, you don't truly intend to drink the toxin, you get nothing. They can tell. You must sincerely mean it. This is Kafka's Toxin Puzzle, a thought experiment about intention, action, and rationality. You begin to feel the tension. At midnight, knowing you'll get paid regardless of whether you drink the toxin, how can you honestly intend to go through with it? Why suffer if you've already won? And if you can't sincerely intend to drink it, you lose the money. You're trapped between two minds, the mind of tonight and the mind of tomorrow. Each is rational on its own, but in conflict, when stitched together, the puzzle raises deep questions. Can we will ourselves to believe or intend something that we know we won't act on? Is intention real if it's not followed by action? And more broadly, how much of our future behavior can we trust? Can we commit to things now that our future self will have no reason to uphold? Kafka's puzzle isn't about money or medicine. It's about how we form commitments and what it really means to mean something. You reflect on promises you've made, goals you've set, resolutions you've whispered to yourself. Were they honest intentions or hopeful performances? And you begin to see intention is more than a thought. It's a bridge between now and later. It requires belief, integrity, sometimes even self-deception. You lie still, imagining the vial glowing on the table, $1 million in your account, and a choice that reveals the strange mechanics of the mind. Would you intend to drink the toxin? Could you? The Chinese room. You're sitting inside a sealed room. Outside, someone slips notes through a slot. Each note is covered in symbols you don't understand, lines and shapes drawn in elegant curves. It's Chinese. You don't speak Chinese. You don't know the language. But inside the room, you have a massive instruction manual, written in your native tongue. It tells you, step by step, exactly what to do. When you see this shape, send out that one. When you receive this pattern, respond with another. You follow the instructions perfectly. The person outside receives your responses and believes you speak fluent Chinese. But inside the room, you have no idea what's being said. You're just manipulating symbols. This is John Searle's Chinese room, a famous thought experiment in the philosophy of mind. It challenges the idea that computation equals understanding. Searle's target was artificial intelligence. He argued that even if a computer could convincingly simulate human conversation, like you in the room, it doesn't mean the machine understands. It processes, it calculates, it responds, but does it know? Searle asks us to imagine that syntax, the manipulation of symbols, is not the same as semantics, the meaning behind them. Just as you in the room don't understand Chinese, a machine that responds to input doesn't necessarily grasp what it's saying. You begin to feel the weight of the question, what does it mean to understand? Is it simply performance, responding in ways that appear thoughtful? Or is there something deeper, some internal awareness, some conscious grasp of meaning? Can a machine think? Or is it only acting like it can? And then, what about humans? Are we just biological machines running complex scripts? Or is there something more behind our eyes? You sit quietly in your own room now. You consider language, awareness, selfhood, not just how we speak, but how we feel, how we know we are alive. The Chinese room doesn't answer these questions. It doesn't need to. It simply reminds you, imitation is not the same as experience, and true understanding might still be something only the mind can touch from within. Imagine a bucket filled with water, suspended by a rope. You twist the rope tightly, then let go. The bucket spins. Slowly, the water inside begins to rotate too. At first, the surface is still, then it curves, rising up at the edges, forming a shallow bowl. The water has become concave. Now, pause. Why did that happen? This simple image, Mach's bucket, comes from physicist and philosopher Ernst Mach, and it holds a strange, deep question about the nature of motion. We often say the bucket is spinning, so the water reacts. But Mach asks, spinning, relative to what? Imagine the bucket and water floating in empty space. No stars, no earth, no frame of reference at all. If everything is turning together, then how do we know it's moving? Yet the water still curves. So what is it spinning against? Mach suggested something radical, that motion, especially rotation, is not absolute. It only exists in relation to the rest of the universe. If there's no external world, no cosmos to be compared to, then maybe motion becomes meaningless. And if motion is relative, then maybe inertia, the force that resists motion, is not a property of objects alone, but of their relation to everything else. This idea shook the foundations of physics, and it whispers something to the philosopher too. What if identity, truth, and meaning also depend not on what we are in isolation, but on our relation to the whole? You reflect on your own life, your feelings, your values, your choices. Are they spinning freely in space, or do they curve and shift because of invisible forces around you? Family, culture, memory, the gravity of others. You are not just a bucket, you are a surface of water, shaped by your relationship to everything else. And maybe that's not weakness, but connection. You lie still, imagining the water calming in the bucket, the spin fading, and in the silence, you feel the universe pressing softly back, not to stop you, but to remind you, you are not alone. Cogito, ergo sum. Cogito, ergo sum. Latin for I think, therefore I am, is perhaps the most famous phrase in all of Western philosophy. It was coined by René Descartes in the 17th century as a foundational statement in his quest for certainty. Faced with the possibility that everything he believed could be an illusion, his senses, his memories, even the external world, Descartes sought a single truth that could withstand radical doubt. That truth, he argued, is the simple fact that he is thinking. And from this, his existence, necessarily follows. The cogito appears in Descartes' discourse on method and is developed more rigorously in meditations on first philosophy. The structure of the argument is elegant and compact. Suppose a malevolent demon is deceiving you about everything, the external world, your body, even the laws of mathematics. Still, even if everything you perceive is false, the very act of doubting proves that there is a mind doing the doubting. Doubt is a form of thought. And if thinking is happening, then someone must be doing it. The cogito does not prove the existence of a physical body or an external world. It does not provide a full picture of the self. It proves only that there is something thinking. For Descartes, this was enough to build a foundation for knowledge. From the certainty of the cogito, he sought to rebuild the edifice of philosophy and science, ultimately concluding, through further argument, that God must exist, and that the material world must be real. Critics have challenged the cogito on several fronts. Some argue that Descartes sneaks in the assumption of a self, that I think already presupposes an I. Perhaps all we can really say is that thinking is occurring without assuming a stable, unified subject. Others question whether thought guarantees existence in the meaningful way Descartes imagined. Still, the force of the cogito lies in its resistance to doubt. It is not a syllogism, but an intuition, an immediate awareness of one's own mental activity. In modern philosophy, the cogito marks a turning point. It shifts the foundation of knowledge from the external world to the internal experience of consciousness. It anticipates later explorations of subjectivity in thinkers like Kant, Husserl, and Sartre. And it continues to serve as a reference point in debates about self-awareness, personal identity, and the nature of consciousness. More than a slogan, I think, therefore I am, is a confrontation with the raw fact of existence. When all else is stripped away, when every belief, perception, and assumption is suspended, what remains is the bare flame of awareness, a mind encountering itself. The Euthy-Fro dilemma. The Euthy-Fro dilemma is a challenge to the idea that morality is grounded in divine command. It appears in one of Plato's early dialogues, Euthy-Fro, where Socrates engages a man named Euthy-Fro in conversation outside an Athenian courthouse. Euthy-Fro claims to understand piety so well that he is prosecuting his own father for murder. Socrates, ever skeptical, presses him to define what makes something morally right. What emerges is a deceptively simple question. Is something good because the gods command it, or do the gods command it because it is good? If something is good simply because the gods command it, then morality becomes arbitrary. God could have commanded cruelty, dishonesty, or injustice, and those things would then be good, simply by fiat. This threatens to make moral values capricious, subject to divine whim, rather than grounded in reason. On the other hand, if the gods command something because it is good, then goodness must exist independently of divine will. In that case, morality is not based on God, but on some higher standard that even God must recognize. This undermines the idea that God is the ultimate source of moral authority. God becomes a kind of moral messenger, not the author of goodness. This dilemma remains a central issue in the philosophy of religion and ethics. For religious thinkers who hold that God is both omnipotent and the source of all moral truth, neither option is comfortable. If morality is independent of God, then ethics becomes autonomous, grounded in reason, human nature, or some objective standard outside of theology. If morality depends entirely on God's will, then it risks becoming arbitrary and potentially immoral. Some theologians attempt to escape the dilemma by redefining God's nature. They argue that God is not separate from goodness, but is identical to it. God's commands are not arbitrary, because they issue from his inherently good nature. This move, however, faces its own challenges. It shifts the problem rather than resolves it. and it raises further questions about what it means to say God is good if we cannot independently evaluate goodness. Others reject the dilemma altogether, arguing that it imposes a false binary. But even so, the basic tension it identifies between divine command and moral independence continues to shape debates over the foundations of ethics. The Euthyphro dilemma does not simply trouble theology. It forces anyone who invokes authority, divine or otherwise, as a basis for morality to answer a fundamental question: is that authority creating morality or responding to it? The experience machine. The experience machine is a thought experiment introduced by philosopher Robert Nozick in his 1974 book Anarchy, State, and Utopia. It challenges a foundational assumption of utilitarianism that pleasure or happiness is the highest good. Nozick's machine poses a direct question: if we could experience perfect pleasure and happiness artificially, would we choose it? Imagine a machine that can simulate any experience you desire. You could feel like you're writing a great novel, climbing Mount Everest, falling in love, raising a family, anything. The machine feeds your brain flawless electrical impulses to make these experiences feel completely real. Once plugged in, you won't know you're in a simulation. It will feel just like life. But it isn't life. It's a program. You won't actually be doing those things. You'll just think you are. Nozick asks, would you plug in? Many people hesitate. Some outright refuse. That reaction is the core of his argument. If we cared only about how life feels from the inside, we'd have no reason not to plug in. But most of us want more than pleasant experiences. We want to do things, not just feel like we're doing them. We want our actions to matter, to be grounded in reality. We want agency, authenticity, even if it comes with suffering or failure. Nozick concludes that pleasure is not the only thing we value. We care about truth. We care about actually being someone, not just believing we are. The experience machine, by offering perfect illusion, exposes the limits of hedonism and utilitarian thinking. This thought experiment continues to provoke debate. Some argue that Nozick underestimates how powerful pleasure is, or that fear of the unknown distorts our moral intuitions. Others point out that people often do seek escape through drugs, video games, virtual reality, or even fantasy to avoid pain. Maybe the line between real and simulated experience isn't so rigid. Still, the experiment resonates. It forces us to confront deep questions. What do we value in life? Is it enough to feel good? Or do we need our experiences to be anchored in something real, even if that real world is difficult, painful, and beyond our control? The experience machine isn't just about philosophy. It's about your life. What matters more, how things feel, or how things truly are? Zeno's paradoxes. Zeno of Elea, a Greek philosopher from the 5th century BCE, is remembered almost entirely for his paradoxes. Strange and subtle arguments that challenge our basic understanding of motion, space, and time. At first glance, his paradoxes seem absurd or easily refutable. But the more carefully one examines them, the more they expose unsettling flaws in how we assume the world works. Zeno's most famous paradox is called Achilles and the tortoise. Suppose Achilles gives a tortoise a small head start in a race. Achilles runs faster, but by the time he reaches the tortoise's starting point, the tortoise has moved forward a bit. By the time Achilles reaches that point, the tortoise has moved forward again, and so on, forever. Zeno argues that Achilles will never catch the tortoise because there are infinitely many points he must reach, and he must reach each one before overtaking the tortoise. How then can motion even happen? A related puzzle is the dichotomy paradox. To walk across a room, you must first go halfway. But before you get halfway, you must go a quarter of the way. Before that, an eighth, and so on. The journey seems to require completing an infinite number of smaller steps. If each step takes time, and there are infinitely many of them, how can you ever reach the other side? Then there's the arrow paradox. which claims that an arrow in flight is at every instant of time, not moving. At any given moment, it occupies a specific location in space. Since motion requires change, and there is no change in any frozen instant, motion must be an illusion, just a sequence of still positions, like frames in a film. Zeno wasn't trying to disprove motion outright. Rather, he was a student of Parmenides, who believed that change and multiplicity were illusions, and that true reality is one, unchanging, and eternal. Zeno's paradoxes were designed to support this radical metaphysical view by revealing contradictions in our everyday assumptions. Modern mathematics and physics have addressed many of Zeno's arguments. The development of calculus showed how an infinite number of steps can sum to a finite result, allowing Achilles to overtake the tortoise. Time and motion are now understood through limits, convergence, and continuous functions. But Zeno's challenge endures, not because it proves motion is impossible, but because it reveals how difficult it is to explain something as seemingly simple as moving from point A to point B. Zeno reminds us that the obvious can be deceptive, and that real understanding often begins with a puzzle. The anthropic principle. The anthropic principle is a philosophical reflection on one of the most perplexing facts in cosmology. The universe appears to be extraordinarily fine-tuned for the emergence of life, specifically for human life. From the strength of gravity to the mass of the electron, from the expansion rate of the universe to the balance of nuclear forces, dozens of physical constants sit within a narrow range. If they were even slightly different, life as we know it would not be possible. Why? The anthropic principle attempts to answer that question, but it does so in a peculiar way. At its most basic, the principle simply states the universe must have properties that allow observers like us to exist, or else we wouldn't be here to notice them. This is the weak anthropic principle. It's not a causal explanation, it's a selection effect. We shouldn't be surprised the universe supports life, because only a universe that supports life could contain beings capable of asking the question. The strong anthropic principle goes further. It claims that the universe must have properties that allow for conscious observers to arise at some stage. This version flirts with teleology. It suggests the universe is in some sense structured, or meant, to produce intelligent life. That implication makes many scientists and philosophers uneasy. Is the universe designed for us, or are we merely reading intention into an indifferent system? The anthropic principle has been used to support a variety of theories. Some invoke the multiverse hypothesis. If there are countless universes, each with different physical laws, then it's not surprising that at least one of them happens to support life. We just happen to be in the one where we can exist. This turns the fine-tuning problem into a kind of cosmic lottery. Others argue that the principle explains nothing. It merely restates the fact that we exist in a universe where existence is possible. It doesn't tell us why the laws are what they are, only that if they were different, we wouldn't be here. Still, the anthropic principle raises unsettling questions. Does the universe care that we are here? Is life a fluke or a necessity? Are we special, or just an accidental byproduct of physics? At its core, the principle confronts us with the strange harmony between consciousness and cosmos. Whether it's profound or tautological depends on what we expect from an explanation. But either way, the question remains. Why is the universe so precisely set up for minds capable of asking why? The liar paradox. The liar paradox is one of the oldest and most enduring problems in logic. Its classic form is simple. This sentence is false. If the sentence is true, then what it says must hold, but it says that it is false. So if it's true, then it's false. But if it's false, then it's not false. It must be true. The statement seems to loop back on itself endlessly, breaking our basic understanding of truth and falsity. Versions of this paradox go back to antiquity. The Greek philosopher Eubulides is credited with first formulating it in the 4th century BCE. Since then, it has haunted logicians, philosophers, and linguists alike. It is not merely a linguistic trick. It reveals something deeply problematic about how we handle self-reference in language and logic. The liar paradox isn't just a party riddle. It exposes a foundational weakness in classical logic, which assumes that every meaningful proposition must be either true or false, never both, never neither. But the liar sentence challenges this binary. It is logically coherent, grammatically correct, and clearly understandable, yet it breaks the system that's supposed to classify it. One reaction is to deny that the sentence is genuinely meaningful. Perhaps it's syntactically correct, but semantically empty, a verbal illusion, like a mirage. Others suggest that natural languages are simply too sloppy and imprecise for such edge cases, and that a stricter logical language could avoid the problem. More ambitious approaches come from formal logic. The logician Alfred Tarski argued that a language cannot consistently contain its own truth predicate. That is, a sentence in a language should not be able to make claims about truth within that same language. To avoid paradox, we need a hierarchy of languages. A sentence in one object language can only be called true or false by a separate meta-language positioned above it. But this doesn't entirely resolve the philosophical discomfort. It merely fences the problem off. Later developments in logic, like paraconsistent and non-classical logics, attempt to allow for contradictions without collapsing into incoherence. These systems are controversial, but they reflect a growing willingness to challenge traditional principles in order to handle paradox. At its heart, the liar paradox forces us to ask, what is truth? What are the limits of language? Can all statements be nailed down as either true or false? Or must we admit that some meanings resist such categorization? In questioning the foundation of how we describe reality, the liar paradox holds a mirror to the very tools we use to think. Falsificationism. Falsificationism is a philosophy of science developed by Karl Popper in the 20th century, and it stands in direct response to the problem of induction. Where David Hume exposed the fragility of deriving universal truths from repeated observations, Popper offered a different approach. Instead of trying to prove theories true, we should aim to prove them false. At the heart of falsificationism lies a simple idea: scientific theories can never be conclusively verified by data, but they can be falsified by a single counterexample. No matter how many white swans you observe, you cannot be certain that all swans are white. But one black swan is enough to disprove the universal claim. This, Popper argued, is the distinguishing feature of scientific theories. They are testable in ways that could show them to be false. For Popper, the demarcation between science and pseudoscience depends not on whether a theory is confirmed by evidence, but whether it exposes itself to risk. If a theory cannot be tested in a way that might disprove it, then it doesn't belong to science. Astrology, Freudian psychoanalysis, and Marxist historical materialism, according to Popper, all failed this test. They could always explain away inconvenient evidence, bending to fit the data rather than risking contradiction. Falsificationism transformed the philosophy of science. It encouraged scientists to frame hypotheses that make bold predictions, statements that could in principle be shown wrong. The strength of a theory lies not in how often it's confirmed, but in how much it dares to expose itself to falsification and still survives. But falsification is not without its critics. Thomas Kuhn and others pointed out that in practice, scientists don't immediately abandon a theory when it clashes with data. Instead, they question the experiment, the equipment, or the assumptions around the test. Scientific paradigms often resist falsification until a better theory replaces them. Moreover, some theories aren't falsifiable in isolation, but only when embedded in broader frameworks. Still, Popper's core insight holds weight. Falsifiability is a check against dogma. It keeps science grounded in reality by demanding that theories be accountable to evidence. It teaches us that no theory is sacred, that knowledge advances not by accumulation alone, but by elimination, by showing what does not work. Falsificationism is not a perfect solution to Hume's problem, but it reorients scientific reasoning. It shifts the focus from confirmation to critical testing, from comfort to challenge. The butterfly effect. The butterfly effect is a concept from chaos theory, but its philosophical implications reach far beyond mathematics or meteorology. The idea is this: in a complex system, such as the weather, a tiny change in initial conditions can lead to dramatically different outcomes. The metaphor often used is that the flap of a butterfly's wings in Brazil might set off a tornado in Texas. The origin of the concept lies in the work of meteorologist Edward Lorenz in the 1960s. He was running computer simulations of weather patterns and discovered that a minute rounding difference, a number inputted as 0.506 instead of 0.506127, produced entirely different long-term forecasts. This wasn't just noise. It revealed that deterministic systems could behave unpredictably due to their sensitivity to initial conditions. Philosophically, the butterfly effect challenges the assumption that the world is either random or orderly in a linear, predictable way. It suggests a third possibility: determinism without predictability. The system may be governed by laws, but because we can never measure initial conditions with perfect precision, we cannot foresee the outcomes. Order gives rise to apparent chaos. In ethics, this becomes a troubling problem. If small actions can lead to enormous consequences, how do we evaluate moral responsibility? A seemingly trivial decision today might snowball into significant outcomes decades later, good or bad. But because we can't predict these long chains of consequence, our moral calculus becomes unstable. It complicates utilitarian reasoning, which depends on being able to assess future outcomes. In metaphysics, the butterfly effect feeds into questions about causality. If every effect has a cause, and those causes are infinitely branching and interdependent, then the world is a tangled web of interactions too intricate to disentangle. It undermines the notion that we can isolate variables, simplify reality, or cleanly identify singular causes. The butterfly effect also resonates with existential themes. It reminds us that our actions matter in ways we can never fully understand. Every choice sends ripples through time and space. There's both humility and gravity in that realization. Humility, because we cannot control outcomes. Gravity, because even our smallest acts may echo. Ultimately, the butterfly effect is not just a scientific principle. It's a philosophical challenge to our desire for control, prediction, and certainty. It forces us to accept complexity, to live with unpredictability, and to act responsibly even when the consequences of our choices remain hidden. The Sorite's paradox. The Sorite's paradox, also known as the paradox of the heap, returns for a deeper look, not because it is obscure, but because its implications stretch into every domain where we deal with vague boundaries. The basic form of the paradox is deceptively simple. If one grain of sand does not make a heap, and adding a single grain never turns a non-heap into a heap, then how can any collection of grains become a heap at all? We explored this earlier as a puzzle of logic and language, but this second encounter invites us to confront what the paradox reveals about vagueness, categories, and the often arbitrary lines we draw in thought, in law, ethics, medicine, and identity. How do we define when something changes category? At what point does a fetus become a person? When does someone become rich, or bald, or old? These questions don't have crisp answers, because the categories themselves are built on fuzzy boundaries. The Sorite's paradox shows how our use of language stumbles over continuous change. Attempts to resolve it often focus on semantics. One approach is the epistemic view, which says there really is a precise cutoff point. We just don't know where it is. Another is supervaluationism, which holds that a vague term is true if it's true under all precisifications, and false if it's false under all of them. Still another is fuzzy logic, which allows truth to exist in degrees. In this view, someone might be 0.3 bald or 0.8 rich. The boundary becomes a gradient, not a switch. But no matter which solution we adopt, the paradox keeps haunting us. It suggests something uncomfortable, that many of our classifications are not reflections of hard truths in the world, but artifacts of our need to organize a continuous shifting reality into neat conceptual boxes. The Sorites forces us to reconsider how we draw lines, not just in philosophy, but in everyday life. How do we decide when love turns into indifference, when discipline becomes cruelty, when tolerance becomes indifference? This paradox does not merely trap us in linguistic confusion. It confronts us with ambiguity at the heart of our moral, personal, and political judgments. And once seen, that ambiguity never fully disappears. To live wisely in light of the Sorites is not to demand impossible precision, but to develop a tolerance for the gray zones of life, to remain alert to how we define, how we label, and how we choose to navigate between extremes. The lottery paradox. The lottery paradox is a puzzle about belief, probability, and rationality. At its heart lies a tension between two things we often take for granted, that it's rational to believe what is highly probable, and that it's irrational to hold contradictory beliefs. The paradox shows that these two commitments can conflict even in simple, everyday situations. Imagine a fair lottery with 1,000 tickets and exactly one winner. For any individual ticket, the chance of winning is 1 in 1,000. That's a 99.9% chance of losing. It seems rational to believe that ticket #1 will lose, and also ticket #2, and ticket #3. In fact, it seems rational to believe that every individual ticket will lose. But if you believe that, then you're committed to believing that no ticket will win. And that's clearly false. Because we know one ticket must win, so you end up with a set of beliefs, each one individually rational, that together form an irrational whole. You believe of every ticket that it will lose. But you also believe the lottery must produce a winner. This is the paradox. The problem doesn't arise from faulty math. It arises from the way we manage beliefs under uncertainty. The paradox forces us to confront a troubling question. Is it always rational to believe something just because it's very likely to be true? Some philosophers propose restricting the rule. Maybe it's only rational to believe high-probability claims when they don't lead to contradiction. Others argue for loosening our standards. Perhaps it's okay to hold inconsistent beliefs, as long as they're each individually justified. Still others turn to probability logic, which treats belief not as binary, but as a matter of degrees. The lottery paradox has implications far beyond gambling. It touches science, law, and everyday reasoning. In a court of law, we may believe that the evidence makes it 99.9% likely that someone is guilty. But are we justified in convicting them on that basis alone? In scientific theory, we may believe a hypothesis is almost certainly true, but should we treat it as knowledge? Ultimately, the paradox reveals a gap between what we think we know, what we're willing to bet on, and what we can logically assert as true. It reminds us that probability and belief, though deeply intertwined, don't always move in lockstep. The lottery paradox doesn't undermine reason, but it warns us not to assume that high confidence equals certainty. Rational belief is more complex and more fragile than it first appears. Ontological argument. The ontological argument is one of the most famous and controversial arguments for the existence of God, not because it relies on empirical evidence or religious scripture, but because it attempts to prove God's existence using pure reason alone. Originating in the 11th century with Saint Anselm of Canterbury, it begins with a definition and ends with a bold conclusion that God necessarily exists. Anselm's formulation goes like this: God is that than which nothing greater can be conceived. Even the atheist, he argues, understands this definition, at least as a concept. But if God exists only in the mind and not in reality, then a greater being could be conceived, one that exists both in the mind and in reality. Therefore, God must exist in reality as well. Otherwise, we're contradicting the very definition we started with. This reasoning is abstract and elegant, but also deeply puzzling. Can existence be a property? Can you define something into existence? Critics have long attacked the argument. The 18th century philosopher Immanuel Kant argued that existence is not a predicate, not a property like size or color that adds anything to the concept of a thing. Saying God exists doesn't tell us what God is like. It only asserts that such a being is. Therefore, the ontological leap from concept to reality is invalid. Others have responded by offering revised versions. The 20th century logician Kurt Gödel developed a highly technical modal version of the ontological argument, using the tools of mathematical logic. In this version, God's existence is treated as a necessary truth in all possible worlds. If it's possible that a necessarily existing God exists, then that God must exist in every possible world, including ours. Still, the ontological argument remains divisive. To some, it's a masterstroke of metaphysical reasoning, proof that certain truths about existence can be uncovered by reason alone. To others, it's a linguistic trick, confusing the structure of ideas with the nature of reality. Philosophically, the ontological argument raises deep questions beyond theology. Can logic alone tell us anything about the external world? Are there necessary beings? Is possibility enough to entail existence? Whether one finds the argument persuasive or flawed, it has provoked centuries of debate. It dares to ask if God is the greatest being conceivable, could not existing be a limitation? And if so, is existence itself somehow embedded in the very idea of divinity? Mereological paradox. Mereology is the branch of philosophy concerned with parts and wholes, the relationships between things and their components. While that may sound simple, the questions it raises quickly spiral into some of the most perplexing paradoxes in metaphysics. One such enigma is the mereological paradox, which challenges our understanding of when a collection of parts becomes a whole, and whether that whole has any existence apart from its parts. Imagine a bicycle disassembled in a garage. The tires, the chain, the frame, the handlebars, they're all lying in a heap. Does the bicycle still exist? If someone were to say, "There's a bicycle in the garage," would that be true? Or is there just a pile of parts? Now imagine those parts are scattered to different locations. Is there still a bicycle, or has it ceased to exist entirely? Mereological questions like these aren't just about language, they're about the nature of identity and existence. One core issue is composition. Under what conditions do parts compose a whole? The special composition question, famously posed by philosopher Peter van Inwagen, asks, when do some things form a further thing? Is there a rule that tells us when individual components become a unified object? Some philosophers argue for mereological nihilism, the view that only fundamental particles exist, and that things like tables, ships, or even people are convenient fictions. Others endorse universalism, the idea that any collection of parts, no matter how loosely connected, forms a whole. According to this view, a pile of socks and a toaster on the moon technically form an object. But most people fall somewhere in between, struggling to define when exactly a thing becomes more than the sum of its parts. The mereological paradox arises from this ambiguity. If a whole is nothing more than its parts arranged in a certain way, what gives it unity? Is the bicycle different from the pile of parts only because of its arrangement? And if the arrangement changes slowly over time, as with the ship of Theseus, at what point does it become a different object altogether? These questions matter not just for metaphysics, but also for identity, ethics, and even law. If a person loses a limb, are they still the same person? If a work of art is partially restored or altered, is it still the original? If an ecosystem loses one species, does the system remain intact? Mereology forces us to confront the uneasy truth that our world is built on unstable boundaries, and that the things we call wholes may be more fragile and more arbitrary than we care to admit. Quietism. Quietism is a philosophical stance defined not by what it asserts, but by what it refuses to do. It is at its core a rejection of philosophy's traditional ambitions to construct grand theories, solve timeless problems, or arrive at ultimate truths. Quietists believe that many of philosophy's deepest puzzles are not real problems at all, but confusions born from misuse of language, misplaced expectations, or conceptual muddles. The goal of quietism is not to build, but to dissolve. It aims not at answers, but at clarity and peace. This perspective is most famously associated with the later work of Ludwig Wittgenstein in Philosophical Investigations. Wittgenstein argued that philosophical problems arise when language goes on holiday, when words are lifted from their ordinary contexts and forced into abstract frameworks where they no longer make sense. He saw the philosopher's task not as explaining reality, but as describing the use of language with enough care to eliminate confusion. When done properly, he believed, the urge to philosophize disappears. Nothing remains to be said. Quietism is not nihilism. It does not claim that truth, morality, or knowledge are meaningless. Rather, it sees much of philosophical theorizing as unnecessary. It's a kind of philosophical minimalism, a refusal to make metaphysical claims unless absolutely compelled. In this way, it resembles certain spiritual traditions like Zen Buddhism, where enlightenment comes not from accumulation, but from stripping away. Critics of quietism see it as evasive or self-defeating. If all philosophy is just confusion, then isn't quietism itself a philosophical theory? And if so, doesn't it contradict itself? Others argue that quietism offers no guidance in the face of real ethical or political dilemmas, where action, not detachment, is needed. Yet quietism has its appeal, especially in an age flooded with speculation and argument. It offers a kind of intellectual modesty, a recognition of the limits of language and the futility of endless theorizing. It invites us to step back from metaphysical battles and look at how we actually use words, how meaning arises in everyday life, not in abstract formulations. Quietism doesn't resolve the mysteries of existence. It suggests that perhaps they don't need resolving. That peace may lie not in solving the puzzle, but in realizing it wasn't a puzzle to begin with. Frankfurt cases. Can you be morally responsible without alternative choices? You've heard the saying, you could have chosen differently. That's how we often judge people. If someone had the freedom to choose and still chose wrongly, we hold them accountable. But what if they didn't really have a choice? Philosopher Harry Frankfurt challenged a core belief in moral philosophy that moral responsibility requires free will, specifically the ability to do otherwise. His thought experiments, known as Frankfurt cases, ask a surprising question: can someone still be morally responsible, even if they couldn't have done anything else? Here's one version. Imagine a man named John. He's about to make a decision, say to tell the truth. Unknown to him, there's a scientist monitoring his brain. If John had started to decide to lie, the scientist would have intervened, subtly altering his brain to force him to tell the truth anyway. But John never chooses to lie. He tells the truth freely, without interference. Now here's the twist. He couldn't have done otherwise. If he had tried, the scientist would have stopped him. But since he never tried, the intervention never happened. So was he free? Was he responsible? Frankfurt says, yes, because John acted on his own reasons, not because he was forced. He still chose from within himself, even if he couldn't have done otherwise. These cases shift our focus. Maybe moral responsibility doesn't hinge on hypothetical options. Maybe it's about why you act, your motives, your reasoning, your ownership of the choice. Some philosophers accept this, others resist. They argue that if no alternatives are possible, then freedom becomes an illusion. But the power of Frankfurt's insight is this: what matters most is not what you could have done, but what you did, and whether it came from you. You lie still now, thinking of a time you acted with conviction. You didn't weigh every alternative. You didn't rehearse every what if. You just knew what felt right. And maybe that was enough. Maybe freedom isn't about infinite paths, but about being true to yourself, even when the path was always going to be just one. Zeno's arrow. Picture an arrow. Mid-flight. You pause time, freeze the world. In that frozen instant, the arrow isn't moving, it's suspended, still. Now imagine time as made up of an infinite number of these frozen instants. Each one, a perfect, motionless slice. If the arrow is motionless at every instant, then when does it move? This is Zeno's arrow paradox, a thought experiment from ancient Greece, meant to disturb our intuition about motion, time, and change. Zeno of Elea, a student of Parmenides, crafted paradoxes like this to show that what we perceive as motion might be an illusion, that beneath the flow of things, there may be nothing flowing at all. Because if time is just a collection of indivisible static points, like frames in a film, then how can anything ever move? Between each frame, there's no movement, only stillness. And yet, we see the arrow fly. We feel ourselves moving. We walk, we run, we fall asleep. Philosophers and mathematicians have tried to answer Zeno for centuries. Some say, motion is not what happens at individual moments, but what emerges between them. Like a melody isn't found in a single note, but in the relationship between many. Others invoke calculus and the concept of limits. Even though the arrow is at rest in each instant, its position changes over time. That change, taken as a whole, creates motion. But still, Zeno's arrow haunts us, because it reminds us that time, something we live in constantly, might not behave the way we think. Maybe time isn't made of discrete points. Maybe it isn't made of anything. Maybe it flows like water. Or maybe it doesn't flow at all. You lie still now, like the arrow in flight, frozen in this instant, not moving, not rushing, and yet, your breath continues, your heart beats, the world turns. Zeno's paradox doesn't stop the arrow, but it slows us down just long enough to notice. The beauty isn't just in the destination, it's in the quiet mystery of how we get there. Phenomenal consciousness. Close your eyes for a moment. Feel the weight of your body, the warmth of the blanket, the faint sound in the distance, the flicker of a memory. This inner world, this soft glow of experience, is what philosophers call phenomenal consciousness. It's not just that your brain is processing data or reacting to stimuli, it's that there is something it feels like to be you. This is what sets consciousness apart from machines, stones, and simple biological reflexes. It's what philosopher Thomas Nagel meant when he asked, "What is it like to be a bat?" You can imagine a bat's shape, its movements, even how it navigates with sound, but you cannot imagine what it feels like to be a bat, to experience the world through echolocation, to hang upside down, to sense motion through air. That inner feeling is something only the bat knows, and the same is true for you. Only you know what your pain feels like, what your childhood smelled like, what it's like right now, to be wrapped in your own awareness. This inner light of experience is sometimes called qualia, the raw, personal what it's like of perception. The taste of honey, the color red, the ache of longing. We can describe these things, measure them, analyze the brain states behind them. But no amount of science, no diagram of neurons, explains why or how those processes result in subjective experience. This is what philosopher David Chalmers called the hard problem of consciousness. Why doesn't the brain just process information in the dark? Why does it feel like anything? And more quietly, what does that mean for others? For animals? For machines? For the person sleeping beside you? You lie still now, nested inside your own experience. And you realize you're not watching your life from a distance. You're inside it, feeling it, living it. No one else can peer into this space. No mirror reflects it. No words fully capture it. And yet it's the most intimate thing you'll ever know. A glowing ember at the center of being. Phenomenal consciousness is not what you have. It's what you are. The ship of Theseus revisited. Imagine a great wooden ship, ancient, majestic, and beloved. It sails across the sea, year after year. But time wears it down. A plank rots, so it's replaced. Then another and another, until, slowly, every single part of the ship has been swapped out. Not one piece of the original remains. And yet, it's still called the ship of Theseus. But now imagine this, all the old pieces that were removed, every plank, nail, and mast are gathered and rebuilt elsewhere. Now there are two ships, one made entirely of new parts, one made of the old, which is the real ship of Theseus. This is the classic ship of Theseus paradox, a timeless thought experiment about identity and change. It asks, what makes something itself? Is it the material, the structure, the continuity? And what happens when those things start to shift? You might say, identity comes from continuity. The same ship, repaired over time, stays the same because its story is unbroken. But then again, the original materials now form a perfect replica. Maybe that's the true ship, or maybe neither is, or maybe both are. This ancient riddle extends far beyond boats. It touches you. Your body replaces most of its cells every few years. Your thoughts change. Your memories blur. Your personality evolves. And yet you still say, this is me. So what, exactly, stays the same? What anchors identity? Some say it's memory, others say it's the body, or the soul, or a pattern of continuity that doesn't require sameness, just connection. The ship of Theseus doesn't offer easy answers. It gently erodes the boundaries between what was and what is. And in doing so, it opens up a truth. We are never entirely the same, and never entirely different. You lie still now, thinking about who you were 5 years ago, the things you loved, the things you feared, the person you thought you'd be. Much has changed, some has stayed, and in that quiet space between memory and motion, you are your own ship, still sailing, still becoming. The liar paradox. This sentence is false. At first glance, it sounds like a riddle, a quirky little loop, but the more you sit with it, the stranger it becomes. Because if the sentence is true, then what it says must hold, meaning it's false. But if it's false, then it isn't true that it's false. So, it must be true. Back and forth, it spins, caught in a loop with no escape. This is the liar paradox, one of the oldest and most puzzling problems in philosophy and logic. It dates back over 2,000 years to the Greek philosopher Epimenides, who reportedly said, all Cretans are liars, despite being a Cretan himself. If he's telling the truth, then he's lying. And if he's lying, then he's telling the truth. It's not just wordplay. It reveals something unsettling about truth itself. The paradox challenges the foundation of logic, our rules for determining what's real, what's false, and what's neither. Can a sentence refer to itself? Can a system define its own boundaries without contradiction? Mathematician Kurt Gödel later showed that even formal systems, like arithmetic, contain truths that can't be proven within the system itself, a kind of mathematical echo of the liar paradox. Others, like philosopher Alfred Tarski, tried to resolve the paradox by separating language into levels. A sentence can't comment on its own truth without creating confusion. It must speak from another level. Still, the paradox lingers, not just in logic, but in life. Have you ever said, "I always lie," or "I don't know what I believe"? Have you ever felt trapped by your own thoughts, like you're both the observer and the observed? The liar paradox isn't just about sentences, it's about self-reference. The strange looping of consciousness. The way we talk about ourselves, judge ourselves, contradict ourselves. You lie still now, letting the sentence echo. This sentence is false. You don't need to solve it. Just feel its rhythm, its quiet mystery, its invitation to sit with what cannot be untangled. Because not everything broken needs fixing. Some things are beautiful, simply because they don't resolve. Pascal's wager. Suppose you're not sure whether God exists. You've read, you've wondered, you've searched your heart, and still you're uncertain. What should you believe? 17th century philosopher Blaise Pascal proposed a simple idea, not a proof, but a wager. He said, "Belief in God is a bet, and in any bet, you weigh the odds and the stakes. So here they are. If you believe in God and God exists, you gain infinite reward, eternal life, salvation, meaning. If you believe and God doesn't exist, perhaps you lose a little time, some pleasure, a few freedoms. If you don't believe and God doesn't exist, nothing happens. You simply cease to be. But if you don't believe and God does exist, you risk infinite loss." So, Pascal asks, which bet is safer? From a mathematical standpoint, even a tiny chance at infinite gain outweighs any finite cost. It's like choosing between $1 and $1,000,000 when the ticket is free. But this wager has critics. Some argue belief isn't a switch you can flip. You can't just decide to believe. Your heart knows what it knows. Others say, which God? The Christian God? The Muslim God? A hidden God who punishes belief? And still others ask, should belief be rooted in fear of loss or in truth, love, and conviction? Yet Pascal wasn't trying to scare people into faith. He was speaking to those caught between doubt and desire. Those who don't know, but want to live as if life has meaning, as if goodness matters, as if the light is real, even if they can't yet see it. You lie still now, not asked to answer, but to wonder. Have you made your wager already? Not with words, but with how you live. What you value, what you hope, what you risk, for what you love. Pascal's wager isn't really about religion. It's about how you stake your life, what kind of universe you assume, and what kind of person that assumption makes you become. Maybe belief isn't the end of the question. Maybe it's just the beginning of a life lived with open hands, just in case. The Euthyphro dilemma. Long ago in the quiet shadows of ancient Athens, a man named Socrates stood outside a courthouse. He met a young man named Euthyphro, someone who claimed to know what piety was, what it meant to be righteous before the gods. And so Socrates, as always, asked a question, a simple one. Is something good because the gods love it, or do the gods love it because it is good? This is the heart of the Euthyphro dilemma, one of the oldest and deepest puzzles in philosophy of religion and ethics. Let's look at both sides. If something is good because God commands it, then goodness becomes arbitrary. God could say cruelty is good, and it would be simply because he said so. But that feels wrong. We want to believe that goodness has a deeper truth. So what about the second option? If God commands something because it is good, then goodness exists independently of God. That would mean God isn't the source of morality. He's merely recognizing it. But that seems to challenge the idea of God as the ultimate foundation of everything. So which is it? Over the centuries, theologians and philosophers have wrestled with this dilemma. Some say God's nature is goodness. It's not separate from him, nor arbitrary. He doesn't invent morality, and he doesn't obey it. He is it. Others propose that moral truths exist eternally, like numbers, and God acts in perfect harmony with them. Still others believe we must let go of simple categories and embrace the mystery. But the Euthyphro dilemma stays with us, not just in theology, but in daily life. When you ask yourself what's right or wrong, do you follow rules, or trust your intuition? Do you obey a voice, or listen for something deeper? You lie still now, not to solve the dilemma, but to feel its shape, to realize that morality is not just a list or a law, but a living question, and asking it honestly may be closer to truth than any single answer. The problem of induction. Every day, the sun rises. You turn the tap and expect water. You breathe in and trust there will be air. These expectations are based on induction, the reasoning that the future will resemble the past. It's the foundation of science, of learning, of daily life. But what if it has no foundation at all? This is the problem of induction, most famously raised by the philosopher David Hume in the 18th century. He asked, why do we assume that patterns we've seen will continue? We say, the sun has risen every day, so it will rise tomorrow. But that's not proof. That's just a habit. There's no logical guarantee that the future will behave like the past. Just because bread has always nourished you doesn't mean it won't poison you tomorrow. Just because gravity held today doesn't mean it must hold again. Of course, we don't live this way. We trust, we plan, we rely on the regularity of nature. Science itself is built on induction, test, repeat, predict. But Hume's challenge remains. How do we justify this trust? Some have tried to respond. They say induction works because it has worked before, but that's circular. It uses induction to justify itself. Others accept the risk, saying, we don't need certainty, just probability. But the shadow remains. What if the rules change? What if our models are only locally true? What if the cosmos is not a machine, but a rhythm that shifts? You lie still now, watching the silence between breaths, and you realize how much of your life runs on faith, not in the religious sense, but in the quiet assumption that the ground beneath you will not vanish, that the laws of nature will keep their word, that the world tomorrow will still be the world. The problem of induction doesn't ask you to panic. It asks you to wonder, to loosen your grip, to remember that even the most solid truths are often expectations in disguise. And in that realization, there is humility, a softness, a willingness to meet the unknown not with fear, but with open eyes. The veil of ignorance. Imagine you are about to be born into the world, but there's a catch. You don't know who you'll be. You don't know your gender, your race, your country, class, religion, health, or intelligence. You could be anyone, and from behind this veil of ignorance, you're asked to design the rules of society. What kind of world would you build? This is the thought experiment proposed by philosopher John Rawls, a way to imagine true fairness. The idea is simple. If you don't know your position in society, you won't be biased by self-interest. You'll want a system that's just for everyone, because you could end up anywhere. You wouldn't risk building a world where the poor suffer, because you might be poor. You wouldn't ignore disability, because you might be born without sight or speech. You'd protect freedoms, education, health, and opportunity, not just for some, but for all. Rawls believed this is how we uncover true justice, not by asking what works best for the strong, or the lucky, or the majority, but by asking what we'd want if we didn't know who we were. It challenges the status quo. It asks the powerful to imagine life without power. And it reminds us that much of what we have, our strengths, our safety, our chance at success, is not earned, but given. Still, critics ask, is it possible to truly forget our identities? Can we ever design society without bias? And what about those who reject equality? Would they use the veil or ignore it? These are fair questions, but Rawls wasn't demanding perfection. He was offering a mirror, a way to test the systems we live under. To ask, would I accept this world if I didn't know I'd be me? You lie still now, letting that question settle in your chest. Would I build this? Would I choose this? The veil of ignorance is not a blueprint, it's a compass. It doesn't tell us exactly where to go, but it tells us when we're heading in the right direction, toward fairness, toward dignity, toward a world you'd be willing to enter, even blind. Eternal return. Imagine this: every moment you've ever lived, every joy, every heartbreak, every small decision will be lived again and again, forever. Not once more, not 10 times, but for all eternity, exactly the same. This is the idea of eternal return, most famously explored by philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. He asks, if a demon whispered to you, "This life you are living, you will live once more, countless times, in precisely the same way," would you rejoice or collapse in despair? It's not about reincarnation, it's about repetition, an infinite loop where nothing ever changes. The same sunrise, the same mistake, the same quiet breath you're taking now. At first, it sounds horrifying. What about your regrets, your failures, your worst days? But Nietzsche didn't pose this as a curse. He offered it as a test. If you knew you'd live this exact life again, would you live it differently? Would you speak more kindly? Would you love more deeply? Would you waste less time? Or would you run, deny, distract yourself until the cycle restarts? Eternal return is not a belief about the universe. It's a challenge to your soul. To ask, do you embrace your life? All of it, not just the highlights, but the grief, the boredom, the mundane repetitions. Can you say yes to it all? Because in that yes, there is freedom, a radical affirmation of your existence, a declaration that this life, just as it is enough. You lie still now, imagining the wheel of time turning without end. And strangely, it brings peace. Because if you would choose this again, then you are living well. If not, then you know what to change. Eternal return doesn't demand perfection. It demands presence. It asks you to live each moment as if it matters, because it does, even once, even forever. Pascal's wager. Imagine you're faced with the ultimate question: does God exist? There's no proof, no certainty, just silence and your own fragile mind. Now imagine this isn't a question of belief, but of risk. This is the essence of Pascal's wager, proposed by 17th century philosopher Blaise Pascal. He didn't try to prove God. He simply asked, what's the smartest bet you can make? If God does exist, and you believe, you gain eternal joy. If he does exist, and you don't believe, you risk eternal loss. But if God doesn't exist, then whether you believed or not, you lose nothing, or very little. So Pascal argued, it's safer, more rational to believe, because if the stakes are infinite, even the tiniest chance is worth it. It's not about faith, it's about odds. A gamble, a calculation, a cosmic coin toss. But is that really belief? Can you choose to believe just because it's useful? And wouldn't an all-knowing God know the difference between true faith and fear-driven hedging? Critics have pointed this out. Some argue there are many gods, not just one, and betting on the wrong one may carry its own risks. Others say that belief isn't a switch you can flip, that honesty matters more than insurance. But still the wager lingers, because it shifts the question away from metaphysics and toward living. It asks, what kind of life do you live if you believe the universe has meaning? What kind of person do you become if you act as if goodness matters? What habits do you build if you live as though someone is watching, not to punish, but to understand. Maybe Pascal's wager isn't about winning a divine lottery. Maybe it's about giving your life a shape, a direction, a humility. You lie still now, not choosing, not wagering, but wondering. And in the wondering, something soft emerges, a whisper, not certainty, not fear, but hope. Because even without proof, there is meaning in the reaching. There is beauty in the bet. And perhaps, in the end, the wager isn't whether God exists, but whether you are willing to live as if love is real. The problem of induction. Every morning the sun rises. Every time you drop something, it falls. Water boils. Fire burns. Patterns repeat. And from these repetitions we build our lives. We plan, we expect, we trust. But how do we know the future will behave like the past? That's the unsettling question posed by Scottish philosopher David Hume in what's known as the problem of induction. Inductive reasoning is everywhere. We say, the sun has always risen, so it will rise tomorrow. But that's not certainty. It's a habit. There's no logical proof that just because something has happened repeatedly, it must happen again. What if tomorrow is different? What justifies that leap? Hume argued, nothing, at least not logically. We assume the universe has rules because it seems to, but our minds may just be trained to see order even where there's none. We've seen the pattern, so we expect it. But expecting is not knowing. This challenges the very core of science, which is built on observation, repetition, and prediction. We perform experiments again and again hoping to uncover truth. But underneath it all, we rely on the unspoken assumption that nature is uniform, that the laws of physics won't randomly change, that gravity won't suddenly stop. But how do we prove that? We can't without using induction to justify induction. It's a circle, a quiet, invisible leap of faith. Some philosophers accept this uncertainty, embracing probabilistic thinking, the idea that we don't need perfect certainty, just high confidence. Others, like Karl Popper, shifted science toward falsifiability, asking not whether a theory is true, but whether it can be tested and potentially disproven. Still, the problem lingers. You lie still now, reflecting on how much of your world, your safety, your plans, your peace is built on patterns repeating. And yet, those patterns could break. The future could surprise you. And that's not only frightening, it's beautiful. Because uncertainty means possibility. The problem of induction doesn't demand panic. It invites humility. A quiet awareness that even our deepest knowledge rests on sand. And in that awareness, perhaps we become softer, more curious, more alive to the strangeness of a world we cannot truly predict. The Gettier problem. For thousands of years, philosophers believed they had a working formula for knowledge. To truly know something, it had to be a justified, true belief. You had to believe it. It had to be true, and you had to have good reasons for believing it. Simple, right? But in 1963, a quiet paper by Edmund Gettier shook the foundation of that idea. In just 2 pages, he showed that having a justified, true belief doesn't always mean you truly know. Here's why. Imagine this. You look at a clock. It says 3 o'clock. You believe it's 3 o'clock. So your belief is true and justified. But unknown to you, the clock stopped 12 hours ago. It just happens to show the right time by coincidence. You were right, but not for the right reason. This is a Gettier case, when your belief is both true and justified, but accidentally. Another example. Suppose you see your coworker's jacket on their chair and believe they're in the office. You're justified. You've seen them wear it every day. And yes, they are in the building. But the jacket, someone else borrowed it. Your belief was true, but your justification was faulty. So, did you really know, or were you just lucky? The Gettier problem exposed a hole in our understanding of knowledge. Justified true belief might not be enough. And once that crack appeared, the floodgates opened. Philosophers scrambled to patch it, adding new conditions like no false assumptions, reliable methods, or truth tracking. But each fix brought new problems, because Gettier showed us something uncomfortable. Knowing is more fragile than we thought. It's not just about being right, it's about why you're right. And sometimes, we don't even know what we don't know. You lie still now, feeling the ground shift a little beneath your mind. How many of your beliefs are true, but only by accident? How much of what you know is just a well-timed coincidence? The Gettier problem doesn't destroy knowledge, but it humbles it. It reminds us that certainty is slippery, that truth needs more than luck, and that real knowing may be rarer and more precious than we ever imagined. Thought insertion. You sit quietly, and a thought appears. I should go outside. It feels like yours, familiar, a whisper from within. Now imagine the same thought arises, but it doesn't feel like it came from you. It's in your mind, yes, but alien, as if someone or something put it there. You didn't think it. It was inserted. This is the unsettling phenomenon known as thought insertion, often reported by individuals living with schizophrenia. It's more than a strange idea. It's a fracture in the boundary between self and other. Most of us take for granted that our thoughts are our own. Even if they surprise us, disturb us, or contradict us, we know we made them. They belong to us. But in thought insertion, that sense of ownership vanishes. A person may say, "That thought doesn't feel like mine," or "Someone's putting thoughts in my head." Not metaphorically, but literally, with certainty. And it raises a deep philosophical question. What makes a thought yours? It's not just content. You and I could think the same sentence, word for word, but in your mind, it feels personal, integrated, rooted in your sense of I. In thought insertion, that connection breaks. The thought becomes other, even while still occurring within your own mind. Philosophers and neuroscientists have long puzzled over this. Is there a mechanism in the brain that tags thoughts as self-made? Is the self a kind of narrator, stitching thoughts into identity? And when that stitching fails, experience fragments? Or is the self not a stable thing at all, but an illusion, normally seamless, but occasionally exposed? You reflect on your own thinking. Where do your thoughts come from? Can you predict the next one? Do you make them, or do you witness them? You realize how strange it is that a voice lives in your head, and how easily we forget to question it. Thought insertion reminds us that the boundary between self and mind is not always clear. It reminds us how fragile identity can be, and how powerful it is when the mind feels like home. You rest now, surrounded by quiet thoughts, and for this moment, they are yours. The grandfather paradox. You step into a machine. It hums softly. Lights flicker. The air becomes still. Then, with a sudden shift, you're in the past, decades before your birth. Everything looks older, simpler, but this isn't a dream. You're here, and then you see him, your grandfather, young, alive, unaware, and suddenly the question strikes. What if you killed him, not out of hatred, not out of cruelty, just as an experiment? If your grandfather dies before having children, your parent is never born. And if your parent isn't born, neither are you. But if you were never born, then you could never go back in time. And if you never went back, your grandfather wouldn't be killed. So he lives, and you're born, and you go back, and the loop begins again. This is the grandfather paradox, a classic time travel dilemma that tears at the threads of logic, causality, and identity. It reveals a deep contradiction. If you change the past in a way that prevents your own existence, you create a world in which you can't make that change. So what gives? Some philosophers and physicists say the paradox proves time travel to the past is impossible, at least when it comes to changing history. Others suggest consistency constraints. The past is fixed. You can go back, but you can't alter events in a way that would undo yourself. Somehow, fate or physics will stop you. Still, others embrace the idea of parallel timelines. By changing the past, you split off a new universe where events unfold differently. Your grandfather might die in that branch, but you still came from this one. You sit with the strangeness of it all. The paradox isn't really about murder or machines. It's about the fragile web that ties cause to effect, about how delicate the chain of existence really is. You think of your own life, all the small things that had to happen, people meeting, choices made, accidents avoided, for you to be here now. It feels like a miracle. You lie back, letting time slip past you like water. The past cannot be undone, the future cannot be reached, but in this moment, you exist. And that's its own kind of time travel. Galileo's relativity thought. You're in the cabin of a ship. There are no windows, no sounds from the outside. The ship glides smoothly across calm waters. Inside, everything is still quiet and peaceful. You drop a ball, it falls straight down. You toss it in the air. It lands in your hand. A butterfly flutters gently. A cup of water stays level. Nothing inside the cabin tells you the ship is moving. And yet, it is. This is Galileo's relativity thought. A simple image with profound meaning. Galileo used it to challenge a centuries-old belief that motion could be felt, absolutely, that you could know whether you were still or moving by pure sensation. But he showed something else, that motion is relative. If you're moving at a constant speed, smooth, unchanging, you can't tell the difference from being completely still. You need a reference point, something outside the system, a landmark, a ripple, a breeze. Without it, movement becomes invisible. Galileo's insight was more than physics. It was philosophy, because it showed that truth depends on context, that what seems still to you might be flying through space to someone else, that your view is never the whole view. It's always tied to where you are and how you're looking. You begin to reflect. How many of your judgments, about others, about yourself, are based on fixed assumptions? How often do you mistake your perspective for the universal one? Galileo reminds you that being right might just mean being centered in your own frame, that others may not be wrong, they may just be seeing from a different ship. You sit quietly now, feeling the stillness of the room. But outside this world, the Earth spins at 1,000 miles per hour. The planet orbits the sun. The galaxy moves through space. You feel none of it, and yet you are moving, always. Galileo teaches us not to trust stillness too quickly, not to assume we're anchored just because we feel grounded. The truth may be elsewhere, and that's not weakness, it's wisdom. You rest now, not in certainty, but in motion, invisible, silent, relative, and perfectly real. The Sleeping Beauty problem. You're part of an experiment. On Sunday night, you're told the rules. A fair coin will be flipped. If it lands heads, you'll be woken up once, on Monday. If it lands tails, you'll be woken up twice, once on Monday and once on Tuesday. But here's the twist. Each time you wake up, your memory of the previous awakening is erased. You won't know what day it is. You won't even know if it's the first time you've been woken up, or the second. Now imagine waking up. You open your eyes in a quiet room. You remember the experiment, but not the coin toss, not the day, just the instructions. You're asked one simple question. What is the probability that the coin landed heads? Your first instinct is 50-50. A fair coin, after all. But wait, if it landed heads, you were woken up once. If it landed tails, you were woken up twice, each time with no memory. So if you're randomly waking up and trying to guess, aren't you twice as likely to find yourself in a tails world than a heads world? Some say the correct answer is 1/3 for heads, 2/3 for tails. After all, if the experiment were repeated 1,000 times, you'd wake up twice as often in the tails case. Others argue, no, it's still 1/2. The coin flip was fair. Nothing about your memory erasure changes that. This is the Sleeping Beauty problem, a strange and slippery thought experiment about self-locating belief. How to assign probabilities when you're uncertain, not just about outcomes, but about your place in time. It pushes on what it means to reason under uncertainty, especially when your own perspective is part of the puzzle. You lie back and reflect. How often in life do you wake unsure, not just of what's true, but of where you are within it? What day is it? What version of you is thinking this thought? Beauty's dilemma reminds you, probability isn't just about external facts, it's about perspective. And sometimes, what's most uncertain is you. The problem of future generations. You sit alone, watching the horizon. The sun is warm, the trees are quiet. The world seems still, but in your mind, you're thinking of people who don't yet exist, people who haven't been born, people who might never be, but could. And with it comes a question: what do we owe to those who aren't here yet? This is the problem of future generations. An ethical puzzle that stretches beyond the present moment, beyond politics or borders, beyond even lifetimes. If we cut down forests, pollute air, warm oceans, or drain resources, the consequences may not harm us, but they may shape the world our descendants inherit. And yet those descendants don't exist. They can't vote, they can't speak, they can't protest. Do they have rights? Do we have duties? Some say yes, that morality doesn't end with the living, that to live well is to plant seeds in gardens we'll never walk through. Others say no. Why burden the present with people who aren't real? Why sacrifice comfort, jobs, or progress for someone who might never be born? But then, someone once made a choice that shaped the world you live in, a decision to preserve, to build, to care, and you're here because of it. So now the question turns inward. If future people matter, how much do they matter? As much as us? More? Less? What if helping them means hurting those alive today? It's a balance no one has solved, but it's one we live with every time we vote, buy, build, or look away. You pause and imagine a child, centuries from now. They walk through air you never breathed, drink water you never touched, read words you never wrote. But somehow, your choices shaped their world. You may never meet them. They may never know your name. But what you do now could become their sky. The problem of future generations is not just about obligation, it's about imagination. And whether we choose to extend our care beyond the circle of now, you close your eyes, and the future leans quietly in them. The regress argument. You believe something. Maybe it's simple. The sky is blue. If someone asked you why, you might say, because I can see it. But what justifies that? Why trust your eyes? You might say, because they've worked before. And why believe that? Because I remember past experiences. And why trust your memory? You begin to sense a pattern. Each belief depends on another. Each justification asks for one more behind it, like dominoes stretching backward into the dark. This is the regress argument in epistemology, the study of knowledge. It asks, how do we justify a belief without falling into an infinite chain of explanations? If every belief must be justified by another, we never arrive. We keep going, forever. But if we stop somewhere, at some belief that isn't justified, then we're building on assumption. So how do we break the loop? Philosophers offer different answers. Some are foundationalists. They say the chain must rest on basic, self-evident truths, beliefs so clear or obvious that they don't need further proof, like I exist or I am thinking. Others are coherentists. They argue that beliefs form a web, supporting each other not in a straight line, but in a circle. No single foundation, just consistency among the whole. Still others accept the regress and live with the doubt. You begin to reflect. How many of your beliefs stand on rock, and how many float, tethered to other floating things? It's not a failure. It's a human condition. We build meaning the best we can, not from absolute certainty, but from trust, experience, and structure. Maybe what matters isn't finding an unshakable base, but living with care in the face of mystery. You lie back and imagine a long stairway of thought, each step resting on the one before it. You'll never reach the end, but each step teaches you something, deepens the question, refines the answer. And that too is knowledge. Not a final stone, but a journey walked with open eyes. The self-refuting statement. You're reading a sentence. It says, "There is no truth." At first it seems bold, radical, a rejection of absolutes. But then you pause. Something doesn't add up. If that statement is true, then it can't be true. Because if there is no truth, then that statement itself isn't true. So why believe it? But if it is true, then it contradicts itself by declaring that nothing is. You've just encountered a self-refuting statement, a sentence that defeats itself by its very structure. These kinds of statements appear simple, but they collapse under scrutiny. Like, "I cannot speak a single word." All generalizations are false. There are no absolutes. Each one undermines its own message. They're not just wrong, they're impossible. Because if they're true, they must be false. And that paradox isn't just about language, it's about logic itself. Philosophers call these self-refuting or performative contradictions. The act of saying them violates their content. You're doing what you claim can't be done. You reflect on how powerful this is, because when you find a self-refuting idea, you don't need experiments or arguments. The contradiction is internal. It folds in on itself. But then, you go deeper. Some self-refuting ideas appear in everyday thought. Someone says, "We can never know anything for sure," but they say it with certainty. Someone declares, "All viewpoints are equally valid," while dismissing yours. These aren't just rhetorical traps. They reveal a tension between what we claim and what we assume when we claim it. You begin to ask yourself, how often do I say things that contradict themselves without noticing? How often do I declare doubt while standing on certainty, or speak silence while making sound? The self-refuting statement reminds you of the importance of coherence, not perfection, but alignment between your words, your thoughts, and the world. You lie still now. A sentence floats through your mind. There is no meaning, and softly, you smile. Even that thought had to mean something. The rule-following paradox. You're learning to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. You follow the rule. Add 1 each time. Simple. But now imagine someone asks, "How do you know you're following the rule correctly?" You say, "I just do what I was taught." But what if you misunderstood? What if you thought +1 meant +2 after 100? You were never told otherwise, and your past answers happen to match the usual ones until now. Are you still following the rule, or were you always doing something else? This is the heart of Wittgenstein's rule-following paradox. It's not about arithmetic, it's about meaning. You think you're applying a rule, but how do you know what the rule means? After all, any current interpretation could match many future actions, and no rule tells you exactly how to apply the rule. So what anchors meaning? Wittgenstein suggests not logic, not mental pictures, not inner certainty, but practice. Meaning lives in how we use rules, not in private definitions, but in shared behaviors, in the way a community agrees to treat plus as addition, red as a color, pain as something felt. The paradox challenges the idea that rules have clear, fixed meanings on their own. Instead, meaning is public, social, grounded in our human form of life. You pause and reflect. How many things do you think you know because you follow a rule? Language, morality, identity. But what if those rules don't stand alone? What if they only make sense because others nod when you do, smile when you speak, move the same way through the world? It's unsettling, but it's also grounding, because it means you are never alone in meaning. You lie back and think of the countless invisible agreements that make your world work. A stop sign, a handshake, a number line. Not truths written in the stars, but shared ways of seeing. And in following the rule, you also follow the path of others, not blindly, but together. The Dunning-Kruger effect. You've probably seen it before. The loudest voice in the room, the overconfident expert who isn't quite right. The beginner who thinks they know it all, while the true masters speak with caution. Why does this happen? Why do those who know the least often feel the most certain? This is the strange insight behind the Dunning-Kruger effect, named after psychologists David Dunning and Justin Kruger. In a 1999 study, they discovered a curious pattern. People who performed poorly on tests of logic, grammar, and humor consistently overestimated their own abilities. Why? Because in order to recognize a skill, you need some degree of it. But if you lack the skill entirely, you also lack the ability to notice your own mistakes. It's a double blindness. You don't know, and you don't know, and you don't know. Meanwhile, the more skilled you become, the more aware you are of how much you still don't understand. So confidence doesn't rise in a straight line. It starts high when you know very little, then dips hard as you learn more, and slowly rises again with deep mastery. This pattern is sometimes called the Mount Stupid curve, a sharp peak of beginner confidence, followed by the valley of humility. It doesn't mean beginners are foolish. It means we're all vulnerable to illusion when we're just starting out. And it doesn't mean experts are always right, just more cautious. The Dunning-Kruger effect reminds us to stay humble, to be slow to judge, to realize that confidence isn't always a sign of truth, and to ask, where in my life might I be standing on Mount Stupid and not even know it? You lie still now, wondering not just what you know, but how you know it, and how quickly you assume. There is wisdom in saying, I don't know. There is power in uncertainty. And the deeper you go into any subject, philosophy, art, love, the more you learn to kneel before its complexity, not with fear, but with awe. Because intelligence isn't loud, it's quiet, and often, the most knowing minds are the ones still learning. The experience machine. Imagine a machine. You step inside, close your eyes and instantly feel it. Perfect happiness. You can live out any life you want. Endless pleasure, infinite success, deep, fulfilling love, and it all feels real, but it isn't. It's a simulation. Your body lies in a tank, while your brain is fed a stream of perfect, pleasurable experiences forever. Would you plug in? This is the thought experiment known as the experience machine, proposed by philosopher Robert Nozick, and it asks a deceptively simple question: is pleasure all that matters? If yes, the answer should be easy. Of course you'd plug in. Why suffer? Why struggle? But something in you hesitates, because while the machine offers joy, it strips away something else. Truth. You wouldn't actually be loving, learning, or achieving. You'd just feel as if you were. Nozick argued that this shows something deeper, that humans want more than happiness. We want reality. We want to be a certain kind of person, not just experience the illusion of it. And we want our actions to matter, not just feel like they do. If you knew your joy was fake, would it still comfort you? If your triumphs were programmed, would they still fulfill you? The experience machine invites us to question hedonism, the idea that pleasure is the highest good, because pleasure without reality might not satisfy. But then again, if you never knew the truth, if the illusion was flawless, would it even matter? Maybe the line between real and felt is thinner than we think. Maybe reality is just another experience machine, one we didn't choose. Or maybe, deep down, you long not just to feel joy, but to earn it. You lie still now, imagining your hand on the machine's switch. You could escape pain, escape failure, escape the hard, sharp edges of the real world. But would you still be you, or just a ghost in a perfect dream? The machine hums quietly in your thoughts, waiting, and you ask yourself, not with fear, but with wonder, is it better to feel good or to be good? And what would you give up to never hurt again? Nietzsche's eternal return. Imagine this: a demon visits you in the quiet of night and whispers a question. What if you had to live this exact life again and again, every moment? Every joy, every sorrow, every mistake, every triumph, over and over, forever. Would you fall to your knees in despair, or would you rise, smile and say, yes, I would live it all again? This is the haunting idea of eternal return, a thought experiment from the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. He didn't claim it was literally true. He didn't ask you to believe in time loops or cosmic cycles. He asked you to imagine it as a test, a mirror held up to your life. Because if you couldn't bear to live your life again, exactly as it is, what does that say about how you're living it now? Eternal return forces you to confront the weight of your choices. To ask, are you living in a way you'd willingly repeat, or are you drifting, hoping the hard parts will be erased? Nietzsche believed the ultimate affirmation of life was to embrace it all, not just the good, but the pain, the chaos, the absurdity. To say yes to life, as it is, without asking it to be different. That, he said, is the mark of strength. Not in chasing comfort, but in finding beauty, even in the storm. But this isn't a moral command. It's a challenge, a whisper in the night, a dare to live deliberately. You lie still now, retracing the steps of your own life. Could you face it again? Would you welcome it, moment by moment? Not because it was perfect, but because it was yours. Because you chose. Because you felt. Eternal return doesn't demand perfection. It invites presence. It asks you to shape your days like works of art, knowing they may echo through eternity. So when you rise tomorrow, perhaps you'll ask, if this were the first time or the 1,000th, would I still choose it? And if not, what will I change before the circle comes again? The mind-body problem, you think. You feel, you dream, remember. Imagine you have a mind, but where is it? Is it the brain, the firing of neurons, a product of chemicals in cells? Or is it something else, something not made of matter, but of awareness, intangible, invisible, yet more you than anything else? This is the mind-body problem, a puzzle that has haunted philosophers for centuries. At its heart is a simple question: what is the relationship between the mind and the body? How can something physical, a lump of gray tissue in your skull, produce something so non-physical, like love, fear, or the idea of infinity? René Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, believed the mind and body were two distinct substances. The body was material. The mind, what he called the soul, was immaterial. They interacted, somehow, but were fundamentally different. This view is called dualism, but dualism raises hard questions. How do two different kinds of stuff, mind and matter, interact? Where is the bridge? Later thinkers moved toward physicalism, the belief that everything, including the mind, is physical, that thoughts are brain states, that consciousness is just the brain doing what brains do. But that leads to another mystery. If the mind is only the brain, why does it feel like something? Why is there a rich, inner world, colors, emotions, pain? This is often called the hard problem of consciousness. Why and how subjective experience arises from objective matter. You lie still now, breathing gently, listening to the space inside your own awareness. Who is the you behind the thoughts? Are you your body, your brain, or something deeper, watching the body and brain from within? Maybe the mind is just the most intricate expression of matter. Or maybe, just maybe, consciousness is not produced by the brain, but filtered through it, like light through stained glass. The mind-body problem doesn't offer easy answers, but it does offer wonder. Because whatever the mind is, it's the one thing you know for certain, the one thing you carry, even in dreams. And perhaps the most mysterious part of all is that you are the mystery. Pascal's wager. Imagine you're sitting at a cosmic table. Before you lies a bet. Not on cards or dice, but on something far greater. Does God exist or not? You don't know for sure. You can't prove it one way or the other, but you must choose how to live. Believe or don't. This is the question behind Pascal's wager, proposed by the 17th century French philosopher and mathematician Blaise Pascal. Pascal argued that belief in God isn't just about truth, it's about risk and reward. If God exists and you believe, you gain eternal joy. If he doesn't, you lose little, perhaps a few pleasures, a few doubts. But if God exists and you don't believe, you risk eternal loss. So Pascal asks, why not place the safer bet? Why not believe, just in case? It's not a proof of God's existence. It's a wager, a practical choice in the face of uncertainty. Critics have pushed back. Is belief a switch you can simply turn on? Can you truly believe in something just because it benefits you? Wouldn't a just God see through the calculation? And what if you're betting on the wrong God? There are thousands of religions. Pascal's logic applies to many of them. Still, the wager lingers. Not because it's airtight, but because it reframes the question. It asks, what do you live as if is true? Because whether or not you believe in God, you're already betting with your life. You bet every time you love, every time you forgive, every time you suffer and still hope for meaning. And maybe the wager isn't about theology. Maybe it's about how you choose to live in the face of the unknown. You lie still now, not gambling, but wondering. Maybe the real wager isn't about belief, but about trust, in goodness, in mystery, in something beyond yourself. Pascal's wager isn't a threat. It's a quiet whisper in the night. What if there is more than this world? And what would you risk to live as if there is? Plato's theory of forms. Look around you. A tree, a chair, a face you love. They seem solid, familiar, real. But what if they're not the true versions? What if everything you see is just a shadow of something more perfect? This is the heart of Plato's theory of forms. Plato believed the physical world isn't the ultimate reality. It's only a reflection, an echo of a deeper, unchanging realm. In that higher world exist the forms, perfect, eternal versions of everything, not made of matter, not touched by time, not seen with eyes, but known with the mind. There is a form of beauty, a form of justice, a form of tree, a form of circle. Every beautiful thing in this world is beautiful because it participates in the form of beauty. Every just action echoes the form of justice. But no object is perfect, no action fully pure. Everything here imitates the forms, but falls short. It's like looking at a shadow on a cave wall and thinking it's the thing itself. In fact, Plato used that very image, the allegory of the cave. He imagined people trapped in a cave, watching shadows cast by a fire behind them. To them, the shadows are reality. But if one person escapes and sees the sunlight outside, the world of forms, they realize the truth. Everything they thought was real was just a dim imitation. This, Plato said, is the philosopher's journey. To move from the world of senses to the world of ideas, from illusion to essence. But the forms aren't just abstract concepts. They give meaning to the world. Without them, there's no way to judge what's better or worse, more just or more true. You lie still now, wondering, what if everything you touch is a whisper of something higher? What if your deepest longing for truth, beauty, love is a memory of the forms, of a reality your soul once knew? Maybe that's why we feel awe, why we chase perfection, why we sense that some things are more real than others. Not because we're dreaming, but because we're remembering. And in that remembering, we glimpse something eternal. The veil of ignorance. Imagine you're about to be born, but you don't know anything about who you'll be. You don't know your gender, your race, your wealth, your talents, or your religion. You could be born rich or poor, powerful or powerless, healthy or ill. Now ask yourself, what kind of society would you want to be born into? This is the essence of philosopher John Rawls' thought experiment called the veil of ignorance. He believed the fairest way to design a just society is to do it from behind this veil, where no one knows their position in the world. Why? Because if you don't know whether you'll end up at the top or the bottom, you'll be more likely to choose laws and structures that are fair to everyone. It forces empathy. It dissolves bias. Behind the veil, you wouldn't create a system that favors the wealthy, because you might not be one of them. You wouldn't strip rights from minorities, because you might be born into one. You wouldn't tolerate extreme inequality, because you could be the one at the bottom. Rawls argued that people behind the veil would choose a society with equal basic liberties, and with inequalities only if they benefit the least advantaged. This becomes his principle of justice as fairness. But the veil of ignorance isn't just for governments. You can apply it in everyday life. Before making a rule, ask, would I still agree to this if I were on the other side? Before judging someone, ask, what if that were me? It's a tool, a mirror, a quiet reset button for self-interest. You lie still now behind your own private veil. What would change if you had been born into a different body, into a different country, or era, or family? Would you still see the world the same way? The veil of ignorance doesn't tell you what to believe. It just asks you to imagine justice without knowing your place in the story. Because true fairness begins not with knowing who you are, but remembering that it could have been anyone. Fatalism. Is everything already written? You make choices every day, what to eat, what to say, where to go, and you feel free, like your decisions matter. But what if they don't? What if every event, every word, every breath was already written? This is the idea behind fatalism, the belief that the future is fixed and that no matter what you do, the outcome will be the same. Not just that events are determined by causes, but that they are inevitable. That fate doesn't bend for effort, or will, or prayer. The ancient Stoics accepted this view. They believed the universe was governed by a rational order, logos, and that all things unfold exactly as they must. To fight it was to suffer. To accept it was to find peace. In fatalism, the question isn't what will happen, it's how will you meet it. But fatalism often gets confused with determinism, the idea that every event is caused by previous events, like dominoes falling in a line. Fatalism is deeper, more mystical. It suggests that no matter the causes or paths, the destination is set. Think of a story already written, with every twist and ending in place. You are living it word by word, but the ending will arrive no matter what you choose. This can feel oppressive. If nothing can be changed, why try? But fatalism also offers something else, a kind of surrender, a soft release of anxiety. If what's meant to happen will happen, then you can let go of control. You can stop grasping, stop fearing. You lie still now, letting that thought settle like dust in the evening light. Maybe your struggles are not signs of failure, but parts of a greater unfolding. Maybe you are exactly where you're meant to be, not because you stopped choosing, but because choice itself is woven into the pattern. Fatalism doesn't ask you to stop acting. It asks you to act without clinging, to move through your life with grace, knowing the river flows where it must. And perhaps the question isn't whether everything is written, but whether you can read the script with peace. Thomas Nagel's bat. Can we ever understand another mind? Close your eyes. Now imagine being a bat, not just acting like one, but actually being one, hanging upside down, flying with wings, navigating the world through echolocation, hearing the shape of things. Can you picture it? Not from the outside, but from the inside. This is the question philosopher Thomas Nagel asked in his famous essay, What is it like to be a bat? And the answer he gave was startlingly simple. You can't. No matter how much you study a bat's biology or behavior, you can never truly know what it's like to be a bat. Because there is something about consciousness, something Nagel calls subjective experience, that can't be measured or explained from the outside. There is always a difference between knowing about and being. And if that's true for a bat, it's also true for people. You can see someone's face, hear their story, feel sympathy. But can you ever truly know what it's like to live in their mind, to feel their sadness the way they feel it, to see red the way they see it, or even to know if your idea of red is the same? Nagel's point isn't to push you into despair. It's to highlight the mystery of consciousness, that it isn't just brain activity or behavior. It's experience, a private world that can never be fully shared. You lie still now, sensing the quiet world behind your own eyes. It's yours, and yours alone. You might describe it, you might try to explain it, but no one else will ever feel it quite the way you do, and you'll never feel theirs. That can be lonely, but it can also be sacred, because it means every being you meet carries a universe you'll never fully touch, and that makes each one infinite. Nagel's bat isn't just about animals or science. It's a reminder to approach others with humility, to recognize the limits of knowledge, to listen with reverence, because even when you think you understand someone, there's always something deeper, something echoing in the dark, that only they can hear. Moral luck. Are we responsible for things beyond our control? You're driving carefully, eyes on the road, hands steady on the wheel. Suddenly, a child runs into the street. You slam the brakes, but it's too late. The child dies. Now imagine the same scenario, same road, same speed, same timing, but this time, no one crosses your path. You arrive home, unaware of how close tragedy came. Two identical choices, two identical actions, two radically different outcomes. One makes you guilty, the other leaves you blameless. This is the haunting idea of moral luck, a concept explored by philosopher Thomas Nagel. It challenges a deep belief that we are only morally responsible for what we control, that fairness requires judging people by their intentions, not their circumstances or outcomes. But in life, that's rarely how it works. We judge the drunk driver who kills more harshly than the one who doesn't, though both took the same risk. We admire the brave hero who succeeds more than the one who fails, though both showed courage. So much of our moral judgment depends on luck, where you were born, who your parents were, what temptations you faced, whether chance favored or punished you. Nagel asks, can we truly hold people responsible for actions shaped by forces beyond their control? If we demand consistency, then maybe no one deserves praise or blame at all. But if we accept moral luck, then justice becomes unstable. It's a tension that never quite resolves. You lie still now, thinking about your own life. How many of your choices were shaped by luck? The teacher who inspired you, the illness you escaped, the mistake you almost made. And yet, we feel responsible. We feel guilt. We feel pride. Moral luck doesn't erase that. It simply humbles us. It invites compassion for others and for ourselves, because behind every outcome is a world of invisible causes. And sometimes, the line between hero and villain is only a turn of chance. Compatibilism. Can free will and determinism both be true? You make a choice. Coffee or tea, walk or drive, stay or leave. It feels free, unforced, yours. But then a thought creeps in. What if that choice was inevitable? What if every moment in your life was caused by the one before it, by your genetics, your upbringing, your brain chemistry? This is the tension between free will and determinism. Determinism says, every event is the result of prior causes, that everything unfolds like clockwork, predictable, inevitable. If that's true, where is freedom? Are we just passengers, watching a movie already filmed? Many say the two ideas can't live together, but compatibilists believe they can. They say, free will isn't about being uncaused. It's about acting according to who you are. If your actions arise from your desires, your values, your character, even if those things were shaped by prior causes, you are still acting freely. Think of a river. It flows within its banks. It follows gravity, but it twists and moves, uniquely, naturally. That's the compatibilist's idea of freedom. Not total randomness, not freedom from causality, but freedom within causality. When you choose something because it feels right, because it reflects you, not because someone held a gun to your head, that's free will, they say. Even if you were shaped by forces you didn't choose, but critics push back. If you couldn't have done otherwise, is it truly free? If your choices were determined before you were born, can you really be responsible? These aren't just academic questions. They touch our ideas of morality, justice, and identity. Should we punish someone if they were destined to commit a crime? Should we praise anyone for inevitable goodness? Compatibilism offers a middle path. It says, we can be shaped and still be agents. We can be caused and still be responsible. You lie still now, thinking of your own choices. So many roads behind you, so many turns you made. Were they written, or were they yours? Maybe both. Maybe freedom isn't escaping the path, but walking it with your eyes open. The is-ought problem. Can facts tell us what we should do? The sky is blue. Fire burns. Humans seek pleasure and avoid pain. These are facts, statements about what is. But then we say, we ought to help the poor. We ought to be honest. We ought to love our neighbor. Where does that ought come from? Can you move from a description of the world to a prescription for how to live? This is the heart of the is-ought problem, famously raised by the philosopher David Hume. He noticed that many moral arguments start by describing the world, what people do, how things work, and then suddenly leap to conclusions about what we should do. But there's a gap there, a quiet jump. You can describe how people behave, but does that tell you how they should behave? If humans are naturally selfish, does that mean selfishness is good? If nature is brutal, does that mean cruelty is justified? Hume said, no, you can't get an ought from an is, unless you already smuggle in some value, unless you already believe that certain goals or goods matter. It's like reading a map and then deciding where to go. The map shows what is. Only you can decide where you ought to head. This problem shapes modern ethics, science, and even politics. It warns us, be careful when someone says, this is just the way things are, because that alone doesn't tell us what's right. You lie still now, thinking of all the facts you've ever learned, and all the choices you've ever made. How many were shaped by a quiet leap from is to ought? The is-ought problem isn't meant to paralyze you. It's meant to remind you, values are not found. They are chosen, and in choosing them, you shape the world, not because it's written in nature, but because you decided it matters. That kindness matters, that truth matters, that something matters. And in a world of facts, that choice is everything. Existential authenticity. Are you living your life or someone else's? You wake up each day and walk through a world already built. Names, customs, expectations. You go to school, you get a job. You follow the script, but at some point, a quiet question stirs inside you. Is this really me? This is the beginning of the search for existential authenticity, a concept drawn from thinkers like Søren Kierkegaard, Martin Heidegger, and Jean-Paul Sartre. It asks whether you're living in a way that's true to yourself or merely conforming to the world around you. Kierkegaard called it despair, when you live as someone you're not. Heidegger called it falling, being lost in the noise of society. Sartre called it bad faith, lying to yourself to avoid responsibility. But all pointed to the same wound. We are born into a world we didn't choose, and then told how to live in it. And yet, we are free, terrifyingly free, to choose, to redefine, to step outside the roles we've inherited and say, this is who I am. But authenticity isn't easy. It doesn't mean doing whatever you feel or rejecting every tradition. It means taking responsibility for your choices, your path, your values. It means asking yourself, again and again, is this mine, or did I borrow it? Was this belief chosen or handed to me? Do I really want this life, or am I just afraid to say no? You lie still now, the ceiling a quiet mirror. You think of the voices in your head that aren't yours, the expectations etched into you by others, and beneath them, a silence that belongs only to you. Authenticity is not about perfection. It's not about always knowing. It's about listening, gently, honestly, to that voice beneath the noise, and choosing, every day, to live in alignment with it, even when it's hard, even when no one understands, even when it means walking alone. Because in that walk, in that risk, you become yourself, not what the world expected, but what you were always meant to be. Pascal's wager: is it safer to believe in God, just in case? You can't prove God exists. You can't prove God doesn't. And yet, you must live as if one way or the other. This dilemma haunted mathematician and philosopher Blaise Pascal. He wasn't trying to prove God. He was trying to understand the risk of belief. So he framed it like a bet, a wager. If God exists, and you believe, you gain everything: eternal life, infinite joy. If God exists, and you don't believe, you lose everything, infinite loss. Then whether you believe or not, you lose nothing, or very little. So Pascal asked, which is the smarter bet? He argued that believing in God is the rational choice, not because you're certain, but because the potential reward outweighs the risk. Think of it like a game of infinite stakes. You're forced to play. Not choosing is also a choice. So, where do you place your chip? This is Pascal's wager, and it's powerful, not as theology, but as logic. But critics quickly raised concerns. Can belief be a choice? Can you truly believe in something just to be safe? What if God values sincerity more than strategy? And which God are you wagering on? The Christian God, the Muslim God, the deist clockmaker, the unknowable silence. Still, the wager lingers, because it asks a deeper question. What are you living as if is true? You lie still now, thinking of your own quiet bets. You may not have declared your faith, but you live each day as if certain things matter, as if love is real, as if time is limited, as if your actions echo beyond you. You're always wagering, with your choices, with your time, with your life. Pascal's wager isn't a commandment, it's a mirror. It asks not what you claim to believe, but what you're willing to risk. And sometimes, belief isn't certainty. It's the courage to commit, even in the face of doubt. Because maybe the question isn't whether God exists, but whether a life lived as if He does leads you somewhere deeper. Moral relativism. Is right and wrong just a matter of culture? In one country, it's polite to look someone in the eye. In another, it's seen as rude. In one era, a practice is considered honorable. In another, it's condemned as evil. Cultures vary, customs change, so do values, which raises a quiet, troubling question. Is morality universal or relative? This is the heart of moral relativism. The belief that right and wrong are not fixed truths, but shaped by context, culture, history, language, upbringing. What's good in one society might be bad in another, and neither is necessarily wrong, just different. It's a view that invites humility. Instead of declaring, we are right, they are wrong, the relativist pauses and says, let's understand how they see the world. It urges tolerance, open-mindedness, cultural sensitivity, but it also raises problems. If all morality is relative, can we ever condemn anything? Slavery? Genocide? Oppression? If a society says it's okay, does that make it so? Do we have the right to judge, or are we trapped in our own moral bubble, with no solid ground to stand on? Some argue for moral universalism, the belief that some values transcend culture, that certain principles, like human dignity, compassion, justice, are right, no matter where or when. But even then, the details differ. What dignity means, what justice demands, and so the question persists. You lie still now, thinking of the values you hold dear. Where did they come from? Your parents, your school, your time and place. Would you believe the same things if you were born in another country, in another century? Probably not. And yet, you believe them deeply. So what do we do? Moral relativism isn't an answer, it's a challenge. To hold our beliefs with clarity, but not arrogance. To defend what we think is right, while listening to those who disagree. To seek truth, knowing it may wear many faces, because maybe morality isn't just about rules, but about relationship, not certainty, but conscience. And the quiet courage to ask, not what's right in general, but what's right now, in this fragile, complex world we share. Zeno's paradoxes. Can motion even exist? You lift your hand, you take a step forward, you watch an arrow fly. Motion seems obvious, undeniable, real. But over 2,000 years ago, a Greek philosopher named Zeno of Elea challenged that idea, using logic to show that motion might be impossible. At first, it sounds absurd, but listen closely. Zeno's most famous puzzle is called the dichotomy paradox. To walk across a room, you must first go halfway. Then you must go half of the remaining distance, then half again, and again, and again. An infinite number of steps. So how do you ever finish? If there are infinite points between you and the wall, wouldn't it take infinite time to cross? Another of his puzzles, Achilles and the tortoise, says this. A swift runner, Achilles, races a slow tortoise. To be fair, the tortoise gets a head start. By the time Achilles reaches the tortoise's starting point, the tortoise has moved forward. When Achilles reaches that point, the tortoise has moved again, and so on, endlessly. According to Zeno, Achilles can never catch the tortoise. Of course, in real life, he does. You've seen runners pass each other. You've crossed rooms. You've watched arrows strike their target. So what's the point? Zeno wasn't denying motion as a physical experience. He was exposing a paradox at the heart of infinity and division. Can space and time be endlessly divided? If so, how do we ever move? These paradoxes puzzled philosophers and mathematicians for centuries. Eventually, the development of calculus, with concepts like limits and convergence, helped resolve the paradoxes mathematically. But the mystery remains at a deeper level. Is motion continuous, or made of tiny, indivisible steps? Is time a smooth river, or a flickering sequence of frames? You lie still now, feeling the stillness in your limbs, and you realize even your stillness is part of a larger movement. Your breath, your thoughts, the earth turning beneath you. Zeno's paradoxes may not stop your feet, but they stop your mind. And in that pause you glimpse the hidden strangeness beneath the ordinary. Because sometimes, even the most basic truths, like moving from here to there, aren't as simple as they seem. Panpsychism is consciousness everywhere. You look at a rock, cold, still, silent. You feel no presence, no mind. But then a question drifts in. What if it has one? What if everything, every grain of sand, every drop of water, every leaf and atom has some tiny flicker of awareness? This is the strange and beautiful idea of panpsychism. It comes from the Greek pan and psyche. It suggests that consciousness is not rare, not limited to humans or even animals, but a fundamental feature of the universe, just like mass, or charge, or spin. To most people, consciousness is something that emerges. Brains are complex machines, and at a certain point, awareness switches on. But how? No one knows. This is the infamous hard problem of consciousness, how subjective experience arises from physical stuff. Panpsychists offer a radical answer. Maybe it doesn't emerge. Maybe it's already there, baked into the fabric of reality, just like water becomes rivers and oceans. Maybe consciousness, simple, diffuse, primitive, combines in complex ways to become minds like yours. Your brain doesn't create consciousness. It collects and organizes it. A symphony, not a spark. It's not saying your coffee mug has dreams, but maybe it has some infinitesimal glimmer of experience. A rudimentary beingness. Strange, yes, but consider the alternative. That consciousness somehow bursts out of lifeless matter, magically, inexplicably. Panpsychism simply says, maybe it was always there, and once you entertain that thought, the world changes. The forest no longer feels empty. The wind seems to carry a whisper. Even silence hums with presence. You lie still now, surrounded by the quiet world, the bed beneath you, the walls around you, the stars above, and you wonder, are you the only one here, or are you part of a great field of awareness, thin, ancient, and endless, not a mind like yours, but something deeper, more diffuse, the shimmer behind matter. Maybe consciousness isn't a candle in the dark. Maybe it is the dark, blue space, the stillness, and maybe everything you see is ever so slightly awake. The brain in a vat. What if everything is a simulation? Imagine waking up in a lab. You are not in a body. You are not in a room. You are just a brain floating in fluid, wired to a computer. Every sight, every sound, every memory, fed to you by a machine, and everything you thought was real was just electrical signals. This is the unsettling thought experiment, known as the brain in a vat, a modern twist on Descartes' evil demon, and a close cousin to the Matrix. It asks a simple, terrifying question. How do you know any of this is real? What if your body doesn't exist? What if the people you love are code? What if the stars, the trees, the wind are illusions projected into your mind? You'd never know, because all your experiences, real or not, come through your brain. And if that brain is being deceived, you could live your whole life inside a lie. Philosophers use this to challenge our assumptions. We trust our senses, but they can be fooled. We trust the world, but we only ever experience it through interpretation. So what's the difference between dreaming and waking, between reality and simulation? You lie still now, staring into the dark behind your eyes. Can you prove you're not a brain in a vat? Probably not. And yet, it feels real. Your breath, your memories, your fears and longings. Even if it's simulated, it feels like living. Some say it doesn't matter. Experience is experience. Whether you're in a body or a vat, your joys and sorrows are still yours. But others say it changes everything. If the world is fake, what about morality, responsibility, love? Are those just scripts running in your neural theater? Still, something stirs inside you, a desire to know, to wake up. If waking up is possible, maybe the real point isn't whether we're in a vat, but whether we're thinking about it, questioning, searching, because even in a dream, the act of wondering is real. And maybe that spark of curiosity, the need to know what's true, is the very thing that proves you are more than wires, more than signals, more than illusion. You are awake. The veil of ignorance. How would you build a world if you didn't know who you'd be? Close your eyes. Now imagine this. You're asked to design a society, laws, rights, education, healthcare, justice. You can shape it all, but there's a catch. Before the world begins, you don't know who you'll be in it. You might be rich, you might be poor, you might be strong or fragile. You might be part of the majority or a forgotten voice on the edge. So, how would you build that world? This is the thought experiment called the veil of ignorance, introduced by philosopher John Rawls. It asks us to remove bias, to imagine justice from behind a curtain where privilege, race, status, and talent are unknown. Behind that veil, no one can rig the system. No one can design laws just for people like them, because you might be anyone. So you'd likely choose fairness. You'd create safety nets. You'd protect the weak. You'd make sure the rules are kind to the least powerful, because you might be one of them. This idea challenges how we think about justice, not as power, not as tradition, but as empathy in advance. Rawls called this the original position, a mental place where we design fairness without self-interest. Of course, in the real world, we're not behind a veil. We're already born, already shaped by class, language, gender, luck. But that's why the veil matters, because it shakes us loose from our position and asks us to think from someone else's, not out of pity, not out of guilt, but out of clarity. If a law seems cruel from behind the veil, it's probably cruel in the world. You lie still now, your mind drifting through imagined cities and invisible lives. Could you survive the world you've helped shape? Would you want to? And if not, what would you change? The veil of ignorance isn't just a tool for philosophers or lawmakers. It's a mirror, and it asks, what kind of world would you want if you didn't know which face you'd wake up with? The Ring of Gyges. You're walking across a quiet field after a storm. The earth is soft beneath your feet. The clouds are breaking, and then you see something glinting in the soil. You kneel down, brush the dirt away, and find a golden ring. You slip it on, and suddenly, no one can see you. Not just invisible in body, but untouchable by consequence. Your words, your actions, unseen, unpunished. You could steal without being caught, lie without being challenged, even kill and vanish without a trace. What would you do? This is the story of the Ring of Gyges, told by Plato in the Republic. Gyges, a humble shepherd, discovers a ring that makes him invisible. He uses it to seduce the queen, murder the king, and take the throne. All because he could, all because no one was watching. Plato's question is simple but disturbing. Would anyone act justly if they could get away with injustice? You sit with that thought. Do we behave morally because we are moral, or because we're afraid of being seen? What happens to our ethics when the fear of judgment is removed? It's a test of character, but also a window into society. Laws, rules, expectations, they all rely on visibility, surveillance, accountability. But deep down, who are you when no one's looking? You imagine wearing the ring. You walk through stores, offices, homes. You could take, you could deceive. No alarms would sound, no eyes would catch you. But would you feel whole, or would you feel hollow? Is morality a performance, or is it a mirror? Some say virtue lies in action, others say it lies in intention. But Gyges forces you to ask, is goodness something you do for the world, or for yourself? The ring grows heavy on your hand, not physically, but philosophically. You realize that power without consequence is not just a test of what you can do, it's a test of who you really are. You slip the ring off, not because you must, but because you choose to. And in that quiet act of restraint, invisible to the world, you glimpse something noble. Even when unseen, you still choose what's right. The dilemma of determinism. You sit quietly and think about your next move. Maybe you'll close your eyes. Maybe shift the blanket. Maybe you'll get up, walk, speak, or stay still. Whatever it is, it feels like a choice, a decision rising from within you. But what if it isn't? This is the heart of the dilemma of determinism, a problem that asks whether free will truly exists, or whether every action, every thought, every breath is part of an unbreakable chain. The idea of determinism is simple. The universe follows cause and effect. Everything that happens has a reason, rooted in something that came before. The laws of physics, biology, chemistry, all moving forward like dominoes falling. If that's true, then your decisions were already written into the fabric of the cosmos long before you were born. You didn't choose your DNA. Your parents, your childhood, your culture, all those shaped your values, your thoughts, your desires. So when you choose coffee over tea, or silence over speaking, was that really you deciding? Or just the unfolding of causes beyond your control? It can be unsettling. You want to feel free. You want to believe you are the author of your life. But the more you look, the more mysterious your choices become. Yet, there is a middle path. Some philosophers say freedom doesn't require total independence from cause and effect. Instead, they say freedom means acting in alignment with your own nature, your values, your character, even if those were shaped by forces beyond you. This is called compatibilism, the belief that determinism and free will can coexist. You may not choose the cards you're dealt, but you choose how to play them, and that perhaps is freedom enough. You sit with the weight of the dilemma. You feel both pulled by the past and awake in the present, aware of how much is beyond your control, but still quietly responsible. You exhale. The moment is yours. Whether written or chosen, it is happening now. And maybe freedom isn't about breaking the chain. Maybe it's about seeing it and still walking with grace. The problem of evil. You sit in the quiet of night, and your mind drifts to an age-old question. Not one of logic, but of heartbreak, of confusion, of mystery. If there is a God, one who is all-powerful, all-knowing and all-good, then why does evil exist? This is known as the problem of evil, and it has haunted human thought for centuries. Earthquakes shatter cities. Children suffer from illness. Innocent people face cruelty. If God can stop this, and wants to, why doesn't he? The question strikes deep. It's not just philosophical, it's personal. We've all asked it in some way, in some moment of pain or loss. Some say evil exists because of free will. That love, morality, and growth require freedom, and freedom includes the power to hurt. Without choice, goodness would be hollow, a script, not a virtue. Others say suffering leads to greater goods, strength, compassion, humility. Perhaps pain has a place in the story, even if we don't understand it from where we sit. Still, some point to mystery, that God's perspective is infinite, while ours is painfully narrow. Like children who cry when medicine burns, we may not yet see the full purpose behind our wounds. And yet, others reject these answers. They ask, could an all-good being truly allow such horror? Does the sheer scale of suffering suggest a deeper silence? The problem of evil doesn't demand a solution. It resists resolution. It sits in the space between belief and doubt, between theology and tears. Some find comfort in faith, that God walks with us in suffering, even if he doesn't remove it. Others find strength in facing the world as it is, without appeal to a divine reason. You sit with the question, not to solve it, but to honor its weight. The stars are silent, the room is still, and in this stillness, you feel what many have felt before: confusion, sorrow, and a longing for peace. Maybe the point is not to answer the question once and for all, but to carry it with compassion, to do good, even when you don't understand why bad things happen, to bring light, even when the world feels dark. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough. The veil of ignorance. Close your eyes and imagine a world not yet formed, a society waiting to be built. You and others stand outside it, beyond time, beyond identity. You're about to design the rules, laws, rights, privileges, punishments. But there's one condition. You don't know who you'll be in this world. You might be rich. You might be poor. You could be powerful or powerless. You might be born into safety or into suffering. You could be a woman or a man, disabled, ill, a refugee, or a ruler. You don't get to choose. This is philosopher John Rawls' veil of ignorance, a thought experiment designed to strip away bias. It asks, how would you build a just society if you had no idea where in it you'd end up? You begin to think differently. Would you design a world where healthcare depends on wealth, if you might be born sick and poor? Would you allow discrimination, if you might be the one excluded? Would you tolerate extreme inequality, if you might land at the bottom? From behind the veil, fairness becomes personal. You no longer defend privilege. You consider justice. Rawls believed that a fair society is one we would all agree to if we didn't know who we'd be within it. It's not about compassion. It's about rational self-interest, extended universally. You begin to see how powerful the veil is. It removes assumptions. It quiets self-interest. It reveals what you truly believe about fairness. Once the mask of advantage is gone, and it invites you to apply that lens to your real life, not from a place of guilt, but from a place of perspective. You ask, would I want to be treated this way? Would I want my children to grow up in this system if they had no protection? You open your eyes. The world is no longer theoretical. The veil is lifted, but its question remains. You see systems not as distant or abstract, but as personal, possible, changeable. And maybe the work of justice begins here, not with power, but with imagination, not with knowing who you are, but with remembering who you could have been. The butterfly dream. You are floating, light as air, wings outstretched, soft and delicate. You flutter from flower to flower, carried by the wind. There is no worry, no identity, no time, only motion, only now. You are a butterfly. Then you wake. You are no longer flying. You are a man, lying in bed, a philosopher, a thinker. Your name is Zhuangzi. The dream fades, and the room returns. But a strange question lingers, one that stirs your soul. Was I a man dreaming? I was a butterfly. Or am I now a butterfly, dreaming I am a man? This is Zhuangzi's butterfly dream, one of the most famous parables in ancient Chinese philosophy. It's not meant to be solved. It's meant to dissolve something, your certainty. You begin to wonder, what is the line between dream and reality? Both feel vivid, both hold emotion, sensation, meaning, yet we treat one as fiction and the other as fact. But how can you be sure? Maybe your waking life is another kind of dream, longer, more detailed, but just as fragile. Maybe your identity is no more fixed than that butterfly's path through the air. Zhuangzi didn't fear this uncertainty. He embraced it. To him, it revealed something beautiful, the fluidity of existence, the mystery of self, the illusion of separateness. In his philosophy, there is no rigid boundary between waking and dreaming, between life and death, between man and butterfly. There is only change, a dance of forms, rising and falling like breath. You begin to see the wisdom, not as confusion, but as freedom. If reality is not as solid as you thought, then maybe identity isn't either. Maybe you are not a fixed thing. You are becoming, moment to moment, drifting through experiences like wings through wind. And perhaps that's not frightening. Perhaps that's what it means to be alive. You close your eyes, and the dream returns. You're flying again, unafraid. The air is cool, the sky wide. You are weightless. And somewhere deep in the mystery, you understand, you are the butterfly, and the dreamer, and the space between. The Euthyphro dilemma. You're standing in the quiet courtyard of ancient Athens. Marble columns surround you. The air is still. Across from you stands Socrates, his gaze calm but piercing. Beside him is a man named Euthyphro, claiming to understand the nature of piety, of what is holy and good. Socrates leans forward and asks a question that will echo for centuries. Is something good because the gods love it, or do the gods love it because it is good. This is the Euthyphro dilemma, and it reaches into the very heart of morality. If something is good simply because God, or the gods declare it so, then goodness becomes arbitrary. Mercy, justice, love, they're good only because a divine being says so. If that being said, cruelty was good, would it be? But if the gods love something because it is good, then goodness exists independently, higher than even divinity. And if so, then we must ask, what is this goodness, and how do we know it? The dilemma invites reflection. Is morality rooted in authority, or does it stand apart? For the believer, it challenges the idea that goodness comes only from divine command. For the skeptic, it raises the question, can moral truth exist without a higher source? You think of laws, commands, traditions. Are they good in themselves, or are they only followed because they come from power? You feel the ground shift under certainty. Some try to resolve the dilemma by saying that goodness and God are one, that God's nature is the good. But then we ask, can we know that nature? Do we still circle back to faith? Others turn inward. They say goodness is found in reason, in empathy, in shared humanity. But even then, what makes that good? The Euthyphro dilemma doesn't tell you what's right. It asks why you believe what you do. It separates obedience from understanding. You close your eyes, the marble fades. Socrates walks away, not with answers, but with another question trailing behind him like a shadow. You sit with it, not to resolve it, but to let it settle into your bones. Not everything true must be certain, and not every good must be commanded. The drunk driver problem. It's late at night. A man leaves a party, his mind clouded by alcohol. He gets behind the wheel of his car. The streets are quiet. The lights blur. He speeds through intersections, drifts across lanes, but no one gets hurt. He arrives home unaware of how close he came to tragedy. He goes to sleep, never knowing that his choices placed lives in danger. Now imagine a second man, same party, same drinks, same decision. But this time, a child steps into the road. There's a screech, a scream, a silence. A life is lost. The question is this: are the two drivers equally guilty? This is known as the drunk driver problem, a moral thought experiment about responsibility, intention, and luck. Both men made the same choice to drive drunk. Their actions, risks, and disregard for others were identical, but the outcomes were worlds apart. One harmless, the other catastrophic. So, how should we judge them? One view says outcomes matter. Causing harm brings moral weight. The second driver must live with blood on his hands. Even if he didn't mean to kill, his choices ended a life. That matters. But another view focuses on intent. Both men acted recklessly. Both took the same moral risk. The only difference was luck, randomness. And if we blame people based on outcomes they couldn't control, are we being fair? This is the puzzle of moral luck. It challenges the idea that we can be judged only for what we choose, not what happens afterward. You think about your own life. The small risks you've taken, the close calls, the harm you might have caused, even without realizing. How much of morality is shaped by chance? You also think about justice. In court, one man might be jailed, the other sent home. But in the heart, in the soul, are they really so different? Philosophers disagree, but the problem remains. And maybe its purpose isn't to settle blame, but to awaken humility. You breathe slowly. The road is quiet now. The cars are still. And in that stillness you realize, sometimes what we avoid is not because we are good, but because we were lucky. The experience machine. Imagine a machine. Once you plug in, it gives you the perfect life, custom built from your deepest desires. You could live as a famous artist, a world leader, an adventurer. You'd feel joy, love, achievement. Everything would seem real. But it's not. The experience machine, proposed by philosopher Robert Nozick, feeds your brain a stream of flawless sensations. You don't know it's fake, You believe it all, just like a dream that never ends. Now comes the question, would you plug in? It sounds tempting. No pain, no failure, just pleasure, endlessly. But many hesitate. Why? Because while the machine gives you experiences, it doesn't make them real. You're not actually painting, or falling in love, or climbing mountains. You're floating in a tank, fed illusions. Nozick believed this proves something profound, that pleasure alone isn't enough. We want our experiences to be connected to reality. We don't just want to feel good, we want to be someone, to do something, even if it hurts, even if it's uncertain. He argued that plugging in would sever us from authenticity, from truth, from life itself. You pause and think, how different is this from the world we live in now? Do we already live inside little machines, social media, entertainment, dreams of status, feeding us curated experiences, while the world waits outside? And yet, you also wonder, what if someone's real life is filled with pain? What if the machine is the only place they feel free? Is it wrong to choose comfort over struggle? There's no easy answer, but the machine forces you to ask, what do I value more, happiness or truth, experience or reality? And what kind of life is worth living? You breathe deeply. You imagine the machine, humming softly, waiting for you, and you imagine yourself, standing outside it. Not because life is always better out here, but because it's yours. And sometimes, even pain is part of that meaning. The ship of Theseus. Imagine a ship, wooden, weathered, proudly sailing the sea. It belongs to the hero Theseus. And over the years, parts of it begin to rot, slowly, piece by piece. Every plank is replaced. First a board, then a mast, then the rudder, until one day, not a single original part remains. And now the question lingers in the salt air. Is it still the same ship? This is the ancient thought experiment, known as the ship of Theseus. A question about identity through change. If something changes gradually while preserving its function and form, does it remain the same? You might say yes. The name, the design, the spirit, it all endures. The ship's identity lives not in any one plank, but in the structure, the continuity, the story. But now imagine this: someone gathers all the discarded pieces, the original boards, and reconstructs a ship from them, exactly how it once was. Now that ship floats beside the new one, which is the real ship of Theseus, the one with continuity, or the one with original material, or maybe both, or neither. The paradox doesn't just live in ships, it lives in you. Your body has changed, your cells replaced, your thoughts evolved. You're not the same as you were 10 years ago, or even yesterday, but are you still you? You feel that you are. A thread runs through your memories, your choices, your name. But where is that thread anchored? This thought experiment ripples across time and fields, in philosophy, in biology, in personal identity, even in software and art. It asks, what defines something? Its parts, or its pattern, its material, or its meaning. And it reminds you that identity is rarely fixed. It moves, shifts, rebuilds. Just like a ship at sea, you lie still, like driftwood, on calm water. And you realize, maybe being the same isn't about freezing in place. Maybe it's about navigating change without losing direction. And maybe the ship of Theseus still sails, not because it is unchanged, but because it is remembered. The veil of ignorance. Close your eyes. Now imagine you are about to be born into the world, but you don't know who you'll be. Not your gender, not your race, not your wealth, intelligence, health, or family. You might be born into comfort or into pain. You might be privileged or forgotten. This is the veil of ignorance, a thought experiment by philosopher John Rawls. It asks, what kind of society would you build if you had no idea where you'd end up in it? Behind this veil, you're stripped of all self-interest. You don't get to design the world to benefit you, because you don't know who you will be. So you have to think carefully, fairly. Would you allow extreme poverty, knowing you might end up there? Would you allow oppression, knowing it could be aimed at you? Would you design a world of vast inequality, or one where even the worst off have dignity and security? Rawls believed that decisions made from behind this veil would be more just, because fairness doesn't come from luck or power. It comes from imagining yourself in anyone's shoes. And once the veil is lifted, and you're born, wherever that may be, you've agreed to a system you helped shape blindly. Honestly, it's a powerful tool, not just for politics, but for empathy. You begin to look at others differently, not as strangers, but as versions of you that could have existed. You see a sick person, a refugee, a janitor, a billionaire, and wonder, what if that had been me? The veil reminds you that moral thinking requires distance from your own reflection. It challenges comfort, forces humility, and quietly asks, is the world I benefit from one I would still accept if the dice had rolled differently? You breathe deeply. For a moment you forget who you are, your name, your history, your place. You are just a soul waiting to be placed, and the world you imagine now may be the one you inherit. The problem of other minds. You're sitting across from someone. They're smiling, laughing, frowning, speaking. But here's the strange truth. You have no direct access to their mind. You can't feel their pain. You can't see their thoughts. You can't know with certainty that they are conscious at all. They act like a person. But are they? This is the problem of other minds. A classic dilemma in philosophy of mind. It asks, how can I know that anyone else is truly conscious, like me? You know your own mind from the inside. You feel hunger, regret, wonder. But when you look at others, you see only behavior, only motion, sound, expression. They say they're sad. But how do you know? Maybe they've learned to act that way. Maybe they're like a robot perfectly mimicking humanity with no real experience inside. It sounds paranoid, even absurd, but logically it holds. Your belief in other minds is based not on proof, but on inference, a leap of faith. Some philosophers, like Bertrand Russell, accept this leap. They say the best explanation for others acting like they're conscious is that they are. Others, like behaviorists, argue that we should only talk about observable behavior, not inner experience at all. And some thinkers go further, questioning whether you even exist as a fixed mind or just as a bundle of experiences. You pause. You think of all the people you've loved, every handshake, every shared silence, every gaze that felt seen. Were they all projections? No, not because you can prove otherwise, but because relationship requires belief. The moment you treat others as hollow, the bridge collapses, empathy ends, and something sacred is lost. So we live with the mystery. We love, speak, and listen, not because we've solved the problem of other minds, but because we've chosen to trust. You lie back, eyes closed. Somewhere, someone is thinking about you. You'll never fully know what it's like in their mind, but maybe that's what makes connection so powerful. Two unknowable worlds, reaching across the dark. The law of the instrument. Does every problem start to look like a nail? Imagine you're holding a hammer. Now someone asks you to fix something. You look around, and suddenly, everything looks like a nail. That's the idea behind the law of the instrument, also known as Maslow's hammer. Coined by psychologist Abraham Maslow, the principle is simple. If all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. It's a warning about how our favorite tools, mental or physical, can shape our perception. When you become comfortable with a solution, you start seeing problems that match it. If you're a surgeon, you may think in terms of surgery. If you're a coder, you'll look for algorithmic answers. If you're trained to fight, you may look for enemies. Even your beliefs, political, spiritual, personal, can become hammers. And soon the world rearranges itself to fit what you already know how to do. The law of the instrument isn't just about overuse. It's about mental rigidity, a narrowing of vision, a creeping assumption that your method is not just helpful, but universal. It's comfortable, it's efficient, but it can also be dangerous, because not every problem is a nail, and not every situation needs your usual response. Sometimes what's needed is a wrench, a microscope, a pause. You lie still now, thinking of the tools you carry in your mind. How often have you relied on a habit just because it was familiar? How often have you dismissed something simply because your hammer didn't fit? Wisdom isn't just knowing how to use a tool. It's knowing when not to. It's asking, what am I not seeing because of what I always reach for? What tools am I ignoring because they're unfamiliar? The law of the instrument invites us to expand our toolbox, to welcome uncertainty, to listen before acting, because real strength isn't hitting harder. It's choosing carefully. And sometimes, the wisest thing you can do is to set the hammer down. Infinite regress. What happens when every answer needs another answer? You ask a question. Why is the sky blue? Because of how light scatters. But why does light scatter that way? Because of the properties of particles in the atmosphere. And why do particles behave that way? Because of the laws of physics. And why do the laws of physics exist? And why, and why, and why? Eventually, your answers begin to trail into silence, not because there's no curiosity left, but because every answer seems to require another. This is the puzzle of infinite regress. In philosophy, it happens when a statement, belief, or explanation depends on another, which in turn depends on another, and so on, forever. It's like trying to build a staircase to the sky, only to realize every step needs another step beneath it. In logic, in ethics, in metaphysics, regress appears everywhere. You believe something. But why? Because another belief supports it. But what supports that belief? And on, and on. At first, regress might seem harmless, but left unchecked, it creates problems. If every justification requires another, then do we ever truly know anything? Do we ever find something foundational, an idea that needs no further defense? Philosophers have offered different solutions. Some say there must be a stopping point, a foundational belief so basic, so self-evident, it doesn't need proof. Others argue for coherentism, the idea that beliefs support each other in a network, like a web, rather than a single ladder. Still others accept regress as a mystery, proof that some things may be beyond full explanation. You lie still now, feeling your thoughts loop inward. How much of your life rests on layers you've never questioned? Beliefs inherited, assumptions absorbed, stories told so often they feel like truth. And yet, maybe the point isn't to reach the first cause, but to notice the depth, to remember that truth is not always simple, and that the willingness to ask why is what keeps us awake in a world of easy answers. Infinite regress may never end, but sometimes, the act of wondering is exactly where meaning begins. Pascal's wager: should you believe in God? Just in case. Imagine you're at a table. The universe is silent. God has not revealed himself. There is no proof, only the unknown, and you're asked to place a bet. Does God exist or not? This is Pascal's wager, proposed by the 17th century mathematician and philosopher Blaise Pascal. He didn't try to prove God exists. Instead, he reframed belief as a gamble. Here's how it goes. If you believe in God and he exists, you gain infinite reward, eternal life, salvation, meaning. If you believe and he doesn't exist, you lose very little, perhaps a few earthly pleasures. That's all. But if you don't believe and God does exist, you risk infinite loss. And if you don't believe and he doesn't exist, you gain nothing more than what you had. So Pascal says, the smart bet is belief. Even if God's existence is uncertain, the potential reward vastly outweighs the risk. It's a cost-benefit analysis of eternity. But the wager has drawn criticism. Can belief be willed just for the sake of reward? Is that true faith or self-interest? And what if there are many possible gods? What if you bet on the wrong one? Still, Pascal's wager endures, not because it guarantees truth, but because it challenges you to consider the stakes. It's not about fear, it's about what you stand to gain and what kind of life you choose to live. You lie still now, staring into the unknown. Do you believe, or are you waiting for certainty? Pascal whispers from the past. You must wager. It is not optional. To live without belief is still a choice, still a wager. So the question becomes, if you had to live as though life has meaning, as though love matters, as though someone is listening, wouldn't that be a life worth living? Even if, in the end, it was only a beautiful illusion. Maybe belief isn't a bet to win. Maybe it's a direction, a way of living, as if life is sacred. And maybe, just maybe, that's where faith begins. The anthropic principle. Are we here because the universe allows us to be? Look around you, the stars, the planets, the delicate balance of light and gravity, matter and motion. So now ask yourself, why is the universe just right for us to exist? Why does water freeze and boil at just the right temperatures? Why is gravity strong enough to hold galaxies together, but weak enough to allow life to walk? Why do the laws of physics seem so perfectly tuned? Change a few numbers just slightly, and the universe collapses. No stars, no atoms, no life. This is the mystery that leads us to the anthropic principle. At its core, it simply says this: the universe must be such that conscious beings can observe it, because if it weren't, we wouldn't be here to ask the question. It sounds obvious, even circular, but it carries deep implications. There are two main interpretations. Weak anthropic principle. The universe seems fine-tuned because we're here inside it. Of course it appears that way. Only in such a universe could observers exist to notice. Strong anthropic principle. The universe isn't just compatible with life, it's somehow designed for it. That consciousness, or life, is not an accident, but a requirement. And then there's the multiverse idea. What if there are countless universes, most lifeless, most chaotic, but by sheer chance, one had the right conditions for life, and that one is ours? You lie still now, feeling small beneath the weight of stars. Was it all random, or are we part of a deeper pattern? Is the universe aware of us, or are we just noticing what had to be? The anthropic principle doesn't give answers. It reframes the question. It reminds us we exist in a place so precisely balanced that existence itself becomes mysterious. Are we rare? Are we expected? Or are we the flicker of awareness in a vast sea of silence? You may never know, but you are here, and the universe, for reasons unknown, permits your being, and that alone is worth wondering about. The experience machine. Would you plug into a perfect illusion? Close your eyes. Imagine a machine, one that can give you anything you want, the perfect life, endless joy, success, love, adventure. No pain, no failure, no doubt, just pure experience, crafted to your desires. You wouldn't know it's fake. You'd believe it all. Your brain would feel as if everything were real. Would you plug in? This is the experience machine. A thought experiment by philosopher Robert Nozick. It asks a deep question. Do we care only about how life feels, or does reality itself matter? If happiness is just brain chemistry, why not simulate it? If you could live in a dream where every moment was pleasure and never know the truth, wouldn't that be enough? Nozick thought most people would say no, because we want more than feeling. We want to do things, to be someone, to connect with what is real, not just what feels good. We don't just want the illusion of love, we want actual love, not the dream of achievement, but achievement itself. You lie still now, considering the choice. The machine promises no pain, no fear, no regret, but also no truth, no surprise, no depth. You'd never grow old, never lose, never fail, but you'd also never be tested, never know what you're really made of, never meet someone who surprised you, never wake up with the raw, painful clarity that this life, as hard and imperfect as it is real. The experience machine tempts you with a paradise, but it also asks, is a life that's perfect but false worth more than a flawed life that's real? Some say yes, that happiness is the only thing that matters. That illusion, if seamless, is just as good. Others say no, that without truth, even joy becomes hollow. Maybe meaning isn't in how things feel, but in how they are. And maybe the beauty of life is that we don't control it, we live it, we risk it, and in doing so we become real. Fatalism. Are we powerless to change our fate? Imagine a river, wide, deep, unyielding. You stand at its edge, wondering, can I change its course, or has it already been set? This is the heart of fatalism, the belief that the future is fixed, that no matter what choices you make, what paths you take, what dreams you chase, the outcome is already decided. Whether by fate, the gods, destiny, or impersonal cosmic laws, the end is written, and we are simply moving toward it. Some ancient thinkers embraced this. In Greek tragedy, characters struggle to avoid prophecies, only to fulfill them through their very resistance. The Stoics believed in a kind of cosmic order, a divine reason, logos, that governs all. To fight it is to suffer. To align with it is peace. But fatalism is not the same as determinism. Determinism says every event has a cause, that if we knew every factor, we could predict the future. Fatalism goes further. It says the outcome will happen no matter what you do. You lie still now, staring at your own life. Was this always going to happen? Were you always going to become who you are, or are you still shaping that self? There's a strange comfort in fatalism. If everything is written, then failure isn't your fault. Regret fades. Burden lifts. But so does freedom. So does hope. So does responsibility. Because if you believe the ending can't be changed, why try? And yet, something in you resists that. You feel the pull of choice, the quiet power of a moment. The truth that, even if the river is wide, you still choose how to swim. Maybe the future is a mix of fate and freedom. Maybe some paths are set, but the way you walk them is yours. And even if the destination is fixed, how you live, who you love, what you fight for, still matters. Because maybe the question isn't, can I change my fate, but can I live it fully, honestly, and awake, even if I can't know where it ends? The experience machine. Imagine a machine, a perfect illusion. Once inside, you'd feel only joy, success, love, and pleasure. It would simulate the most fulfilling life you could ever imagine. You would not know it's fake. The experiences would feel just as real as any in the outside world. This is the experience machine, a thought experiment proposed by philosopher Robert Nozick. He asked, if such a machine existed, would you choose to plug in for a day, a year, a lifetime? You pause to consider it. Inside the machine, there is no pain, no heartbreak, no regret. You're a famous artist, a beloved partner, a genius. You experience deep beauty, endless joy, and total achievement. Everything you've ever wanted is possible, instantly, and yet something feels missing. If the life inside the machine is not real, does it matter that it feels good? You begin to sense what Nozick was pointing to. He believed that we value more than just pleasure, that we want to do things, not merely experience them. We want our actions to matter. We want our relationships to be with real people, not simulations. We want to become someone, not just feel like someone. In the machine, you would never struggle. But maybe struggle gives life meaning. Maybe pain makes joy real. You imagine yourself reaching toward the plug. Could you live with the knowledge that everything, every hug, every success, every love, is a lie? Or would you rather live in a world of imperfection, where things hurt, but mean something? There's no judgment here, no right or wrong, only a question, quiet, persistent. What do you truly want from life? Is it happiness, or is it truth? As you drift deeper into thought, the machine hums softly in the background of your mind. It tempts you with comfort, with ease, with perfection, but you are still outside of it. You haven't plugged in, not yet. You rest in the tension, the desire for joy, the yearning for meaning, and the sense that perhaps they are not always the same thing. Nozick's machine fades from view, but its question lingers. Would you plug in? The ship of Theseus. Picture a ship anchored in the harbor. It once belonged to the ancient hero, Theseus. Over time, its wooden planks begin to rot. Slowly, one by one, each piece is replaced. A new plank here, a beam there. After many years, none of the original wood remains. Yet the ship still floats, still bears the name of Theseus. Is it still the same ship? This is the paradox of identity known as the ship of Theseus. It asks a quiet but profound question. When something changes gradually, piece by piece, does it remain what it was? Now, imagine something else. Suppose every discarded plank, every original piece of the ship, is gathered and reassembled elsewhere. That version now contains all the original materials. So which is the real ship of Theseus? The one rebuilt over time, or the one reconstructed from the old parts? You begin to feel the layers of the question. It's not really about ships, it's about you. You were once a child. Since then, your body has changed, your cells replaced, your thoughts have shifted. You've forgotten some things, learned new ones. Self, the person you were 5 years ago, 10 years ago, is mostly gone. And yet, here you are, still you. So what makes something itself? Is it the parts, the memories, the form, the function, or is it the continuity, the unbroken story, over time? Some say identity lies in memory. Others say it lies in function, or purpose. Still others say identity is an illusion, a comfort we cling to as everything around us changes. You sit with the thought. Slowly, gently, the ship drifts through your imagination, its wood creaking softly, water lapping at its sides. Sib, you realize you are not unlike that ship, rebuilding, rethinking, rebecoming. And maybe identity isn't fixed. Maybe it's a process, not a destination. A river, not a rock. You breathe slowly. The harbor is still. The ship glides through your mind, quiet and whole. And the question remains, gentle and unresolved. If everything changes, what makes you you? Socrates and the unexamined life. You're sitting in a quiet courtyard in ancient Athens. The air is warm, the streets are narrow, and across from you is a man in plain robes, barefoot, weathered, calm. His name is Socrates. He asks questions, not to prove you wrong, but to awaken you. Each answer you give, he gently challenges. Why? He asks. How do you know? You begin to feel uncertain, not because he is cruel, but because he is precise. His words strip away assumptions. You find yourself questioning things you thought were solid. What is justice? What is love? What is a good life? This is the method of Socrates, not to teach, but to lead you inward. He once said, "The unexamined life is not worth living." It's a bold claim, and it cost him his life. When Athens condemned him for corrupting the youth and questioning the gods, he did not beg for mercy. He drank the poison himself, quietly, willingly. He believed that to stop questioning, to live blindly, was a kind of spiritual death, far worse than the physical one he faced. You reflect on this. Most people move through life without slowing down. We chase goals, follow routines, accept beliefs we've inherited. Rarely do we pause to ask, why am I doing this? What do I truly believe? Socrates reminds you that philosophy isn't a subject, it's a way of living, a daily practice. Not of answers, but of honest questions. It's uncomfortable, but it's freeing. You imagine your own life, not as a script, but as an open inquiry. You examine your choices, your fears, your hopes, not to judge, but to understand. The examined life isn't perfect. It doesn't mean you always know what's right. It means you care enough to look inward, to listen, to grow. Socrates fades into the night. The courtyard quiets, but his voice echoes in your mind. Not loud, but persistent. Know thyself. And so you sit with yourself, not chasing sleep, not fearing the silence, but simply examining. And in that quiet act, you live a little more deeply than before. Nietzsche's eternal recurrence. Imagine this moment, this exact breath, this heartbeat, this thought. Now imagine that you will live this moment again, not once, not twice, but forever. Every joy, every mistake, every second of boredom or pain, repeated in an endless loop, again and again exactly the same. This is eternal recurrence, one of Friedrich Nietzsche's most powerful and unsettling thought experiments. He writes, "What if a demon crept after you and said, 'You must live this life as you now live it and have lived it, once more and innumerable times more?' How would you react? Would you fall to your knees and curse the universe? Or would you rise with joy, knowing that your life is worth living again and again?" Nietzsche offers this not as a claim about physics or time, but as a moral mirror. It asks, are you living in such a way that you would be willing to live it forever? Not a perfect life, not a happy life every moment, but a life you affirm, a life that is yours. He believed this was the highest test of meaning, because if you could say yes to eternal return to every moment, even the painful ones, then you were living authentically, courageously, without illusion. But if the thought terrifies you, if you shrink from it, then perhaps you are not living as fully as you could. This isn't about guilt, it's about awakening to your choices, your habits, your values. Because each moment isn't just fleeting, it might be forever. You lie still, and the idea echoes in your mind. Would you relive today? Would you relive this silence? Nietzsche's demon doesn't punish, it offers a challenge. Live with such intensity, such truth, that you can embrace every return, not because it's perfect, but because it's yours. Because you chose it, faced it, affirmed it, and if not, then begin again, right now. The Aesop problem. You're reading a book on ethics. It says, people naturally care for their families, form communities, and protect one another. Therefore, we ought to build societies that encourage compassion and cooperation. You pause. Did you catch the leap from what is to what ought to be? This is the heart of David Hume's Aesop problem, a razor-sharp observation buried in his 18th century work on moral philosophy. Hume noticed that many thinkers describe how the world works, human nature, biology, psychology, and then suddenly jump to moral conclusions about what we should do. But he warned, you can't get an ought from an is describing the world, no matter how accurately, doesn't automatically tell us what's right or wrong. For example, humans are competitive. Does that mean we ought to be? Nature favors the strong. Does that make cruelty acceptable? Most people lie occasionally. Should we then approve of lying? Just because something happens, or is common, doesn't mean it's good. And yet, we do this all the time. We say things like, it's natural, or it's always been this way, as if that settles moral debate. But Hume says, slow down. Facts and values are not the same. To move from one to the other, we need a bridge, something extra, a principle, a purpose. a standard that doesn't come from observation alone. Some philosophers tried to build that bridge through reason, others through religion, others through social contracts or empathy. But the is-ought gap still hums in the background, reminding us description is not prescription. You begin to hear the gap in everyday life, in the way we excuse behavior. Boys will be boys. It's just business. That's just how the world works. And you wonder, are we mistaking reality for morality, or using one to silence the other? You lie still, staring at the ceiling. You think about what is, you think about what should be, and in the space between them is your choice. The tragedy of the commons. Imagine a field, wide, green, shared by everyone in the village. It belongs to no one and to all. Each villager has a few cows. They graze freely on the common land, and at first it works. But then one villager adds another cow, and another, and another. Why not? More cows mean more milk, more profit. The grass still seems plentiful. Soon, others do the same. No one wants to be left behind. But then the grass wears thin. The land weakens. The field begins to collapse under the pressure of everyone acting in their own self-interest. And that's the tragedy. The tragedy of the commons, first popularized by ecologist Garrett Hardin in 1968, isn't about cows and grass. It's about shared resources, oceans, air, forests, climate, bandwidth, even public attention. And how, when individuals act purely for personal gain, everyone loses. No one wants to destroy the system, but if everyone waits for someone else to show restraint, the system collapses anyway. Hardin's insight was painful. Freedom in a shared system can lead to ruin without shared responsibility. The logic of the individual conflicts with the logic of the group, and you see it everywhere. Overfishing, pollution, spam, deforestation, misinformation, even things like over-talking in a group chat or driving during rush hour. Each action, small on its own, builds into collapse when multiplied across millions. So what's the solution? Some argue for regulation, rules, limits, enforcement. Others push for community stewardship, where shared norms and cooperation keep balance. But at its core, the tragedy reminds us of something deeper, that what benefits you in the short term might harm you in the long run through the harm it causes to others. You lie still and picture the field again. It's bare now. The cows are thin. The villagers argue. And you wonder, what if just one person had stepped back? Then 2, then 10. What if the field had been seen not as a place to take, but as a place to protect? Because the commons are not gone. They're all around us, and still worth saving. The dilemma of determinism. You make choices every day. What to say, what to eat, who to become. You feel free. But then comes a question that shakes that feeling. Are your choices really yours? This is the dilemma of determinism, and it cuts deep into the heart of free will. Determinism is the idea that every event, every action, every thought has a cause, that the universe unfolds like clockwork, governed by physical laws, biology, history. And if that's true, then every decision you make was already set in motion by prior causes. Your DNA, your upbringing, the arrangement of atoms. You feel like you're choosing, but maybe you're just unfolding. If determinism is true, some argue, then moral responsibility becomes an illusion. How can you be praised or blamed for something you were always going to do? But the dilemma has a second edge. Suppose determinism is false. Suppose randomness exists. Quantum chaos, unpredictable shifts. Does that make you free? Not really. Because if your actions are random, they're not chosen, they're just noise. So here's the dilemma. If determinism is true, your will is caused. If determinism is false, your will is chance. In neither case are you truly free. At least not in the way we want. Philosophers have wrestled with this for centuries. Some are hard determinists. They accept that freedom is an illusion, and ethics must adjust. Others are libertarians. They argue that free will exists, even if it defies physics. And some are compatibilists, like David Hume, who say that free will isn't about metaphysics. It's about acting according to your desires, even if those desires have causes. You lie still and think of your own choices. Some felt forced, some felt free, some still haunt you. Maybe freedom isn't absolute. Maybe it's not about escaping causality, but about understanding the kind of being you are. A being who reflects, who resists, who dreams, and maybe that reflection, however caused, is freedom enough. The veil of ignorance. Imagine this. You're about to be born into the world, but before you arrive, you must help design the rules of society, its laws, its rights, its structure. There's a catch. You don't know who you'll be once you're born. You might be rich or poor, male or female, able-bodied or disabled, privileged or marginalized. You might live in a palace or on the streets. You know nothing about your position. You're behind what philosopher John Rawls called the veil of ignorance. Now ask yourself, what kind of society would you build? Would you design a system that benefits only the few, knowing you might be one of the many? Would you hoard wealth and power for the top, unsure if you'll be born at the bottom? Or would you build a world that is fair, even if it means sacrifice? This is the core of Rawls' theory of justice as fairness. He believed that if people designed society from behind the veil, without knowing their future status, they would choose rules that protect the most vulnerable. They would create systems that value equality, but also allow for differences, so long as those differences benefit everyone, especially those with the least. It's not about forced sameness. It's about moral imagination, about stepping outside yourself, about asking, if I didn't know who I'd be, how would I want the world to look? The veil of ignorance is not just a thought experiment. It's a lens, a way to examine your values, your politics, your empathy. It challenges favoritism. It softens judgment. It invites compassion. Because behind the veil, we are all the same. You lie still now, reflecting on the rules you live by, the privileges you didn't earn, the struggles you didn't choose. And you wonder, if the veil were drawn again tonight, would I build a kinder world tomorrow? Perhaps that's the question Rawls wanted us to carry forward. Not just how to win the game, but how to make it fair. For everyone. Always. The paradox of the stone. Can an all-powerful being create a stone so heavy that it cannot lift it? It's a strange question. But buried in its strangeness is one of the most enduring puzzles in philosophy. The limits of power. At first glance, the question is meant to challenge the idea of omnipotence, the ability to do anything. If the answer is yes, then the being can create the stone, but can't lift it. That's something it can't do, not omnipotent. But if the answer is no, it can't create such a stone. Again, something it can't do, not omnipotent. Either way, the being seems limited, and that's the paradox. Some say the question itself is nonsense, like asking, can a square be round, or can a married bachelor exist? They argue, omnipotence doesn't include the power to do the logically impossible. A contradiction isn't a real task, it's a misuse of language. Others take it deeper. Maybe omnipotence isn't about doing everything, but about doing everything that's meaningful. And a self-defeating task, like limiting your own unlimited power, has no meaning. Still, the paradox lingers, because it whispers about something bigger. What does it mean to be limitless? Is power the ability to do anything, or the wisdom to know what shouldn't be done? Is there greatness in restraint, or only in force? And what happens when we reach the edge of language, where our words collapse into contradiction? You lie still and feel the weight of the question. The stone is not real. But the tension it carries is, it reminds you that some puzzles are not meant to be solved, but to be sat with, to stretch the mind, to humble it, to show where thought meets silence. The paradox doesn't weaken belief, it deepens it, because sometimes the most powerful thing is to dwell in mystery and trust that not all answers wear names. Acrasia, weakness of will. You know you shouldn't. You tell yourself, one more episode, one more slice, one more hour scrolling. You know you'll regret it tomorrow. And yet, you do it anyway. Why? This ancient puzzle is known as acrasia, the weakness of will. First explored by Socrates, later examined by Aristotle, it asks a simple but profound question. Why do we act against our better judgment? Socrates believed it was impossible. He thought all wrong actions came from ignorance, because if you truly knew what was best, you'd do it. But experience tells a different story. We often know what's right and still fail to act on it. Aristotle accepted this conflict. He said the Socratic person knows what is good, but their desires overpower their reason. Like someone waking from a dream, they act as if pulled by a current, only realizing their mistake when it's too late. Later philosophers saw acrasia not as a flaw of knowledge, but of willpower, a misalignment between the mind and the body, between long-term goals and short-term urges. Modern thinkers link it to temporal discounting, our tendency to favor immediate pleasure over distant rewards. You know that skipping the gym will cost you in a month, but right now, the couch is soft, the world is heavy, and tomorrow feels far away. Acrasia isn't just laziness, it's deeply human. It reveals our inner tensions between who we are and who we want to be, between knowing and becoming. You lie still and remember a choice you regret, maybe small, maybe sharp, but in that memory, there's something tender, because to feel the pull of acrasia means you care. You're not sleepwalking, you're wrestling, and that struggle, however quiet, is a sign that your values are alive. Philosophy doesn't offer a cure, only a mirror. It says, notice the tension, name it, meet it with gentleness. You may falter again, that's okay. What matters is not that you're perfect, but that you return to yourself, again and again. Existential angst. Existential angst refers to a specific kind of anxiety that arises not from fear of failure or pain, but from the confrontation with existence itself. It is not tied to any particular threat or danger. Rather, it emerges when we pause long enough to ask the questions that sit beneath the surface of our daily lives. Why am I here? What am I supposed to do with this life? Does anything truly matter? This concept is central to existentialist philosophy, a 20th century movement associated with thinkers like Søren Kierkegaard, Jean-Paul Sartre, Martin Heidegger, and Albert Camus. Although these philosophers differ in many ways, they share a basic concern with the individual's experience of freedom, meaning, and alienation in an indifferent or even absurd universe. Kierkegaard described angst as the dizziness of freedom. He believed that human beings are not fixed like animals or objects. We are capable of choosing, of shaping our lives, but with that power comes uncertainty and dread. When we recognize that no external authority, no tradition, institution, or divine order can tell us what to do, we experience existential anxiety. We are free, but also responsible. We must decide who to be, without guarantees. Sartre took this idea further. For him, existence precedes essence. In other words, we are not born with a predetermined purpose. We exist first, and only later define ourselves through our choices and actions. This is both a burden and a liberation. Sartre called this condition, condemned to be free. We cannot avoid responsibility for our lives, even if we wish we could. There is no script to follow, no moral map handed down from on high. That realization is what gives rise to existential angst. Heidegger focused more on the temporal nature of existence. He called this anxiety angst and distinguished it from fear. Fear has an object, something specific and external, but angst reveals the nothingness behind everyday distractions. It shows us that the structures we rely on, social roles, routines, even language, are not fixed. They can collapse, and when they do, we glimpse the raw, unstructured nature of being. But existential angst is not just despair. Camus, for instance, saw the absurd as a call to revolt, not in anger, but in defiance of meaninglessness. To live authentically in the face of absurdity is to take ownership of one's life, to create value even when none is given. Existential angst, then, is a confrontation with freedom, uncertainty, and meaning. It is deeply uncomfortable, but it is also clarifying. It strips away illusion and forces us to reckon with what it means to live a human life without assurances. In doing so, it invites us to live not by default, but by decision. Nihilism. Nihilism is the philosophical belief that life lacks inherent meaning, value, or purpose. It challenges the foundations of ethics, knowledge, truth, and existence itself. To accept nihilism is to accept that the systems we use to organize and justify our lives, morality, religion, law, even language, are ultimately human constructs, not reflections of some objective, universal order. While forms of nihilistic thinking can be found in ancient traditions, the term became especially significant in 19th and 20th century philosophy, particularly through the work of Friedrich Nietzsche. Nietzsche did not advocate for nihilism, he diagnosed it. He saw it as a growing force in European culture, especially after the decline of traditional religious belief. His famous declaration that God is dead was not a celebration, but a warning. With the collapse of belief in God and the absolute moral order that accompanied it, Western civilization was heading into a crisis. Without a divine anchor, what remains to give life meaning? Nihilism appears in several forms. Moral nihilism denies the existence of objective moral truths. It claims that concepts like good and evil are invented, not discovered. Epistemological nihilism questions whether we can truly know anything with certainty. Existential nihilism, perhaps the most widely discussed form, holds that life has no intrinsic purpose or value, that in the grand scheme of the universe, human existence is accidental and without significance. These conclusions are not merely academic. For many, nihilism becomes a personal crisis. If nothing matters, why bother doing anything at all? This can lead to despair, apathy, or hedonism, a sense that one might as well seek pleasure or distraction, since nothing deeper can be achieved. Nietzsche feared this kind of passive nihilism, which he believed would lead to cultural decay and spiritual stagnation. In response, he proposed an alternative, active nihilism. Instead of collapsing under the weight of lost meaning, active nihilism embraces the void as an opportunity. If traditional values no longer hold, then we must create new ones. Rather than look outward for purpose, we turn inward and build our own frameworks for value. This was part of what Nietzsche called the revaluation of all values. Nihilism remains a powerful and unsettling force in modern thought. It confronts us with the possibility that the universe is not a story with a moral arc or a destiny. It is silent, indifferent. Whether this is a curse or a freedom depends on how we respond. To accept nihilism is not to abandon meaning. It is to recognize that meaning, if it is to exist at all, must be created, not found. Solipsism. Solipsism is the philosophical position that only one's own mind is certain to exist. All external reality, other people, objects, even the passage of time could be an illusion or a projection of one's own consciousness. While few philosophers accept solipsism as a practical worldview, it remains one of the most unsettling and logically rigorous positions ever formulated. At its heart is a question that resists easy dismissal. How can you be absolutely sure that anything outside your mind is real? The basic logic of solipsism begins with the recognition that all our experiences, sights, sounds, sensations, thoughts, are mediated by our own consciousness. You never experience the world directly. What you see is not the world itself, but an internal representation of it. You do not hear a voice. You interpret a pattern of vibrations as sound. You do not touch an object. Your nerves signal to your brain that something has been touched. This barrier between perception and reality makes it impossible to conclusively prove that anything outside your subjective experience truly exists. René Descartes, in the 17th century, famously grappled with this dilemma. In his meditations on first philosophy, he doubted everything he could, the evidence of the senses, the body, even mathematics. The one thing he could not doubt was that he was doubting. From this he formulated cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. But while Descartes used this as a starting point to rebuild belief in the external world, solipsists stop at that first conclusion. If only the thinking self is certain, then everything else remains unverified. Solipsism is not just a metaphysical problem, it is also a psychological and ethical one. If other people might not exist, what responsibilities do you have toward them? Can empathy survive in a worldview that reduces others to imagined projections? Can love or guilt or friendship be real if their objects are not? Most people find these implications absurd or disturbing, and yet the solipsistic challenge cannot be dismissed on emotional grounds alone. In practice, solipsism is often rejected, not because it has been disproven, but because it is unlivable. Even if the world might be an illusion, we behave as if it is real. The philosopher George Berkeley responded to solipsism not by denying perception's unreliability, but by claiming that all reality exists within the perception of God. Others embrace realism and intersubjectivity. We cannot prove that others exist, but shared language, behavior, and mutual unpredictability make their existence the best explanation. Solipsism forces us to confront the limits of certainty. It reminds us that belief in the external world is at some level an act of faith, an assumption that behind the appearance of other minds lies something like our own. It is not a comforting philosophy, but it is a rigorous one. And even if no one else exists, the question still does. The problem of evil. The problem of evil is one of the oldest and most serious challenges to the existence of an all-powerful, all-knowing, and perfectly good God. The argument is straightforward. If God is omnipotent, He has the power to prevent evil. If He is omniscient, He knows when and where evil will occur. If He is omnibenevolent, He would not allow suffering without good reason. And yet, evil exists in the form of natural disasters, disease, war, injustice, and human cruelty. How can this be reconciled? This question is not merely theological. It strikes at the heart of moral and metaphysical reasoning. The problem takes two primary forms: the logical problem of evil and the evidential problem. The logical problem claims that the existence of any evil at all is incompatible with the existence of a perfect God. This is the strongest version of the argument. The evidential problem, on the other hand, argues that the amount, intensity, and apparent randomness of evil make God's existence unlikely. For example, why would a loving God allow a child to die in agony from an illness, or permit genocides and mass starvation? Philosophers and theologians have proposed several responses, often called theodicies. One of the most prominent is the free will defense. According to this view, God allows moral evil because He has given humans free will. Without the possibility to choose wrongly, true freedom could not exist. And without freedom, love, virtue, and moral responsibility would lose meaning. In this framework, evil is a necessary risk of autonomy. Another response is the soul-making theodicy, associated with Irenaeus and later John Hick. It suggests that suffering is necessary for moral and spiritual growth. Just as strength is forged through struggle, virtues like courage, empathy, and resilience require hardship. A world with challenges, even tragedies, is the kind of world in which meaningful human development occurs. Others propose that God's purposes are simply beyond human understanding. This is the skeptical theist approach. We cannot expect finite minds to grasp the full picture. Just as a child may not understand a parent's difficult decisions, we may be in no position to judge God's reasoning. But this raises troubling implications. If we cannot judge what counts as unjust suffering, then moral evaluation becomes uncertain. The problem of evil remains unsolved. For believers, it is a test of faith and reason. For skeptics, it is strong evidence against the traditional conception of God. What makes the problem enduring is not just its logical form, but its emotional force. People suffer, injustice exists, and any worldview that cannot account for that fact, either by explaining it or responding to it, remains incomplete. The Sorite's paradox. The Sorite's paradox, also known as the paradox of the heap, originates from ancient Greek philosophy and challenges how we handle vague concepts. The term Sorites comes from the Greek word for heap, and the classic version of the paradox goes something like this. A single grain of sand does not make a heap. If you add 1 grain, you still do not have a heap. If you continue adding 1 grain at a time, at what exact point do you go from not a heap to a heap? There seems to be no precise moment of transition, yet a heap clearly does emerge eventually. The paradox applies not only to heaps of sand, but to a wide range of real-world concepts. At what point does a man go from not bald to bald? When does a person become old? How many dollars make someone rich? These are all examples of vague predicates, terms that lack a sharp boundary. The problem is that natural language is full of such terms, and yet we use them as though they have precise meanings. The core of the paradox is this: if removing a single grain of sand doesn't stop something from being a heap, then removing 1 grain repeatedly should never eliminate the heap. But clearly, if you keep removing grains, you'll eventually have just 1 grain, or none at all, which is certainly not a heap. This contradiction exposes a failure in how we apply logic to vague categories. Philosophers and logicians have proposed various ways to resolve the Sorite's paradox. One approach is fuzzy logic, which allows for degrees of truth. In this framework, a collection of grains can be somewhat a heap, mostly a heap, or barely a heap, depending on the number of grains. Truth is no longer binary, but exists on a continuum. This softens the sharp transitions assumed by classical logic and more closely reflects how people actually think and speak. Another approach is epistemicism, which holds that there really is a precise cutoff point between heap and not a heap, but we simply don't know what it is. This preserves classical logic, but accepts that we are often ignorant of the precise boundaries. Still others advocate for contextualism, suggesting that terms like heap shift in meaning depending on conversational context. What counts as a heap in one situation may not count in another. The Sorite's paradox may seem trivial at first glance, but its implications are far-reaching. It forces us to confront the limitations of everyday language, the assumptions of formal logic, and the blurry boundaries that define human categorization. In a world full of continua, our demand for discrete definitions may be more a cognitive convenience than a reflection of reality. Dualism versus monism. At the heart of metaphysical philosophy lies a fundamental question: what is the nature of reality? Specifically, what is the relationship between mind and matter, the mental and the physical? Two major positions dominate this debate: dualism and monism. Each offers a radically different account of what exists and how the components of reality interact. Dualism, most famously articulated by René Descartes, posits that reality is composed of two fundamentally different substances, res cogitans and res extensa. In Descartes' framework, the mind is a non-physical, thinking substance, conscious, intentional, and private. The body, by contrast, is a physical object governed by the laws of nature. While the mind and body interact, they remain ontologically distinct. This division is often called substance dualism. Descartes' dualism was not just a metaphysical claim, it also had theological implications. It preserved the soul as immaterial and immortal, consistent with Christian doctrine. But it introduced a deep problem known as the mind-body interaction problem. If the mind is non-physical and the body is physical, how can they affect each other? What kind of bridge exists between two substances that are completely unlike one another? Monism, on the other hand, argues that reality is made of only one kind of substance. This view comes in different forms. Materialist monism claims that everything, including thoughts, emotions, and consciousness, is ultimately physical. According to this view, the mind is not a separate thing. It is a function or emergent property of the brain. When neurons fire, thoughts arise. Mental states are brain states. In contrast, idealist monism, as defended by philosophers like George Berkeley, holds that everything is ultimately mental. In this view, the physical world is a projection or construct of consciousness. What we perceive as material is just a set of mental experiences arranged coherently by the mind, or perhaps by God. A third, more complex form of monism is neutral monism, which argues that both mental and physical phenomena are manifestations of a more fundamental, neutral substance that is neither mind nor matter. Thinkers like Baruch Spinoza and Bertrand Russell explored versions of this view, suggesting that our distinctions might be artifacts of perspective rather than ontology. Today, the debate between dualism and monism continues, especially in philosophy of mind and neuroscience. While most scientists lean toward physicalism, the mystery of consciousness, the subjective, first-person experience, remains a stubborn challenge. Why should brain activity produce the feeling of pain, the color red, or the taste of coffee? No theory yet explains this transformation satisfactorily. Whether one accepts the dualist claim of two realms or the monist assertion of one unified substance, the question touches everything from ethics to identity to the possibility of life after death. To ask what the world is made of is to ask what we are made of, and that question remains as alive today as it was in Descartes' time. The veil of ignorance. The veil of ignorance is a philosophical device developed by political philosopher John Rawls in his seminal 1971 work, A Theory of Justice. It is designed to help us think clearly and fairly about the principles that should govern a just society. The key insight is simple but powerful. If you want to build a fair social system, you must do so without knowing your own position within it. Imagine you are behind a veil of ignorance. You have no knowledge of your age, gender, race, intelligence, religion, talents, or socio-economic status. You do not know whether you will be rich or poor, healthy or sick, privileged or marginalized. From behind this veil, you are asked to design the basic structure of society, laws, rights, economic systems, and institutions. Because you do not know who you will be when the veil is lifted, you must choose principles that are fair to everyone. Rawls argues that rational individuals under these conditions would adopt two key principles of justice. First, they would ensure equal basic liberties for all, freedom of speech, religion, and political participation, for example. Second, they would allow for social and economic inequalities only if those inequalities benefit the least advantaged. The second principle is known as the difference principle. It reflects a core idea: people will accept some inequality, but only if it improves the situation of those at the bottom. The veil of ignorance is a powerful thought experiment because it neutralizes bias. It prevents the designer from making rules that benefit their current position. A rich person, for example, might support low taxes, unless they don't know whether they will still be rich tomorrow. A member of a dominant racial group might oppose anti-discrimination laws unless they consider the possibility that they might belong to a marginalized group once the veil is lifted. Critics of Rawls have raised important questions. Some argue that people behind the veil would still be risk-averse and overly conservative, leading to rigid policies. Others say that the whole setup depends on assumptions about what rational people would choose. Libertarian critics, like Robert Nozick, reject the idea that justice is a matter of distribution at all, arguing instead for inviolable individual rights. Still, the veil of ignorance endures because it shifts the focus of justice from power and privilege to fairness and empathy. It asks, would you still support your society's rules if you didn't know they would benefit you? If not, perhaps those rules need to change. Metaethics. Metaethics is not about deciding what is right or wrong, nor is it about building systems of moral rules. Instead, it steps back and asks, what does right even mean? What are we really saying when we claim something is good, just, or morally wrong? Are these statements describing facts? Are they expressing feelings? Are they commands, preferences, or something else entirely? At its core, metaethics is the philosophy of ethical language, moral epistemology, and moral ontology. It examines not just our moral judgments, but the nature and justification of those judgments. One central debate in metaethics is between moral realism and anti-realism. Moral realists hold that moral facts exist independently of us. Just as it is true that the Earth orbits the Sun, it may be true, independently of anyone's opinion, that murder is wrong. Anti-realists, on the other hand, argue that moral judgments do not report objective facts, but reflect subjective states, social conventions, or cultural practices. Within anti-realism, emotivism claims that moral statements are expressions of emotion. When someone says stealing is wrong, they are not stating a fact, but expressing disapproval, like saying boo to stealing. Prescriptivism, by contrast, sees moral claims as imperatives. Saying stealing is wrong is like saying don't steal, a universal recommendation rather than a factual assertion. Another key question is whether morality is cognitivist or non-cognitivist. Cognitivists believe moral statements can be true or false. Non-cognitivists believe moral language doesn't express propositions, but attitudes or commands. This distinction shapes how we view moral disagreement. Are we arguing over facts or clashing emotional expressions? Metaethics also explores the source of moral knowledge. Moral intuitionism holds that we have a kind of innate moral sense that lets us perceive moral truths. Others argue for moral constructivism, where moral truths are created through rational agreement, not discovered. Finally, there's the issue of motivational internalism. Does believing something is morally right automatically motivate you to do it? Or can someone recognize that something is right and yet feel no motivation to act accordingly? These questions may seem abstract, but they underlie all ethical reasoning. When we debate policies, rights, or justice, we're often making assumptions about the nature of morality itself. Is it objective or invented, universal or local, emotion or fact? Metaethics doesn't tell us what to do, but it reveals the ground we're standing on when we try to decide. The open question argument. The open question argument, developed by British philosopher G.E. Moore in his 1903 work, Principia Ethica, is a sharp critique of ethical naturalism. The view that moral terms like good can be defined in purely naturalistic or empirical terms, such as pleasurable, desired, or conducive to survival. Moore's argument is deceptively simple but deeply influential. It asks, even if we define good as pleasurable, isn't it always a meaningful question to ask? But is pleasure good? In other words, suppose someone says, to be good is to maximize pleasure. Moore responds, that may be your definition, But can you sincerely ask whether pleasure is good? If the answer is yes, if it's still a sensible open question, then your definition must be wrong. You haven't captured the full meaning of good, because you've left room to doubt or disagree. Moore argues that truly synonymous terms cannot generate open questions. For example, once we know that bachelor means unmarried man, it makes no sense to ask, is every bachelor an unmarried man? That question is closed. But is everything pleasurable good? Remains open to real debate. That openness reveals that the moral concept good is not analytically reducible to any natural property. This leads to what Moore called the naturalistic fallacy, the error of trying to define moral terms in non-moral empirical terms. According to Moore, moral properties like goodness are simple and non-natural. They can't be broken down into observable traits. We may observe acts of kindness or outcomes of pleasure, but we don't see goodness in the same way. We intuit it, much as we might intuit color or shape without being able to explain it further. The open question argument reshaped 20th century moral philosophy. It drove a wedge between ethical language and empirical science, and it made philosophers more cautious about reducing moral claims to biology, psychology, or economics. Even today, when someone claims X is good because it's natural, or Y is right because it increases happiness, the open question argument lingers in the background, challenging that reduction. But the argument is not without critics. Some philosophers question whether moral concepts are as irreducible as Moore believed. Others argue that the openness of a question doesn't necessarily disprove its answer. After all, people often debate whether water is hatho aso, even though it is, so maybe open questions aren't always diagnostic. Still, Moore's insight remains powerful. Language resists simplification, meaning slips through definitions. And when it comes to ethics, the question, what is good, remains not only open, but essential. Death of the author. The phrase death of the author doesn't refer to the literal end of a writer's life, but to a powerful idea in literary theory that an author's personal intentions, biography, or identity should not dictate the meaning of their work. First articulated by French theorist Roland Barthes in a 1967 essay of the same name, this idea challenged centuries of traditional literary criticism that treated the author as the final authority on a text's meaning. Barthes argued that writing is not a transmission of a single fixed meaning from author to reader. Instead, it is a site of language, culture, and interpretation. The moment a text is created, it escapes the control of its author. It enters the public world of readers, all of whom bring their own ideas, associations, and assumptions. To insist on the author's intent, Barthes claimed, is to close the text, to reduce its potential meanings to just one. The essay's most famous line states, "The birth of the reader must be at the cost of the death of the author." This isn't nihilism, it's liberation. It means that meaning isn't found by uncovering what the author meant, but by exploring how the reader interprets and engages with the text. A poem can evoke grief, nostalgia, or joy, depending on the reader's context, even if the author intended something entirely different. This idea transformed literary theory, giving rise to schools of thought like structuralism, post-structuralism, and reader response criticism. It also spread beyond literature to visual art, film, and even philosophy. It questioned authority, destabilized tradition, and championed plurality over dogma. But the death of the author has critics. Some argue it denies the real human voice behind the work. Others say it leads to chaotic or relativistic interpretation. If all readings are valid, can anything be wrong? And in some political contexts, knowing an author's identity, race, gender, background, can add essential layers of meaning that shouldn't be dismissed. Still, the core insight remains. Meaning is not a fossil to be dug up from the author's mind. It is a living, evolving interaction between text and reader. Once a story is told, it no longer belongs to its creator. It belongs to language, to us. And in that sense, the death of the author is not an erasure, but a passing of the torch. The hard problem of consciousness. Among the many puzzles in philosophy of mind, none is more enduring or more frustrating than the hard problem of consciousness. Coined by philosopher David Chalmers in the 1990s, the hard problem refers to a gap in our understanding of how and why physical processes in the brain give rise to subjective experience. It's one thing to explain how neurons fire, how vision works, or how memory forms. It's something entirely different to explain how these mechanisms produce the feeling of being, the inner first-person perspective known as qualia. Why does red look red? Why does a rose's scent have a smell at all instead of just being processed like a neutral input? You could scan a brain, track electrical activity, and chart every chemical pathway and still never locate the experience itself. You'd have data about a person seeing red, but you wouldn't know what it's like to be that person seeing that color. That inner what it's likeness is the core of the hard problem. Chalmers distinguishes the hard problem from what he calls easy problems, not because those are simple, but because they're tractable. Explaining how a brain reacts to stimuli, how it controls movement, or how it integrates information, these are all complex, but they stay within the realm of physical explanation. The hard problem, by contrast, isn't about function, it's about consciousness itself. Various theories attempt to address it. Materialists argue that consciousness will eventually be explained in physical terms, we just haven't discovered the right framework yet. Others, like dualists, claim that consciousness is fundamentally non-physical and no amount of brain science will ever explain it. Panpsychists suggest that consciousness may be a basic feature of the universe, like mass or charge, present even in elementary particles, just in primitive forms. There's also illusionism, the view that consciousness as we conceive it doesn't actually exist. It's a trick of the brain, a construct with no true inner light. This position, while radical, attempts to dissolve the hard problem by denying its premise. But for many, the hard problem endures because consciousness is the one thing we are absolutely certain of. Everything else, bodies, objects, even other people, can be doubted. But our own experience, whatever it is, cannot be ignored. The hard problem asks, how does the physical become personal? How do brain cells give rise to beauty, sorrow, hunger, or joy? And as of now, no one knows. Gaia hypothesis. The Gaia hypothesis, proposed by scientist James Lovelock in the 1970s, and later supported by microbiologist Lynn Margulis, presents a provocative view of Earth, not just as a planet teeming with life, but as a self-regulating, complex, quasi-organismic system. According to the hypothesis, living organisms and the inorganic components of the Earth, atmosphere, oceans, soil, form a tightly coupled feedback loop that maintains conditions suitable for life. Life doesn't merely adapt to its environment, it helps shape and stabilize it. The name Gaia comes from the ancient Greek goddess of Earth, chosen to evoke the idea of a unified living system. But the Gaia hypothesis isn't mystical, at least not in its scientific formulation. Lovelock's original insight was that Earth's temperature, atmospheric composition, ocean salinity, and other variables seem remarkably stable over geological timescales, stability that isn't easily explained by physics or chemistry alone. Instead, he argued, life itself helps regulate the planet's environment in ways that promote its own continued existence. One of the early examples used to support the hypothesis is the regulation of Earth's temperature. Despite the sun's output increasing over billions of years, Earth's climate has remained within a narrow range that supports life. This could be due, in part, to biological processes like photosynthesis removing carbon dioxide or plankton influencing cloud formation that create stabilizing feedback loops. However, the Gaia hypothesis comes in several forms. The weak version claims simply that life influences the environment, which is widely accepted in science. The strong version, more controversial, suggests that the biosphere behaves as a single organism with purposeful self-regulation. Critics argue that such teleological language, implying intentional behavior or design, has no place in evolutionary science. Philosophically, Gaia raises deep questions about identity, purpose, and the boundary between organism and environment. Can a planet be considered alive? If life and its environment are so tightly entangled, does it still make sense to separate them conceptually? Gaia challenges the anthropocentric view that humans are separate from nature. It suggests we are part of a vast, interdependent system, with no privileged vantage point. Some thinkers have extended Gaia into moral and political domains, arguing that if Earth is a kind of living system, then harming it is not just environmental degradation, it's a form of systemic violence. The Gaia hypothesis doesn't tell us how to live, but it invites us to rethink what life means on a planetary scale. Simulation hypothesis. The simulation hypothesis proposes a provocative possibility that reality as we know it is not fundamental, but a highly advanced simulation, something akin to an unimaginably complex computer program. First, formally argued by philosopher Nick Bostrom in 2003, the idea suggests that if technological civilizations continue to advance, and if they gain the capacity to run detailed simulations of their ancestors, then the number of simulated beings would vastly outnumber real ones. Therefore, it may be statistically more likely that we are simulated beings than biological originals. Bostrom's argument isn't just science fiction speculation, it's a trilemma. He claims one of the following must be true. Nearly all civilizations go extinct before reaching simulation-level tech. Advanced civilizations choose not to run ancestor simulations, or we are almost certainly living in a simulation. The third option, while bizarre, follows logically if the first two are false. But what does it mean to live in a simulation? If reality is made up of code, does that change the value of experience, the nature of truth, or the foundations of morality? And who or what is running it? Critics point out that the argument depends on speculative assumptions about future computing power, civilizational behavior, and the metaphysical possibility of consciousness arising in artificial substrates. Others argue that the idea is unfalsifiable. If we're inside the simulation, we'd only see what the simulation lets us see. That makes it a philosophical dead end, immune to empirical testing. Yet the simulation hypothesis has captured the imagination of both philosophers and technologists. Thinkers like Elon Musk and Neil deGrasse Tyson have expressed openness to the idea. Movies like The Matrix, Inception, and Tron have visualized worlds within worlds, exploring what it means for experience to be real if reality is constructed. The hypothesis also intersects with age-old philosophical questions. Descartes wondered whether a malicious demon could be deceiving him about the nature of reality. The simulation hypothesis is in many ways a modern version of that doubt. It invites the same skepticism. How can we be sure that what we see, hear, and feel corresponds to anything real? If we are simulated, does it matter? Would pain hurt less? Would love be less sincere? For many, the answer is no. What matters is not what reality is made of, but how we live within it. Meaning doesn't depend on metaphysical certainty. It depends on presence, on choice, on consciousness, simulated or not. Skepticism. Skepticism is the philosophical stance that questions whether certain or even any knowledge is possible. It is not simply doubt, but a disciplined, methodical challenge to the assumptions we make about the world, our senses, our reasoning, and even the reliability of our own minds. At its most radical, skepticism doesn't deny truth. It doubts our ability to know it. The origins of philosophical skepticism trace back to ancient Greece, especially the Pyrrhonists and the academic skeptics. Pyrrho of Elis, the movement's namesake, taught that because appearances are deceptive, and every argument has an equally strong counter-argument, the wise person should suspend judgment entirely, a state called epoche. This suspension, he believed, leads not to despair but to tranquility, because it frees the mind from the anxiety of dogmatic belief. The academic skeptics, associated with Plato's later followers, developed a more intellectualized form of doubt. They argued that certainty is impossible, and that wise persons should always withhold assent, even while acting on probability. In the modern era, skepticism was reignited by René Descartes, who famously subjected all his beliefs to radical doubt in order to find a foundation of certainty. He asked, "What if all my perceptions are illusions? What if a demon is deceiving me?" His answer was cogito, ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. Even if everything else is false, the act of thinking proves that something, the self, is real. Yet Descartes' solution did not end skepticism. David Hume took it further, questioning whether we can ever justify beliefs about causality or the uniformity of nature. When we say fire causes heat, we're really just projecting our habits of association, not observing necessity itself. This undermines science's foundation. If we can't justify inductive reasoning, we can't claim knowledge about the future or even the structure of reality. Skepticism also plays a central role in epistemology, the study of knowledge. How do we know what we know? Can we trust perception, memory, logic? If every belief requires justification, and every justification is itself a belief, we end up in an infinite regress. At some point, all knowledge rests on unprovable assumptions, but skepticism isn't always destructive. It's also a safeguard. It prevents blind faith, demands better reasoning, and keeps inquiry honest. Scientific method itself is grounded in a form of structured skepticism. Test, doubt, revise. The question isn't whether to doubt, but what to do with doubt. Skepticism at its best doesn't paralyze, it sharpens. Naturalistic fallacy. The naturalistic fallacy is a mistake in reasoning that occurs when one attempts to derive moral conclusions, statements about what ought to be, directly from purely factual premises about what is. In simpler terms, it's the error of assuming that just because something is natural or occurs in nature, it is therefore good, right, or morally acceptable. The term was first coined by British philosopher G.E. Moore in his influential 1903 work, Principia Ethica. Moore argued that it is fallacious to define good in terms of any natural property, such as pleasure, evolutionary success, or biological fitness. According to Moore, good is a simple, indefinable quality. It cannot be reduced to anything else. Trying to define it in terms of natural facts is to commit the naturalistic fallacy. One of Moore's most famous tools for exposing this error is his open question argument. Suppose someone says, "Pleasure is good." Moore would respond, "Is it a meaningful question to ask? Is pleasure really good?" If the answer is yes, if it's a genuine question, then good and pleasure cannot mean the same thing. If they were identical, the question would be meaningless. This suggests that moral concepts are not reducible to natural or descriptive ones. The naturalistic fallacy has had a significant impact on moral philosophy. It challenges attempts to ground ethics in science, biology, or psychology. For example, if someone argues that selfishness is morally acceptable because it is evolutionarily advantageous, they are moving from an is to an ought, committing the naturalistic fallacy. Just because nature produces something doesn't mean we should morally endorse it. This fallacy also appears in everyday moral reasoning. People often claim that because a behavior is unnatural, it must be wrong, or that because a diet is natural, it must be healthy and virtuous. These assumptions are not logically valid. Nature is not a moral compass. It includes altruism and cooperation, but also cruelty, exploitation, and indifference. Describing how things are tells us little about how they should be. The challenge, then, is to construct moral reasoning that doesn't rely on factual shortcuts. Moral judgments require justification beyond appeals to biology or custom. The naturalistic fallacy warns us against confusing explanation with justification and description with prescription. Ultimately, the fallacy reminds us that ethics is not simply a branch of science. It's a domain of values, meaning, and human judgment, and it cannot be reduced to the machinery of the natural world. Evil demon hypothesis. The evil demon hypothesis is a radical thought experiment proposed by René Descartes in the 17th century. It is designed to push skepticism to its absolute limit, to challenge not just what we believe, but the very possibility of knowing anything at all. Imagine, Descartes suggests, that instead of living in a stable, coherent world, you are being deceived by an all-powerful, malicious entity, a demon whose sole purpose is to mislead you. This demon is clever, omnipotent, and utterly dedicated to convincing you of a false reality. It manipulates your senses, your memory, your reasoning, everything. How can you be certain that anything you perceive is real? How can you trust your beliefs, your logic, even your understanding of mathematics? This hypothesis serves a precise philosophical purpose. Descartes was searching for a foundation of knowledge that was absolutely certain, something that could not be doubted. By imagining an evil demon, he strips away all external sources of belief. The senses may be lies, the physical world may not exist, even arithmetic might be unreliable. In doing so, he reduces knowledge to its barest minimum. But there is one thing the demon cannot deceive, the fact that you are doubting. If you doubt, you must exist, as a mind, as a thinking thing. This insight leads to Descartes' famous conclusion, cogito, ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. Even in a world of total deception, the existence of the self as a thinker is undeniable. The evil demon, in this way, ironically becomes a tool for discovering the one thing that cannot be faked. The evil demon hypothesis is more than a historical curiosity. It remains one of the clearest expressions of radical skepticism. It forces us to question how we justify our beliefs, what counts as evidence, and whether any belief is truly beyond doubt. In modern times, its spirit lives on in scenarios like the brain in a vat thought experiment, or the simulation hypothesis. What if our reality is a sophisticated illusion, an elaborate trick played by machines or malevolent forces? But Descartes was not a nihilist. His demon was a method, not a conclusion. Once he established the certainty of the self, he rebuilt knowledge from that foundation. Still, the evil demon haunts epistemology, a constant reminder that certainty is hard-won, and that trust in perception, reason, and science is built not on guarantees, but on critical reflection.